Section 17 of Wealth Against Commonwealth by Henry Demarest Lloyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bryan Travis. Chapter 14, Part 1. I Want to Make Oil. At this writing, there is an old man named Samuel Van Sickle, over 80 years of age, partly paralyzed, but still vigorous, living in an obscure back street of Buffalo, very poor, though his fertile brain has helped to make millionaires of many others. Van Sickle's life has been one of ups and downs, possibly only in the case of an adventurous mind seeking the golden fleece in a new industry and in a new country. Of all the brave and ingenious men who have experimented, invented, and pioneered to realize for mankind all the surpassing possibilities of the coming oil age, he is one of the most notable. He had already made and lost one or two fortunes when we find him, about 1860, with a little still in Jersey City, making roof tar. He was born in Hunterdon County, New Jersey, the son of a farmer, and worked on the farm until he was of age, when he went into business. The panic of 1857 caught him with sales wing-a-wing, conducting all at once and prosperously grist mills, linseed oil mills, grain distilleries. These he had to take for a debt, several stores, cooper shops, and 2 or 3 farms. He failed because he had gone security for others, but he paid 100 cents on the dollar and went to New York City. There, he became a member of the Corn Exchange and opened a commission house for the sale of produce. His country friends had such confidence in his honesty and judgment that within 6 months he had done a business of $400,000. But he discovered that of the 1,500 members of the exchange, all but one had failed, and many of them several times. He saw that he was in a position where, through the inability of some other dealer to fulfill his contract, he might be swamped any day and lose all he had himself and all the thousands entrusted to him by his friends. He had old-fashioned notions about losing friends' money, to himself or to anyone else. He left the produce business. He went to making roof tar in Jersey City, and in 1860 built one of the first refineries for making kerosene out of petroleum. When Colonel Drake, in 1859, found out that oil could be got by drilling, Van Sickle was one of those the new source of supply found waiting for it. He began refining in a small way, and, with an ardor which he has carried into everything he has done, he plunged into the study of new ways of refining the oil, which then started to flow with embarrassing riches out of thousands of wells. The study of oil refining became his passion, as fortunately for us less gifted folk, the study of the effects of heat on clay, of sulfur on the gum of the caoutchouc tree, of steam on the lid of the tea kettle, were in their time passions with Palissy, Goodyear, and Watts. In the work of his life, forcing its secrets out of this difficult liquid, he has been very successful. Earthly reward the old inventor has none, but, sitting in his story-and-a-half cottage, what he mourns most is that he has been and is denied the opportunity of work. Tortured by restless and inventive energy, which age and disappointment and betrayal have not sufficed to snuff out, his continuous word is, "I want to make oil." When petroleum from the new wells began to come to New York, dozens of little stills were built all over the Jersey flats, many of them by Jews and Greeks. "Stills kept burning up all around," he says to his visitor. "Almost every day there was an explosion somewhere from the gases. I told my wife to give me my oldest clothes and send me my meals. I was going to find out all about this business. There was a pile of roofing gravel under a shed by my stills. I went there and slept and ate, day and night, and watched the stills and the pipes, the gases, the oils, and all. All the sleep and rest I had for months was there. It was while watching these work that my greatest idea came to me, of making oil by a continuous process so that I could feed in petroleum at one end and have kerosene running out at the other in an unceasing stream, day after day, without stopping the whole establishment, as the oil refineries still do every day or two to cool off and clean up. By the old process, still in use, when the charge in the still of perhaps 1,000 barrels had been refined, we had to draw the fires and wait perhaps 10 hours, the best part of a day, for the still to cool off, so that the men could go in with iron chisels to chop it all loose and clean it out. This would take 4 or 5 men from 4 to 6 hours. The still would be idle for a day and a half, and then the same process would have to be gone through with again with every charge. All over the flats, the Jews and Greeks kept burning up. The Common Council of Jersey City said we must stop refining. The rest joined a great combination to fight the Common Council, but I made up my mind to go where the oil was produced. I went to Titusville in 1865. I had all the money I could want. Some rich men told me to draw on them up to $100,000 for anything there was snacks in for them. This was about the time the founders of the oil combination began in Cleveland with no money. "What makes I found in Titusville," continued Van Sickle. "I went all up and down the creek. They were glad to get 65 gallons of kerosene out of 100 gallons of petroleum, while I could get 80. I think the head of the oil combination had a little still cocked up in the woods there. A one-horse, pig-pen kind of a place at the bend of the creek, a cobbled-up sort of a mud hole, with a water trough to bring the oil to the still. He was not there himself. He stayed in Cleveland. I didn't ever think anything about him then. I was way above him. I first saw him some years after, about 1872, in a refiner's office. He was talking up some scheme he had for a combination of refineries. He said he didn't want to have the market overstocked. He was just a common-looking kind of man among the rest of us there. I saw when I reached Titusville that the most money was to be made in shipping oil. I made $1 a barrel, and in 6 months I was $100,000 in pocket. The land speculation I wouldn't touch. It was wild. It scared me to see men sitting around on logs and trading off little pieces of land for hundreds of thousands of dollars. I was the first man to lay a pipeline to carry oil up and down the hills of Pennsylvania. The first successful pipeline, says the United States Census Report of 1885, was put down by Samuel Van Sickle of Titusville in 1865 and extended from Pithole to Miller's Farm, a distance of 4 miles. Footnote 342, Petroleum and Its Products, by S.F. Peckham, Special Agent, U.S. Census, 1885, page 93, end of footnote. When I first came to the oil country, all the oil had to be teamed from the wells to the railways, over roads with no bottom in wet weather. Sometimes a line of teams a mile long would be stuck in the mud. Often the teamsters would dump their load, worth $5 a barrel, and abandon it. Mules would get so discouraged that they would lie down and die in the roadway before they could be helped. The teamsters knew their power. They charged accordingly. They charged for looking at the oil to see how many barrels their teams could draw. They charged extra for every mud hole they struck, and if the wagon wheels went to the hubs, they doubled their bills. I paid $2 to $4 a barrel for teaming and was shipping 4,000 barrels a week. The teamsters were making more money than the well owners and didn't care whether they hauled oil or not. All this set me to thinking. I hit on the pipeline idea and announced that I would carry the oil by pipe from the wells to the railroad. That was too much for the people of the oil regions. Everybody laughed me down. Even my particular friends, with whom I used to take my meals at the hotel, jeered and jibed me so that I took to coming and going through the back door and through the kitchen, and ate by myself. "Do you expect to put a girdle around the earth?" was the favorite sarcasm. I knew it would cost a great deal, $100,000 perhaps, but I had the money. I built it, 2 2-inch lines side by side between June and November in 1865, and turned the oil in. The pipe was a perfect success from the first barrel of oil that was pumped in. It flowed, just as I expected, uphill and down dale. The line was 4 miles long, from the Miller Farm to Pithole, with 2 or 3 branches. Then the Teamsters threatened to kill anyone who worked on the pipeline or who used it. They would drive a straddle of it, dig down to it, put logging chains around it, and pull it out of the ground and leave the oil, worth $4 to $5 a barrel, running to waste out of the holes. I sent to New York for some carbines, hired 25 men to patrol the line, and put a stop to that. I put up the line as security for some debts owed by my partner under an agreement that when its profits had paid the debt, it was to be returned to me. The debt was wiped out in a few months, but I never got the line back. I had no money left to sue for it. This was the end of my pipeline. It has grown into a system thousands of miles long, second in importance only to the railroad, and out of it many, many millions of profit have been made, but not a cent has it yielded me. Then I went to refining oil and, with a partner, built one of the first big refineries in the oil regions. There has been no oil refined in this country since 1870 without the help of my improvements. Some I patented, some I did not. The refiners at Titusville were hard put to it for pure water. I drove pipes through the river into the second gravel under the river and got the finest cold water there could be. This anticipated the driven wells several years. I put steam into the stills. This had been done before both by European and American refiners. I found out how to burn the uncondensable gases. I showed one of my neighbors how to do this, and he saved $20 a day after that in his coal bills, but I got nothing for it. Each new thing I proposed, up would go everybody's hands and eyes, and oh, what a rumbling there would be. I never made money so fast as in this refinery. We did not use the continuous process. I had not patented it, and I had partners whom it would not have been right for me to experiment with. Our profits were over $1 on every barrel. We sold our product as fast as we could make it. We made $125,000 in 15 months, although we paid as high as $8 a barrel for crude. I worked like a slave to make good the loss of $100,000 in my pipeline. I worked and watched day and night and knew I was beating them all making oil. My partners were church elders who could never find words enough to express their indignation about the way my pipeline had been taken away from me, and so virtuous that they never smoked a cigar nor drank a drop. I got into no end of lawsuits with them, and I lost my property again. I sold a part interest in my patent to someone who was afterwards taken into the soil combination, and it now claims that they own all my patents. They have frightened off or bought off everyone who has tried to use any of my inventions. The rest of the old man's story was told by him under oath in a suit he brought against members of the combination. Footnote 343, Samuel Van Sickle versus Acme Oil Company, tried in the Supreme Court at Buffalo, New York, May 14, 1888. End of footnote. The idea of continuous distillation, as it was suggested to me at Jersey City, was always in my brain ever since. I made an attempt to construct such works in 1876 under Mr. Carey. I ran out of money. I had been robbed out of my pipeline that cost me $100,000, and my oil refinery, in which I had more than $100,000. Mr. Carey said he was going to build a little refinery. He said he had $10,000 that we might use in making oil in a continuous way. We got our lease and broke ground in 1876. We had not got very far. We got the pipe on the ground and some brick and one old-fashioned still when the representative of the oil combination, one of the principal members, came on to the ground, the 15th of December, 1876. He asked me if I would not take a salary and not build these works in opposition to them. I told him no. Then he wanted I should take a life salary, one that would support me for life comfortably. I told him I did not want his salary. I wanted to build this refinery and make oil in a new, continuous way. He then wanted me to let him build it. He said, "We will build it for you." I objected to this. He then said that I could make no money if I did refine oil. He also said, if I did, I could not ship it. He said he would say to me confidentially that they had made such arrangements with the railroads in reference to freight, in reference to getting cars. He knew I could make no money if I did make oil. Almost on the same day, May 14, 1888, on which Van Sickle was giving the jury this undisputed account, sustained by the judge and jury, of how the combination used arrangements with the railroads against its rivals, another pioneer, even more distinguished, was relating his almost identical experience before the Committee of Congress investigating trusts, May 3, 1888. This was Joshua Merrill, to whom, said S. Dana Hayes, state chemist of Massachusetts, more than to anyone else belongs the honor of bringing this manufacture to its present advanced state. Footnote 344. The Early and Later History of Petroleum by J. G. Henry, 1873, page 186. End of footnote. Merrill's inventions and successful labors are described in the United States Census Report on Petroleum, 1885. He was at work guessing the riddles of petroleum as long ago as 1854. Footnote 345. Petroleum and Its Products by S. F. Peckham, Special Agent, U.S. Census, 1885, page 9, end of footnote. From 1866 to 1888, he and his partners ran a refinery at Boston. What has become of it? We have recently dismantled it. Footnote 346. Trusts, Congress, 1888. Testimony of Joshua Merrill, page 566. End of footnote. For several years, their business had been unprofitable. There were two causes, he explained. One was that they made a better quality of oil than the average, at a cost which they could not recoup from the prices established in the market by poorer oils. The other cause was the extraordinary charges made against his firm by the railways in Boston, which brought their crude. His firm had their own tank cars, in which their crude oil came from Pennsylvania. From Moline to Boston, his freight cost him the last few years 50 cents a barrel. From the depot to Boston, to get it over 2 miles of track to his refinery, cost him $10 a car, or about $1.25 a barrel. This was at the rate of about 42.5 cents a ton a mile. The average freight rate for the United States is about half a cent a ton a mile. His rate was an advance of 8,400% on the average. He appealed to the Railroad Commission of Massachusetts. We wrote to the commissioners that we thought the charge was very high and they ought to interfere to have it reduced, but it was not done. We made repeated efforts, personal solicitations to the railroad officers and to the railroad commissioners also, but it was the established rate. Footnote 347, Trusts, Congress, 1888, Testimony of Joshua Merrill, pages 567 to 69, end of footnote. 2 roads participated in this charge of $10 for hauling a car 2 miles. One of these was the New York and New England road, whose haul was 1.5 miles, and its charge $6. Who was the president of the New York and New England road? The dismantled witness's experience had made him timid. I do not know. Do you not know, he was asked, that one of the oil trustees is president? Yes, sir. Footnote 348, same, page 568, end of footnote. The same railroad is the principal New England link in the lines of circumvallation which the combination in coal, hard and soft, American and Nova Scotian is drawing about the homes and industries of the country. His companies sold their tank cars to the oil combination as we no longer had any use for them. Footnote 349, same, page 568, end of footnote. I was 32 years in the oil business, the veteran said mournfully as he left the stand. It was the business of my life. Footnote 350, same, page 570, end of footnote. Into section 17. Section 18 of Wealth Against Commonwealth by Henry Demarest Lloyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bryan Travis. Chapter 14, Part 2. I Want to Make Oil. To return to Van Sickle. After his warning to the inventor that he could get no cars and make no money, even if his new idea proved a success, the representative of the combination invited Van Sickle to put himself in its hands. He said they would furnish the money to test the invention and pay me all it was worth. I felt a little startled at the rebates, and I knew it before, but I did not know it was so bad as he had figured it out. I then asked him who of his company would agree to furnish me money to test the patent and to pay all it was worth. He asked me who I wanted to agree with. I then asked him if a man, naming him, that I had had more or less dealings with, one of the trustees, would agree to what he had said. He said he had no doubt he would. He said, "We will go and see him, and go at his expense." He said he would take the works off my hands at cost and would satisfy my partner to stop building them if I would go to New York, and I think it was the next day when we went to New York. They went to the office of the member of the combination whom Van Sickle had said he would confide in. He seemed to be very glad to see me, and very sorry to learn I had been so unfortunate in the oil regions. He then asked me what these patent works would cost in a small way to prove that oil could be successfully made under continuous distillation. I told him it could be done for about $10,000. He said they would give it, and if it proved a success, they would give me $100,000. He said it was worth more. He would give me $125 a month to support my family during the time I was building and testing it. I said, "Let us put what we have agreed upon in writing." He begged off for a time. He said it could be done at Titusville just as well. He saw I was not quite satisfied being cut off in that way, so he took my hand and said he would give me his word and honor what they had agreed upon there should be put in writing at Titusville Monday morning. I did not want to press him any harder. I told him I would take the $125 a month until the thing was tested. If it proved a failure, the whole thing should come back where it started from, and if it proved a success, he was to pay me $100,000 for the patents and the business. He said we all understood it then. I went home. Van Sickle called upon the Titusville member of the trust. He begged off for me the same as the other did in New York. Said they were pressed with business. He said they would fix it this afternoon, or words to that effect. Instead of building for him, as it had agreed, the combination, the moment he placed himself in its hands, destroyed the building he had already begun. What did they do with the works when they bought them? They took the brick that was on the cars and hauled them to other places, I suppose, and I don't know where they threw the still. They kept that leased property during the 5 years for a junkyard. I went the next day to see him and pressed him about it the best I could. I could not accomplish anything. He appeared to be busy or kept out of the way. I kept chasing to his office. I tried to catch him and talk over what I should depend on, where we were going to build, but he kept out of the way. He said he had not seen their folks. In July 1879, more than 3 years after our contract in New York, he said they had had a meeting of all their wise heads, and they had called in chemists, and they all unanimously agreed that oil could not be made by a continuous process, and gave that as a reason for not furnishing the money to build these works. I said in reply, I am not responsible for the knowledge that the oil combination has for refining oil. Neither would I exchange mine for all they have got combined. You said you would furnish me the money and build these works, and do as you had agreed to do. I walked out. That was about the last I had to say to him on that subject. Did you after that build or undertake to build an oil refinery to test your continuous process? Yes, sir, in connection with the German. He was going to build a small refinery. He said he would build it my way, if I would let him use it in the new way. He constructed it on that principle, but he was slow. He was a very slow man to deal with. We ran 20 days without stopping to clean out the stills. And it actually ran that length of time? Yes, sir. What became of these works? Hauled off to the junkyard by one of the companies in the combination. It bought them out after we just got them underway, and then tore them down and hauled them off. You then brought them up to Buffalo and tried to put them into the solar works? Yes, sir. What became of those? They eventually went the same way. In court, the combination claimed that Van Sickle's was an inferior process, but it had not left it to die the natural death of the inferior process. And how about the expense of the two ways? He was asked. The same help that would make 1,000 barrels the old way to take 3 or 4 days, I would make in the new process in 1 day. The old way takes about a ton of coal more and gets less oil, and the oil is not near so good. No contradiction was offered by the defendants of any of these statements. Uncontradicted evidence showed that the new process was cheaper and produced better oil than the old processes. Stillman from the Herman and Solar refineries, in which Van Sickle tried his new process after the combination refused to build for him, testified to the practical success of his method. We must have run these continuous works for 2 months while I was there, at the Solar. Footnote 351, Supreme Court of New York, Samuel Van Sickle versus Acme Oil Company, tried at Buffalo, New York, May 14, 1888. End of footnote. We kept Van Sickle's process running right along continuously for 16 days at the Herman refinery. Footnote 352, testimony, same. End of footnote. We did not have to clean out the patent stills, while the old process, they would have to be cleaned out about every day or 36 hours. Footnote 353, testimony, same. End of footnote. A number of residents of Titusville, dealers in oil and consumers, testified to the superiority of the aluminate Van Sickle produced. It burned much better than that made by the monopolies, several said. The burning qualities was extraordinarily good. It gave better satisfaction to my customers. It did not gum the lamp wicks and did not smell. Footnote 354, Supreme Court of New York, Samuel Van Sickle versus Acme Oil Company, tried at Buffalo, New York, May 14, 1888. End of footnote. This was done in spite of rusty and choked-up pipes, defective stills, and apparatus. One of the owners of the Solar, who was a practical refiner and the overseer of the works, testified that he had seen Van Sickle's continuous process run successfully, both in Titusville and Buffalo. The result was much beyond my expectation. How long did you run the works? I think about 2 weeks. What was the cause of it stopping? The president of the company, also the treasurer, had been to New York 2 or 3 times. After the second or third visit, he came back seemingly disgusted with the business, afraid of losing his money if he continued any longer, and quit. Was there a mortgage upon your property? Yes, sir. It had been foreclosed, he said, in conclusion, by one of the leading members of the oil combination. Footnote 355, testimony, same. End of footnote. The only thing Van Sickle can do to carry out his part of the contract he does. He develops his invention. He is successful in his application to the United States Patent Office. He made his contract with the combination in 1876 and got 4 patents thereafter in 1877, 1878, and 1879. Well, it was said in court, they are a large concern. They would make money out of this. I should think they would want it if it is such a good thing. Why, my dear man, they have got a monopoly of the business anyway, Van Sickle replied. They don't care what kind of oil they sell, but they have got a plant that has cost them millions of dollars that they have got to change, and all that sort of thing, if they take my patent. That is the situation. He lived on the $125 a month while he was testing and proving the invention. In July 1880, when 4 years of his life had been thus wasted, the allowance was changed without notice or his consent to $75 a month. The next month, he was refused even that sum, unless I signed a receipt in full of all demands, and I walked out without it. His pipeline has become a part of the network of pipelines of which the oil combination boasts. His refinery of 1869, one of the largest built in western Pennsylvania up to that time, passed into its hands. 3 times in succession, After it refuses to build for him as it agreed, he arranges to put his ideas of continuous distillation into use, and in each case, the refinery in which he sets up his pipes and stills is bought up by it and destroyed. He is kept dangling for years by its policy of delay. Then his independent efforts are broken up. Capitalists are made afraid of him. He can get no means for building new works. Ever since I went into their hands, he said in court, I have been just as I am now. I could not make oil, could not build a refinery, could not get anybody to help me to do it. And here I have stood these last 12 years, and I want to be out. That is just where they want to keep me, so I cannot make any oil. It is the whole profit of the whole of it. They hold me to my contract, and they break theirs. When 12 years had gone by, and he found that they would neither build for him as agreed, nor let anyone else build for him, Van Sickle turned to the law and sued them for damages. On the trial, all the facts as we have stated were admitted, the abandonment of the enterprise in consequence of the threats that he would not be allowed to ship and market his oil, the interviews in New York, the contract, the sale, Van Sickle's later efforts to make oil in other refineries, his success in producing better and cheaper oil, its popularity, the purchase and destruction of the works using the new method. Not a word of evidence was adduced in disproof. The judge and the jury found all these questions in Van Sickle's favor. The defense was twofold. It was admitted that the two representatives Van Sickle had dealt with had made the contract as he described it. The members of the combination did not deny that, but, they argued, it was not legally binding. We simply concede, said these great men to the court, that they made a contract, but leaving it to the corporation itself to decide upon it. There cannot be the slightest claim that the company was bound by a contract of that character. On this point, they were defeated in the trial. Their second defense was that there were no damages. The trouble is, they said, that there are no damages sustained, no damages whatever sustained. They took the ground that his possessing a creative mind was the cause of Van Sickle's ruin, not their betrayal of him. Mr. Van Sickle, they argued to the court sympathetically, is an instance of what it means to get out a patent and deal in patents in 9 cases out of 10. He was an inventive man. He has got out a good many patents. No question they were meritorious patents. And what is the result? Poverty, a broken heart, an enfeebled intellect, and a struggle now for the means of subsistence by this lawsuit. So that, if your honor please, there is nothing here from which we can determine what the original value of this patent was. The jury and the judge decided against them, and held there was a contract, legal and binding. That brought them face to face with the question of damages, and here the ruling of the judge saved them, as the decision of another judge saved other members of the combination in the criminal case in the same city, about the same time. Footnote 356, see Chapter 21, end of footnote. The judge ordered the jury to find the damages at 6 cents, and the jury, in the evolution of freedom juries appear to have become merely clerks of the court, did so. This direction of a verdict, said the court to Van Sickle, decides every other question of the case in your favor. 6 cents damages for breach of such a contract, and in Buffalo, $250 fine for conspiracy to blow up a rival refinery. Here are figures with which to begin a judicial price list of the cost of immunity for crimes and wrongs. Lawyer Moot, Van Sickle's counsel, deferentially asked the court to suggest where was the defect in the proof of damages. It would be the wildest speculation and guesswork, the court said, for the jury to attempt to compute the damages. Then the court is unable to suggest any particular defect in the proof? The court evaded the point of the counsel and repeated in general terms that there was no testimony upon which a jury could assess damages. Those whom he was suing did not disprove that, by threats of making it impossible for him to get transportation, they had driven Van Sickle to abandon his own business and make a contract with them by which they were to pay him $100,000 for his new process, if successful. The court held the contract binding. They had not furnished the money and works to test the inventions as they had agreed to do, but he had nevertheless gone on and completed the invention, so that patents were granted for it by the government. He had tested the invention in other works, they failing him, and he had proved it a success. They had thereupon purchased and destroyed these works. He was beggared, and nobody else under these circumstances could be induced to venture money on his invention. Upon these facts, judicially ascertained, the judge refused to let the jury compute the damages, and ordered them to find the damages nominal, as another judge sentenced their associates in Buffalo to nominal punishment. "There are many things known to the law," said Parnell to the president of the special commission trying the Irish members of Parliament, "which are strange to a non-legal mind." This pioneer, inventor, and true captain of industry, real creator of wealth, has ever since had his neck bent to the pressure of hands too heavy for him. While all over the earth homes are brighter, knowledge is more easily got, and civilization forwarded because of what his head has thought and his hands have done, he has retired to what is, in fact, a life of penal exile. He has been cut off from the darlings of his brain. Like the political prisoners of Siberia, he can eat and sleep and dress, but he cannot go into the world. His mind is at work there, in every factory and pipeline and lamp, but he must sit, unknown and unrewarded, in his pine cottage on unpaved Maurice Street, plowed up in the prairies on the outskirts of Buffalo. Dearer than money to him, as to all such creative minds, would be the privilege of feeding the appealing activities of his brain with work. But he is banished from work. He has been set down outside the frontier of industry and commanded never to return. No one dares buy or sell of him, nor adventure labor or money with him. He is an outcast. This is his greatest grief. The day I visited him, he came into the sitting room from the patch of garden behind the house. "I keep busy," he said, "to keep my mind off anything to keep busy, if it is only pulling weeds." He is glad to see visitors. "I have been knocked out," he said, "so that nobody now comes to see me." His clear gray-blue eyes, tall, strong frame, firm mouth, large features and limbs, eager face, fit the facts of his career. He is one of the type of country-bred, hard-working American manhood of the last generation. There are no visionary lines in his face, as in his life there have been no impracticabilities, except his two great trustfulness. Gambling oil exchanges, wild oil land speculations, inside deals with railroad freight agents have never caught him. He has been a money maker, not a money taker. Today, at 80, the only thing he asks is that he may have the chance to work out his ideas. He talks patiently and courteously, with perfect intelligence and memory, but every once in a while breaks in with an outburst of what is evidently an unceasing refrain within. "I want to make oil." The diminutive room we are in is stark in its simplicity and poverty. A paragraph in the morning paper on the table tells of a massive oaken case, similar to a bookcase, which one of the chief reapers where Van Sickle has sowed is having put into a stable in New York. It has doors of polished oak with brass hinges and heavy plate glass. The inside will be lined with purple plush, and when completed, the bits which shine in the mouths of his trotters and coach horses will be arranged inside of this magnificent case in rows, ready for use, as well as an appropriate ornament for the stable. It is better to be one of the king's horses than one of the king's men, but no words of envy pass his lips. He does not seem to repress them. He simply appears never to feel them. It chanced that as I left him, standing on the uppermost of the 3 wooden steps of his cottage, bleakness all about, plain living within, plain enough to satisfy the hardest climber for high thinking, it chanced that his last words to me were, "I want to make oil," with an appeal to seek for him the opportunity so long denied. These words, plain and homely as they must seem to those who feed their appetite for the sublime and heroic with the highly varnished sayings of the battlefield and illustrious deathbeds, will never cease to ring in my ears with the tone of greatness. Footnote 357. Samuel Van Sickle died in Buffalo, March 3, 1894, aged 83. End of footnote. End of section 18. Section 19 of Wealth Against Commonwealth by Henry Demarest Lloyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bryan Travis. Chapter 15. Sympathetical Cooperation. Someday, perhaps when more of our story readers have learned that there are things in the world quite as important as the frets, follies, and loves of boys and girls half grown, more of our storytellers will hold their magic mirror up to the full-pulsed life with which mankind throbs through the laboring years that stretch along after the short fever of mating is over. George Rice, coming from the Green Mountains of Vermont, entered the oil business 29 years ago, when he and it were young. He was one of the first comers. Beginning as a producer in the Pithole region in the days of its evanescent glory in 1865, he prospered. Escaping the ruin which overtook those who stayed too long in that too quick sand, he was one of the first to develop the new field at Macksburg, Ohio, and to see the advantages of Marietta on the Ohio River as a point for refining. Crude oil could easily be brought from Ohio and Pennsylvania by barge down the Ohio River. The field he entered was unoccupied. He drove no one out, but built a new industry in a new place. In 1876, he had risen to the dignity of manufacturer and had a refinery of a capacity of 500 barrels a week, and later of 2,000 barrels. Owning wells, he produced himself a part of the crude which he refined. His position gave him access to all the markets by river and rail. Everything promised him fortune. His family took hold with him in the work of breadwinning. The executive part of the business is done altogether by my family, he says. One daughter keeps the books, another daughter does 9/10 of the correspondence, and my son-in-law is the general manager. Footnote 358, Trusts, Congress, 1888, page 573, end of footnote. One of the daughters was a witness in one of her father's cases before the Interstate Commerce Commission. She discussed with counsel, said the New York World, the knotty points involving tank car rates, mileage, rebates, and the long and short haul as familiarly as any general freight agent present. Several other refiners, seeing the advantages of Marietta, had settled there. They, who elected themselves to be trustees of the light of the world, thus having the advantages of the place pointed out to them by practical men, determined that Marietta must be theirs. They bought up some of the refiners. Then they stopped buying. The representative there, afterwards a member of the trust, told me distinctly that he had bought certain refineries in Marietta, but that he would not buy any more. He had another way, he said, of getting rid of them. Footnote 359, Railroad Freights, Ohio House of Representatives, 1879, page 28, end of footnote. Of these other ways, the independents were now to have a full exposition. In January 1879, freight rates on oil were suddenly and without previous notice raised by the railroads leading out of Marietta and by their connections. Some of the rates were doubled. The increase was only on oil. It was, in Ohio, only on oil shipped from Marietta. It was exacted only from the few refiners who had not been bought, because there were other ways of getting rid of them. Footnote 360, Testimony, same, pages 5, 41, 42, 124, 141, 162, 166, 170. End of footnote. This freight tariff attack on the independent refiners was arranged by their powerful rival and the railroad managers at a secret conference, as the latter admitted. Did you have any consultation or invite consultation with other manufacturers of oil at Marietta? No, sir. Footnote 361. Testimony, same, page 129, end of footnote. When the representatives of the combination in this market were taxed by a dealer with getting the benefit of this manipulation of freight, they laughed. All the railroads took part in the surprise. Curiously enough, the minds of the managers of a dozen roads acted simultaneously and identically over thousands of miles of country, some, as they admitted, with suggestion, and some, as they testified without suggestion, upon so precise a detail of their business as their rates on oil at one little point. I did it at my own instance, said the freight agent of the Baltimore and Ohio. Freight officials of railways as far apart east, west, and south, and in interest as the Baltimore and Ohio, and the Pennsylvania, and the Lakeshore, which had no direct connection with Marietta, and reached it only over other lines, stopped their wars to play their part in the move by raising the rate on oil only, and, most remarkable of all, to a figure at which neither they nor the railroad connecting them with Marietta, nor, and this was the game they were gunning for, the independent refiners could do any business. From other points than Marietta, as Cleveland, Parkersburg, Pittsburgh, and Wheeling, where the combination had refineries, but the Marietta independents had none, the railroads left the former rates unchanged. Footnote 362, Railroad Freights, Ohio House of Representatives, 1879, pages 12, 34, 172. End of footnote. Rice was got rid of at Columbus just as effectually as if Ruskin's money-bagged baron, successor of the Crag baron, stood across the road with a blunderbuss. His successful rival had but to let its Marietta refineries lie idle and transfer to its refineries at Wheeling its Marietta business, and Rice's too. By the pooling of the earnings and of the control of all its refineries, the essential features of the combination, its business could be transferred from one point to another without loss. One locality or another could be subjected to ruinous conditions for the extermination of competitors, and the combination, no matter how large its works there, would prosper without check. It gets the same profit as before, but the competitor by its side is ruined. All its refineries along a given railroad can be closed by high rates made to overcome competition, but profits do not cease. Their business is done elsewhere by its other refineries, and all the profits go into a pool for the common benefit. From Rice's point of view, Marietta was the storm center, but the evidence before the Ohio Legislative Investigation of 1879, before the Legislative Committee of New York of 1879, before Master and Chancery Schweitzer in Pennsylvania, and in the suit against the Lakeshore Railroad, showed that the low barometer there was part of a disturbance covering a wide area. The demonstration against the independent refiners of Marietta was only part of a wider web spinning, in which those at all points, New York, Boston, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Oil City, Titusville, Buffalo, Rochester, footnote 363, see chapter 18, end of footnote, and Cleveland, were to be forced to come in as dependents or sell out, as most of them did. That rates were not raised from points controlled by the combination is only part of the truth. At such places, rates were lowered. This, like the increase of rates, was done at a secret conference with the oil combination and at its instance. Footnote 364, Railroad Freights, Ohio House of Representatives, 1879, page 129. End of footnote. Where it had refineries, the rates were to be low. The high rates were for points where it had competitors to be got rid of without the expense of buying them up. The independents knew nothing of the increase of freights prepared for them by the railroad managers and their great competitor until after, some time after, it had gone into effect. The railroad company gave notice to their rivals what the rates were to be, but withheld that information from them. Footnote 365, Trusts, Congress, 1888, page 579, end of footnote. That was not all. Before the new rates were given, all the old rates were canceled. For a few days, said an independent, we could not obtain any rates at all. We had orders from our customers, but could not obtain any rates of freight. As to many places, the withholding of rates continued. There's many places we can't obtain any rates to. They just say we shan't ship to these other places at any price. Footnote 366, Railroad Freights, Ohio House of Representatives, 1879, pages 33, 40 to 42, end of footnote. When the Ohio legislature undertook to investigate, it found that the railroad men professed a higher allegiance to their corporations than to the state. They refused to answer the questions of the committee or evaded them. I am working under orders from the general freight agent, said one of them, and I don't feel authorized to answer that. The arguments of the committee that the orders of an employer could not supersede the duty of a citizen to his government or the obligations of his oath as a witness were wasted. I will tell you just how I feel, said the witness to these representatives of an inferior power. I am connected with the railroad company and get my instructions from the general agent, and I am very careful about telling anybody else anything. The legislature accepted the rank of anybody else to which it was assigned and did not compel the witness to answer. To a question about the increase in freight, I object, said another railroad officer, to going into details about my own private business. Footnote 367, Railroad Freights, Ohio House of Representatives, 1879, pages 49, 51, 56, end of footnote. One peculiar thing about the action of the railroads was that it was an injury to themselves. The Baltimore and Ohio, for instance, by raising its rate, cut off its oil business with Marietta entirely. What advantage is it then? The freight agent of the road over which the Baltimore and Ohio reached Marietta was asked. There is no advantage. We had revenue before this increase in rates, and none since. What would be the inducement for her, the Baltimore and Ohio, to do it then? That is a matter I am not competent to answer. Footnote 368, same, pages 159, 163, end of footnote. The railroad men testified positively that the increase affected all alike at Marietta. It was supposed, even by those who thought they saw to the bottom of the maneuver, that the combination would close its Marietta works temporarily, in order to seem to be equally affected with all the rest. It could do this with no loss whatever, since, as explained, no raise in rates had been made from Wheeling, Parkersburg, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, where it was practically alone, and it could reach all its customers from those places, as well as from Marietta. But the combination kept on filling orders from its refineries at Marietta at the old freight rates, while, by its side, the men it was hunting down sat idle because the discriminating rates of freight made it impossible for them to use the highways. It was so careless of appearances that oil ordered of its works at Parkersburg would be sent from the Marietta branch, footnote 369, Railroad Freights, Ohio House of Representatives, 1879, page 169, into footnote, and at the owed rate of 40 cents, while the other refineries could not ship because the rate to them was 65 cents. The increase at Marietta was not enforced against it, but only against the three independents, just as planned in the South Improvement Scheme. The move was far-reaching. As far as Chicago, the rate to which was made $1.20 a barrel instead of 90 cents a barrel. Then they cut you off from the Western trade as well as this state? Yes, sir, almost entirely. I was selling in Chicago, and it cut trade entirely off. Footnote 370, same, pages 249 to 50, and a footnote. Before the rates were changed, did you run to your full capacity? Yes, sir, about that. Footnote 371, same, page 250, and a footnote. At one stroke, the independents lost the business which it had cost them years of work to get. As the testimony of witness after witness showed, the merchants, who had been their customers in Chicago, Columbus, and other places, now had to send their orders to those for whose benefit the railroad men had raised the rates. This sweeping change was not due to any change in their desire to sell or of their old customers to buy. They could still make oil, which was still wanted, but they were the victims of a competitor who had learned the secret of a more royal road to business supremacy than making a better thing or selling it at a better price. Their better way was not to excel, but to exclude. When their secretary was called before the Ohio legislature after this freight ambuscade had transferred the bulk of the business of the independent refineries at Marietta to him and his associates, he declared that the sole cause of their success was the large mechanical contrivances of the combination, its economy, and its production of the very best oil. With an aggregation of capital and a business experience, and a hold upon the channels of trade such as we have, it is idle to say that the small manufacturer can compete with us. And although that is an offensive term, squeezing out, yet it has never been done by the conjunction of any railroads with us. Footnote 372, Railroad Freights, Ohio House of Representatives, 1879, page 260, end of footnote. The small manufacturer did compete and flourish until these railroad men literally switched him out of the market. He competed and got his share of the business until the men who wanted monopoly, finding that they had no monopoly of quality or price or business ability, resorted to the large mechanical contrivance of inducing the managers of the railroads to derail the independent, throwing him off the track by piling impassable freight tariffs in his way. The successful men secured their supremacy by preventing their competitors from entering the market at all. Instead of winning by better and cheaper, they won by preventing any competitor from coming forward to test the questions of better and cheaper. Their method of demonstrating superiority has been to prevent comparisons. All the independent refiners at Marietta, except Rice, died. Most of those we received from have gone out of the business, a Cincinnati dealer told the legislature. Some had fled, some had sold out. Footnote 373, same, page 116, end of footnote. Rice set himself to do two things. The first, to drag into the light of day and the public view the secrets of these better methods, and the second, to get new business in the place of what he had lost. He succeeded in both. It was in January that he had notice served upon him that he could no longer go to market. In 2 months, he had the Ohio legislature at work investigating this extraordinary administration of the highways. This was a great public service. It did not yield the fruit of immediate reform, but it did work, which is the indispensable preliminary. It roused the people who were still asleep on these new issues and were dreaming pleasant dreams that in George III they had escaped from all tyrants forever, and that in the emancipation of the blacks they had freed all slaves forever. Rice knew that the legislature were planting trees for posterity and did not wait for help from them. He set about looking up markets where the public were free to choose and buy. He could not go west or east or north. He went south. The little family kept the refinery at Marietta running, and the father traveled about establishing new agencies in the South and studying freight tariffs, railroad routes, and terminal facilities for loading and unloading and storing. In 1880, through all the storm and stress of these days, he was able to double the capacity of his refinery. Again, he succeeded in building up a livelihood, and again his success was treated as trespass and invasion. His bitter experience in Ohio in 1879 proved to be but an apprenticeship for a still sterner struggle. Rice was getting most of his crude oil from Pennsylvania through a little pipeline which brought it to the Allegheny. The pipeline was taken up by the Oil Trust. Footnote 374, Trusts, Congress, 1888, page 574, end of footnote. This compelled him to turn to the Macksburg, Ohio field for most of his petroleum. He had one tank car, and he ran this back and forth faster than ever. Then came the next blow. The railroad over which he ran his tank car doubled his freight to 35 cents a barrel from 17.5. That was not all. The same railroad, brought oil to the combination's Marietta refineries at 10 cents a barrel, while they charged him 35. That was not all. The railroad paid over to the combination 25 cents out of every 35 cents he paid for freight. If he had done all the oil business at Marietta, and his rival had put out all its fires and let its works stand empty, it would have made 25 cents a barrel on the whole output. Rice found a just judge when he took this thing into court. Abhorrent, dangerous, gross, illegal and inexcusable abuse by a public trust, an unparalleled wrong, are the terms in which Judge Baxter gave voice to his indignation as he ordered the removal of the receiver of the railroad who had made this arrangement with the combination to enable it, as the judge said, to crush Rice and his business. Footnote 375, Trusts, Congress, 1888, pages 577 to 78. End of footnote. In an interview filling 4 columns of the New York World of March 29, 1890, the head of the trust, which would receive this rebate, is reported to have made this attempt to reverse the facts of this and similar occurrences. The railroad company proposed to our agent, he said, but the judge who heard all the evidence and rendered the decision, which has never been reversed or impaired, declared that it compelled the railroad to make the arrangement, under a threat of building a pipeline for the conveyance of its oils and withdrawing its patronage. This arrangement was negotiated by the same agent of the oil combination who engineered the similar transfer scheme by which the trunk line railroads gave it in 1878, 20 to 35 cents a barrel, out of the freights paid by its competitors in Pennsylvania, as already told. Footnote 376. See Chapter 8. End of footnote. I reluctantly acquiesced, the receiver said, writing in confidence to his lawyer, anxious lest so acquiescing he had made himself legally liable. The interview describes the arrangement as an innocent thing, a joint agreement for the transportation of oil. It was an agreement to prevent the transportation of oil by anybody else. Judge Baxter shows that it was a joint agreement, procured by threats for the transportation of $25 per day clear money from Rice's pockets into the pockets of the members of the trust for no service rendered and without his knowledge or consent, and with the transparent purpose of transporting his business to their own refineries. Judge Baxter called it discrimination so wanton and oppressive it could hardly have been accepted by an honest man, and a judge who would tolerate such a wrong or retain a receiver capable of perpetrating it ought to be impeached and degraded from his position. Footnote 377, Trusts, Congress, 1888, page 578, Hardy and another versus Cleveland and Marietta Railroad et al., Circuit Court, Ohio, Eastern District, 1887, Federal Reporter, Volume 31, pages 689 to 93. End of footnote. This matter was also passed upon by the Select Committee of the United States Senate on Interstate Commerce. No comment, the committee say, is needed upon this most impudent and outrageous proposition by the oil company to the railroad. Footnote 378, 49th Congress, First Session, Report of the Senate Select Committee on Interstate Commerce, page 199. End of footnote. Are you going to deny that story? A great American statesman of the latter-day type was asked by one of his friends. Not I, was the reply. The story's false. When you find me taking the trouble to deny a thing, you can bet it's true. This agreement for the transportation of oil had its calculated effect. It put a stop to the transportation of oil from the Ohio field by Rice over the railroad, just as the destruction by the same hands of the pipeline to the Allegheny had cut him off from access to the Pennsylvania oil fields. He then built his own pipeline to the Ohio field. To lay this pipe, it was necessary to cross the pipeline of his great rival. Rice had the pluck to do this without asking for a consent, which would never have been given. His intrepidity carried its point, for, as he foresaw, they dared not cut his pipe for fear of reprisals. In turning to the south, after his expulsion from the Ohio and western markets, The Marietta Independent did but get out of one hornet's nest to sit down in another. His opponent was selling its oil there through a representative who, as he afterwards told Congress, was very fortunate in competing. He thought it was cheaper in the long run to make the price cheap and be done with it than to fritter away the time with a competitor in a little competition. I put the price down to the bone. Footnote 379, Trusts, Congress, 1888, pages 534, 535, into footnote. Rice, in the South, ran into the embrace of this gentleman who had the exclusive control of that territory and whose method of calling the attention of trespassers to his right was to cut them to the bone. The people and the dealers everywhere in the South were glad to see Rice. He found a deep discontent among consumers and merchants alike. They perhaps felt more clearly than they knew that business feudalism was not better, but worse because newer, than military feudalism. This representative of the combination assured Congress that 99.9% of all the first-class merchants of the South were in close sympathetical cooperation with us in our whole history. That is, out of every 100 first-class merchants, only 1/10 of one merchant was not with them. This is a picturesque percentage. Rice's welcome among the people would not verify his opponent's estimate that his vassalage included all but 1/10 of one dealer in every 100. From all parts came word of the anxiety of the merchants to escape from the power that held them fast. From Texas, most of our people are anxious to get clear. From Arkansas, the merchants here would like to buy from some other. From Tennessee, can we make any permanent arrangement with you by which we can baffle such monopoly? From Kentucky, I dislike to submit to the unreasonable and arbitrary commands. From Mississippi, it has gouged the people to such an extent that we wish to break it down and introduce some other oils. From Georgia, from different dealers, they have the oil dealers in the state so completely cooped in that they cannot move. We are afraid. Footnote 380, same, pages 730 to 38, into footnote. As Rice went about the South selling oil, the agents of the cutter to the bone would follow, and by threats, like those revealed in the correspondence described below, would coerce the dealers to repudiate their purchases. Telegrams would pour into the discouraged office at Marietta. Don't ship oil ordered from your agent. We hereby countermand orders given your agent yesterday. One telegram would often be signed by all the dealers in a town, though competitors, sometimes nearly a dozen of them, showing that they were united by some outside influence they had to obey. Footnote 381, Trusts, Congress, 1888, page 743, end of footnote. Where the dealers were found too independent to accept dictation, belligerent and tactical cuts in price were proclaimed, not to make oil cheap, but to prevent its becoming permanently cheaper through free competition and an open market. Rice submitted to Congress letters covering pages of the trust report. Footnote 382, same, page 729, end of footnote, showing how he had been tracked through Tennessee, Missouri, Nebraska, Georgia, Kansas, Kentucky, Iowa, Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, Arkansas, Alabama. The railroads had been got to sidetrack and delay his cars, and the dealers terrorized into refusing to buy his oils, although they were cheaper. If the merchants in any place persisted in buying his oil, they were undersold until they surrendered. When Rice was driven out, prices were put back. So close was the watch kept of the battle by the generals of cooperation that when one of his agents got out of oil for a day or two, prices would be run up to bleed the public during the temporary opportunity. On the strength of my not having any oil today, wrote one of Rice's dealers, I am told they have popped up the price 3.5 cents. Footnote 383, same, page 732, end of footnote. The railroad officials did their best to make it true that the poor ye have with you always. By mistake, some oil meant for the combination was delivered to Rice's agent, and he discovered that it was paying only 88 cents a barrel. while he was charged $1.68, a difference of 80 cents a barrel for a distance of 68 miles. Could you stand such competition as that? No, sir. Before I went up there and sold to every man in the place, nearly, they were glad to see me in opposition. I lost them, except one man who was so prejudiced that he would not buy from them. Your business had been on the increase up to that time? Increasing rapidly. I haul it in wagons now 40 miles south of Manito. The rates against you on that railroad are so high that you can, for a distance of 40 miles, transport your oil by wagon and meet the competition better than you can by using their own road? Infinitely better. Footnote 384. Trusts, Congress, 1888, pages 416 to 20. End of footnote. End of section 19. Section 20 of Wealth Against Commonwealth by Henry Demarest Lloyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bryan Travis. Chapter 16. Turn Another Screw. A spy at one end of an institution proves that there is a tyrant at the other. Modern liberty has put an end to the use of spies in its government, only to see it reappear in its business. Rice throughout the South was put under a surveillance which could hardly have been done better by Vidocq. One of the employees of the oil clique, having disclosed before the Interstate Commerce Commission that he knew to a barrel just how much rice had shipped down the river to Memphis, was asked where he got the information. He got it from the agents who attend to our business. What have they to do with looking after Mr. Rice's business? How do your agents tell the number of barrels he shipped in April, May, and June? See it arrive at the depot. How often do your agents go to the depot to make the examination? They visit the depot once a day, not only for that purpose, but to look after the shipment of our own oil. Do they keep a record of Mr. Rice's shipments? They send us word whenever they find that Mr. Rice has shipped a carload of oil. What do their statements show with respect to Mr. Rice's shipments besides that? They show the number of barrels received at any point shipped by Mr. Rice or by anybody else. How often are these statements sent to the company? Sent in monthly, I think. It is from a similar monthly report that you get the statement that in July, August, and September, Mr. Rice shipped 602 barrels of oil to Nashville, is it? Yes, sir. Have you similar agents at all points of destination? Yes, sir. Footnote 385. Testimony, Rice Cases, Interstate Commerce Commission, numbers 51 to 60, 1887, pages 442 to 443. End of footnote. This has a familiar look. It is the espionage of the South Improvement Company contract, in operation 16 years after it was buried. When the representative of the oil combination appears in public with tabulated statements exhibiting to a barrel the business done by its competitors for any month of any year at any place, he tells us too plainly to be mistaken that the partly born, completely buried iniquity sired by the sympathetical cooperation of the trustees and their railroad associates of easy virtue is alive and kicking a breach in the very foundations of the Republic. A letter has found the light which was sent by the Louisville man who was so fortunate in competing immediately after he heard that one of his Nashville customers had received a shipment from the Marietta Independent. It was addressed to the general freight agent of the Louisville and Nashville Railroad. It complained that this shipment, of which the writer knew the exact date, quantity, destination, and charges, slipped through on the usual fifth-class rate. Please turn another screw, the model merchant concluded. What it meant to turn another screw became quickly manifest. Not daring to give the true explanation, none of the people implicated have ever been able to make a plausible explanation of the meaning of this letter. The railroad man to whom it was sent interpreted it, when examined by Congress, as meaning that he should equalize rates, But Congress asked him, "Is the commercial phrase for equalizing rates among railroad people, 'turn another screw'?" He had to reply helplessly, "I do not think it is." The sender before the same committee interpreted it as a request to tighten up the machinery of their loose office. Footnote 386, Trust, Congress, 1888, pages 524 to 30, end of footnote. Rice found out what the letter meant. "My rates were raised on that road over 50% in 5 days. Was it necessary to turn on more than one screw in that direction to put a stop to your business? One was sufficient." Footnote 387, same, page 620, end of footnote. The rates to the combination remained unchanged. For 5 years, to 1886, they did not vary a mill. After the screw had been turned on, he who suggested it wrote to the offending merchants at Nashville that if they persisted in bringing in this outside oil, he would not only cut down the price of oil, but he would enter into competition on all other articles sold in their grocery. He italicized this sentence, "And certainly this competition will not be limited to coal oil or any one article, and will not be limited to any one year." Footnote 388, same, pages 534 to 36, end of footnote. "Your cooperation or your life," says he. Have you not frequently, as a shipper of oil, taken part in the competition with grocers and others in other business than oil in order to force them to buy oil? Almost invariably, I did that always. Footnote 389, same, page 533, end of footnote. The expense and influence necessary for sustaining the market in this manner are altogether expended by us, and not by the representatives of outside oil, he further wrote. Influence, as a fact of supply and demand, an element of price making, is not mentioned in any political economy, and yet the influence by which certain men have got the highway shut to other shippers has made a mark as plain as the mountains of the moon on our civilization. If we allow anyone to operate in this manner, he continued, in any one of our localities, it simply starts off others, and whatever trouble or expense it has given us in the past to prevent it, we have found it to be, and still believe it to be, the only policy to pursue. Footnote 390, same, page 536, end of footnote. They are threatening, his Nashville agent, after the screw was turned, wrote Rice, to ruin us in our business. Footnote 391, Trust, Congress, 1888, page 729, end of footnote. The head of the Louisville bone cutters, when a witness before Congress during the trust investigation, stigmatized the action of his Nashville victims as blackmail. They were blackmailers because they had sold a competitor's oil and refused to continue to sell his own unless it was made as cheap or cheaper. Competition, when he practiced it on others, was sympathetical cooperation. Tried on him, it was blackmail. That man wanted us to pay him more than we paid the other jobbers, i.e., he wanted them to meet the prices of competitors because he thought we had the market sustained, and he could blackmail us into it. I bluffed him in language, and language is cheap. Footnote 392, same, page 534, end of footnote. The language that could produce an advance of freights of 50% in 5 days against a competitor was certainly cheap for the man whose rates remained unchanged, and who thereby absorbed his neighbor's vineyard. The inevitable result followed at last. Rice fought out the fight at Nashville 7 years, from 1880 to 1887. Then, defeated, he had to shut up his agency there. That was evacuation day at Nashville. It was among his oldest agencies, he told Congress, and it was shut out entirely last year on account of the discriminations. I cannot get in there. Footnote 393, same, page 730, end of footnote. State inspection of oil and municipal ordinances about storage have been other screws that have been turned to get rid of competition. City councils passed ordinances forbidding oil in barrels to be stored, while allowing oil in tanks, which is very much more dangerous, as the records of oil fires and explosions show conclusively. His New Orleans agent wrote Rice concerning the maneuvers of his pursuer. He has been down here for some time and has, by his engineering and in consequence of the city ordinances, cut me out of storage. As matters now stand, I would not be able to handle a single barrel of oil. Footnote 394, same, page 733, end of footnote. In Georgia, the law was made so that the charge to the oil combination shipping in tank cars was only half what it was to others who shipped in barrels. The state inspector's charge for oil in tanks was made 25 cents a barrel. For oil in barrels, it was 50 cents a barrel. But as if that was not advantage enough, the inspector inspected the tanks at about 2/3 of their actual capacity. If an independent refiner sent 100 barrels of oil into the state, he would have to pay $50 for inspection, while the oil combination, sending in the same, would pay but 25 cents a barrel, and that on only 66 2/3 barrels, or $16 in all. This difference is a large commercial profit of itself, and would alone enable the one who received it to sell without loss at a price that would cripple all others. In this state, the chief inspector had the power to appoint inspectors for the towns. He would name them only for the larger places where the combination had storage tanks. This prevented independent refiners from shipping directly to the smaller markets in barrels, as they could not be inspected there, and if not inspected, could not be sold. Footnote 395, Trusts, Congress, 1888, page 735, end of footnote. All these maneuvers of inspection helped to force the people to buy of only one dealer, to take what he supplied and pay what he demanded. Why should an official appointed by the people, paid by them to protect them, thus use all his powers against them? Why? State whether you had not in your employ the state inspector of oil and gave him a salary, the Louisville representative of the combination was asked by Congress. Yes, sir. Footnote 396, same, page 535, end of footnote. Throughout the country, the people of the states have been influenced to pass inspection laws to protect themselves, as they supposed, from bad oil with its danger of explosion. But these inspection laws proved generally to be special legislation in disguise, operating directly to deprive the people of the benefit of that competition, which would be a self-acting inspection. They are useful only as an additional illustration of the extent to which government is being used as an active partner by great business interest. Meanwhile, any effort of the people to use their own forces through governments to better their condition, as by the ownership of municipal gasworks, street railways, or national railroads and telegraphs, is sung to sleep with the lullaby about government best, government least. This second campaign had been a formidable affair. A worse was to follow. But it did not overcome the independent of Marietta. With all these odds against him, he made his way. Expelled from one place and another, like Memphis and Nashville, he found markets elsewhere. This was because the Southern people gave him market support along with their moral support. Cooperation of father and son and daughter made oil cheaper than the sympathetical cooperation opposing them, with its high salaries, idle refineries, and deadheads. Rice had to pay no dividends on trust stock capitalized for 15 times the value of the property. He did not, like every one of the trustees, demand for himself an income of millions a year from the consumer. He found margin enough for survival, and even something more than survival, between the cost of production and the market price. In 1886, we were increasing our business very largely. Our rates were low enough so that we could compete in the general Southern market. Footnote 397, Trusts, Congress, 1888, page 578, end of footnote. Upon this thrice won prosperity fell now blow after blow from the same hand which had struck so heavily twice before. From 1886 to the present moment, Rice and his family have been kept busier defending their right to live in business than in doing the business itself. Their old enemy has come at them for the third time, with every means of destruction that could be devised, from highway exclusion to attacks upon private character, given currency by all the powerful means at his command. The game of 1886 was that of 1879, but with many improvements gained from experience and progress of desire. His rates were doubled, sometimes almost tripled, in some cases as much as 333%. Rates to his adversary were not raised at all. The raise was secret. Suspecting something wrong, he called on the railroad officer July 13th and asked what rates were going to be. The latter replied that he had not the list made out. But the next day, he sent it in full to the combination. Rice could not get them until August 23rd, 6 weeks later, and then not all of them. As in 1879, the new tariff was arranged at a conference with the favored shippers. Footnote 398, Trust, Congress, 1888, pages 579 to 80, end of footnote. This was the first gun of a concerted attack. Rice was soon under fire from all parts of the field. One road after another raised his rates until it seemed as if the entire southern market would be closed to him. While this was in progress, the new interstate commerce law passed by Congress, in part through the efforts of Rice, to prevent just such misuse of the highways went into effect. But this did not halt the railway managers. A month after it was passed, the Senate Committee on Interstate Commerce was shown that discrimination was still going on, as it is still. At points as far apart as Louisville, New Orleans, Atlanta, St. Louis, and San Francisco, switches were spiked against Rice, and the main lines barricaded of all the highways between the Ohio River, the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, and the Gulf of Mexico. In the face of the Interstate Commerce Act, the roads raised his freights to points in Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Louisiana, and Mississippi, in no case less than 29, and in some cases as high as 150, 168, and 212% more than was charged the oil combination. Where the latter would pay $100 freight, he, shipping the same amount to the same place, would sometimes pay $310 if he got it taken at all. Footnote 399, same, page 584, end of footnote. The general freight agent of one of the roads, when before the Interstate Commerce Commission, denied this. When confronted with written proof of it, he could only say, "It is simply an error." Footnote 400. Testimony, Rice Cases, Interstate Commerce Commission, numbers 51 to 60, page 147, end of footnote. Rice shows that in some cases these discriminations made him pay 4 times as much freight, gallon for gallon, as the monopoly. The differences against him were so great that even the self-contained Interstate Commerce Commission has to call them a vast discrepancy. Footnote 401, Trust, Congress, 1888, pages 682 to 83, end of footnote. The power that pursued him maneuvered against him, as if it were one track, all the railroads from Pennsylvania to Florida, from Ohio to Lake Superior and the Pacific coast. Through its representative, the oil combination was called before the Interstate Commerce Commission to explain its relation to this vast discrepancy. Your company pays full rates? Pays the rates that I understand are the rates for everybody. Pays what are known as open rates? Open rates, yes, sir. Footnote 402, Testimony, Rice Cases, Interstate Commerce Commission, 1887, numbers 51 to 60, page 57, end of footnote. That the increase of rates in 1886, like that of 1879, was made by the railroads against Rice under the direction of his trade enemy is confirmed by the unwilling testimony of the latter's representative before Congress. I know I have been asked just informally by railroad men once or twice as to what answer they should make. They said, "Here is a man, Rice for instance, writing us that you are getting a lower rate." He was asked if he knew any reason, legal or moral, why the Louisville and Nashville Railroad should select his firm as the sole people in the United States. "No, sir," the witness replied, but then added, recovering himself, I think they did because we were at the front. Footnote 403, Trusts, Congress, 1888, pages 529 to 32, end of footnote. The railroads bring the people they prefer to the front, and then, because they are at the front, make them the sole people. Rice did not sleep under this new assault. He went to the Attorney General of Ohio and had those of the railroads, which were Ohio corporations, brought to judgment before the Supreme Court of Ohio, which revoked their action and could, if it chose, have forfeited their charters. The Supreme Court found that these railroads had charged discriminating rates, strikingly excessive, which tended to foster a monopoly, actually excluded these competitors, giving to the favored shippers absolute control. Footnote 404, Supreme Court of Ohio, the state, ex relatione versus the Cincinnati, New Orleans, and Texas Pacific Railway Company. The state, ex relatione versus the Cincinnati, Washington, and Baltimore Railway Company. 47 Ohio State Reports, page 130, end of footnote. Rice went to Cincinnati, to Louisville, to St. Louis, and Baltimore to see the officials of the railroads. He found that the roads to the south and west, which took his oil from the road which carried it out of Marietta, were willing to go back to the old rates if the connecting road would do so. But the general freight agent of that company would give him no satisfaction. He wrote October 3rd to the president of the road over which he had done all his business for years. He got no answer. He wrote again October 11th. No answer. October 20th. No answer. November 14th. No answer. Rice had been paying this road nearly $10,000 a year for freight, sending all his oil over it. The road had used its rate-making power to hand over 4/5 of his business to another, but he has never been able to get so much as a formal acknowledgment of the receipt of his letters to the head of the road, asking that his petitions for restoration of his rights on the highway be considered. A part only of the letters and telegrams which he sent during these years, to get rates, to have his cars moved, to rectify unequal charges, to receive the same facilities and treatment others got, fill pages of close print in the Trust Report of the Congressional Committee of Manufacturers of 1888. Your time is a good deal occupied with correspondence, is it not? I should say so. If the rates had been more regular, I would not have had so much correspondence. It takes about all my time to look after rates. Footnote 405, Testimony, Rice Cases, numbers 51 to 60, page 384. End of footnote. Driven off his direct road to market, Rice set to hunting other ways. The Baltimore and Ohio, he found, was, though very roundabout, the only avenue left by which he could get his oils into southern markets. He began to negotiate with it immediately, but it was not until several months later, the middle of November, that he succeeded in closing arrangements. To get to Chattanooga, Tennessee, over this route, his oil had to travel 1,186 miles, as against 582 miles by the roads which had been closed to him. And yet, the rate was lower over the more than double distance. Again, he could send a barrel of oil 1,213 miles by the Baltimore and Ohio to Birmingham, Alabama, for $1.22, while the roads he had been using put his rate up to $2.26, although their line to Birmingham was only 685 miles. All the arrangements had been concluded to the mutual satisfaction of Rice and the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. After this thorough discussion of 4 months, in which every point had been examined, Rice sends forward his first shipment December 1st. He is not a little elated to have blazed his way out of the trackless swamp in which he had been left by the other roads. His satisfaction is short enough. In about a fortnight, on December 15th, the then general freight agent of the Baltimore and Ohio telegraphed him that he could not be allowed to ship any more. We will have to withdraw rates on oil to southern points, as the various lines and interests, the connections to which the Baltimore and Ohio delivered the oil for points beyond its own line, and which shared in the rates, will not carry them out. This was stunning. It nullified the labor of months which had been spent in opening a way out of this blockade. It put the cup of ruin again to the lips of the family at Marietta, innocent of all offense but that of trying to make a living out of the industry of their choice, and asking no favors, only the right to travel the public highway on equal terms and to stand in the open markets. The excuse given was heavy laden with inaccuracy. Rice immediately found out by wire that the Piedmont Airline, one of the most important of the connections, had not refused to carry at the agreed rate. Its traffic manager telegraphed the Baltimore and Ohio people to reconsider their action and continued taking Rice's oil. When asked first by Rice and afterwards by Congress to name the lines which refused, as he alleged, to carry out the rates he had agreed upon, the general freight agent of the Baltimore and Ohio could not give one. He escaped from Congress by promising to send its committee within a day or two all the correspondence with these other companies. Once out of the committee room, he never sent a scrap of paper to redeem his promise, and the whole matter was lost sight of by the committee. Footnote 406, Trusts, Congress, 1888, pages 397, 398, 615 to 17, and a footnote. Rice, badly shattered, still sought and managed to find a few long way around routes. He presented to Congress in 1888 a table showing how he still managed to get to some of his markets. To Birmingham, Alabama, the direct route of 685 miles, as well as the Baltimore and Ohio, being closed to him, he shipped over 7 different railroads forward and backward 1,155 miles. The rates of all these roads added together made only $2.10 a barrel instead of $2.66, to which the shorter line had raised its price for the purpose, as this comparison shows, not of giving revenue, but of cutting it off. To get into Nashville, he had to go around 805 miles over 5 different lines instead of 502 miles as usual, and still had a rate of $1.28 instead of $1.60. From 1880, the moment he turned to the southern field after the destruction of his business in the West, everything that railroad men's ingenuity could do was done to prevent him from becoming a successful manufacturer who might increase the amount to be shipped, open new markets, and steady the trade by making it move by many minds of different views and reasons instead of by one. In order barely to live, he was kept writing, telegraphing, traveling, protesting, begging, litigating, worrying, and agitating by press, prosecutions, private and public, and by state and national investigation. The ingenuity of the railroad officials in chasing him down was wonderful. Nothing was too small if it would hurt. Sometimes the railroad made through rates so high that it was cheaper for him to ship his oil along by short stages, paying the local rates from place to place until it reached its destination. In this way, he got a car from Cincinnati to Knoxville at the rate of 32 cents altogether, when, if it had been shipped at once all the way on the through rate, it would have cost 40 cents a hundred. The railroads have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, used up armies of gifted counsel, and spoiled tons of white paper with ink to argue out their right to charge more for short hauls than long hauls. But when some traffic manager wants to crush one of his employer's customers, no short haul, long haul consistency stands in his way. Footnote 407, Trusts, Congress, 1888, page 622, end of footnote. It was not enough to fix his rate at double what others paid. All kinds of mistakes were made about his shipments. Again and again these mistakes were repeated, nor were they, the Interstate Commerce Commission shows, corrected when pointed out. Footnote 408, same, pages 586, 676. Testimony, Rice Cases, Interstate Commerce Commission, numbers 51 to 60, 1887, pages 391 to 92, end of footnote. One of the stock excuses made by railroad managers for giving preferential rates to their favorites is that they are the largest shippers and consequently entitled to a wholesale rate. But when Rice was the largest shipper, As he was in New Orleans, they forgot to give him the benefit of this principle. When Rice wrote, asking if a lower rate was not being made, the railroad agent replied, "Let me repeat that the rates furnished you are just as low as furnished anybody else." This lacks accuracy, is the comment of the Interstate Commerce Commission. Wishing to know if the Louisville and Nashville would unite with other roads in making through rates to him, Rice asked the question of its freight agent. He replied, "I do not see that it is any of your business." It was undoubtedly his business, the Interstate Commerce Commission says sharply, and his inquiry on the subject was not wanting either in civility or propriety. When Rice asked the same road for rates, the officials refused to give them to him and persisted in their refusal. Footnote 409, same, pages 676 to 77, into footnote. Like Vanderbilt before the New York Legislative Committee, they seemed to think excuses to shippers were a substitute for transportation, and evidently thought they had done more than their duty in answering Rice's letters. But, as the Commission dryly observes, their answers to Rice's letters did not relieve him of the injurious consequences. In attempting to explain these things to the Interstate Commerce Commission, the agent of the railroad said, "If I have not made myself clear, "You have not," one of the Commission interrupted. Footnote 410, Rice Cases, numbers 51 to 60, 1887, page 119, end of footnote. The refusal to give Rice these rates was an illegal refusal, the Commission decided. The obligation to give the rates was plain and unquestionable. This general freight agent was summoned by Congress to tell whether or not lower rates had been made to the oil combination and to their competitors. He refused to produce the books and papers called for by the subpoena. He had been ordered by the vice president of the road, he said, to refuse. He declined to answer the questions of the committee. Recalled, he finally admitted the truth. "We gave them lower rates in some instances." Footnote 411, Trusts, Congress, 1880, page 520, end of footnote. Rice took to the water whenever he could, as hunted animals do. The Ohio, Mississippi, Tennessee, Missouri were public highways that had not been made private property, with general agents or presidents to say no when asked permission to travel over them. He began to ship by river. The chairman of the Committee of Commerce rose in his seat in Congress to present favorably a bill to make it illegal to ship oil of less than 150 degrees fire test on the passenger boats of inland waters. The reason ostentatiously given was public safety. But, as was at once pointed out in the press, the public safety required no such law. The test proposed was far above the requirement of safety. No state in its inspection laws stipulated for so high a test. Most of the states were satisfied with oil of 110 degrees fire test. A few, like Ohio, went as high as 120 degrees. All but a very small proportion of the oil sent to Europe was only 110 degrees fire test. The steamboat men did not want the law, and were all against it. There was no demand from the traveling public for such legislation. General Warner, member of Congress, said in opposing the bill, "Petroleum which will stand a fire test of 110 degrees is safer than baled cotton or baled hay, and as safe as whiskey or turpentine to be carried on steamers. What is the object, then? There can be but one, and I may as well assert it here, although I make no imputation whatever upon the Committee of Commerce or any member of it. It will put the whole carrying trade of refined petroleum into the hands of the railroads and under the control of a monopoly which has the whole carrying trade in the oil business on railroads, and they will make it as impossible for refiners to exist along the lakes and the Ohio River as it is impossible for them now to exist on any of the railroads of the country." Why the trust, though it was the greatest shipper, should seek to close up channels of cheapness like the waterways was plain enough. They were highways where privilege was impossible. With its competitors shut off the railroads by privilege and off the rivers by law, it would be competition-proof. The United States authorities, too, moved against Rice, responsive to the same pull that made jumping jacks for monopoly out of committees of commerce and railway kings. When the Mississippi River steamer U.P. Schenck arrived at Vicksburg with 56 barrels of independent oil, the United States Marshal came on board to serve a process summoning the officers and owners to answer to the charge of an alleged violation of law. Several steamboats were similarly libeled. "We were threatened a great many times," the representative of the steamboat company told Congress. Footnote 412, Trusts, Congress, 1880, pages 410 to 11. End of footnote. The steamboat men were put to great expense and without proper cause. When the cases came to trial, they were completely cleared in every instance. But the prosecution had done its work of harassing competition. The success of the campaign of 1879 in Ohio was now repeated over a wider field. The attack of 1886, in a period of 5 months, Rice said before Congress, shut up 14 of my agencies out of 24 and reduced the towns we had been selling in from 73 to 34. Footnote 413, Trusts, Congress, 1888, page 599. End of footnote. This was a loss in 1 year of 79%, or about 4/5 of his business. Into Section 20. Section 21 of Wealth Against Commonwealth by Henry Demarest Lloyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bryan Travis. Chapter 17. In the Interest of All. The difference in freights against Rice was so great, as the Interstate Commerce Commission found, after taking hundreds of pages of testimony, that he had to pay $600 to $1,200 or more on the same quantity his opponent got through for $500. These discriminations were made, as the commissioners say, on no principle, neither greater risks, greater expense, competition by water transportation, nor any other fact or circumstance brought forward in defense, nor all combined, can account for these differences. Footnote 414, Trust, Congress, 1888, pages 688 to 89. End of footnote. The railroads had, of course, to give some reason, and they put forward the plea that it was much more expensive and dangerous to carry Rice's shipments, which were in barrels, than those of the combination, which were in tank cars. Footnote 415, see Chapter 11. End of footnote. This excuse for charging him rates at which he could not ship at all did not stand examination by the Interstate Commerce Commission. But he did not wait for that. When he found the railroads were so fond of tank cars, he set about getting them. He wrote the general freight agent and the president of the road that he would build tank cars, and asked what his rate would be then, but he got no answer. He wrote other roads, but got no answer. He asked the general manager of the Queen City and Crescent route the same question. After a correspondence of 5 months with him and other officials, in which he was shuttlecocked from one to another and back again, he had not only not succeeded in getting any tank car rates, but at the end of that protracted exchange of letters, the general manager wrote, "I was not aware that you had asked for rates on oil and tank cars." Footnote 416, Trusts, Congress, 1888, page 607. End of footnote. Rice wrote the Louisville and Nashville, "I will build immediately 20 tank cars if you will guarantee me as low a net rate as accorded any other shipper." Commenting on his failure to get answers, the commissioners say, "Complainant did not succeed in obtaining rates. The denial of his right was plain and stands unexcused. What reason there may have been for it, the refusal of rates, we do not know, but find that they were not just or legal reasons." Footnote 417, same, page 678, end of footnote. How history is made. One of the reasons given by the solicitor of the oil trust, footnote 418, combinations, by S.C.T. Dodd, page 29, end of footnote, for its success is its use of the tank car, with the obvious inference that its would-be competitors had no such enterprise. And Peckham, in his valuable and usually correct Census Report on Petroleum in 1885 says that the railroads require shippers to use tank cars. Footnote 419, Petroleum and Its Products by S.F. Peckham, U.S. Census 1885, page 92, end of footnote. Determined to keep in the field and to have tank cars, if tank cars were so popular with the railroad officials, Rice went to the leading manufacturers to have some built. He found they were glad to get his contract. After making arrangements at considerable trouble and expense to build him the cars, they telegraphed him that they had to give it up. Bankers, who had promised to advance them money on the security of the cars, backed out, on account of some supposed controversy which they claim you have had with the Standard Oil Company and various railroads in the West. They feared you could not use these cars to advantage if the railroads should be hostile to your interests. Footnote 420, Trusts, Congress, 1888, page 614, end of footnote. Through the all-pervading system of espionage to which cities, footnote 421, see chapter 24 into footnote, as well as individuals were subject, his plans had been discovered and thwarted. The espionage over shipments provided for by the South Improvement Scheme has now extended to business between manufacturer and manufacturer. Why should it stop at unsealing private correspondence in the post office in the European style and making its contents known to those who need the information for the protection of their rights to the control of the markets? Rice, who was nothing if not indomitable, finally got 10 cars from the Harrisburg Works. But this supply was entirely inadequate, and he had to continue doing the bulk of his business in barrels. What a devil's tattoo the railroad men beat on these barrels of his. They made him pay full tariff rates on every pound weight of the oil and of the barrel, but they hauled free the iron tanks, which were the barrels of his rivals, and also gave them free the use of the flat cars on which the tanks were carried. Footnote 422, Testimony, Rice Cases, Interstate Commerce Commission, numbers 51 to 60, 1887, page 144, end of footnote. Hauling the tanks free, on trucks furnished free, was not enough. The railroads hauled free of all charge a large part, often more than half, of the oil put into the tanks. In the exact phrase of the Interstate Commerce Commission, they made out their bills for freight to the oil combination regardless of quantity. This is called blind billing. Of the 3,000 tank cars of the combination, only 2 carried as little as 20,000 pounds. According to the official figures, there were hundreds carrying more than 30,000 pounds, and the weight ran up to 44,250 pounds, but they were shipped at 20,000 pounds. Footnote 423, Trusts, Congress, 1888, pages 587, 675, 680. Rice Cases, numbers 51 to 60, 1887, pages 487 to 88. For similar preferences to the Palace Cattle Car Companies, see Report on Meat Products, United States Senate, 1890, page 18, and a footnote. A statement put in evidence showed that shipments in tank cars actually weighing 1,637,190 pounds had been given to the roads by the combination as weighing only 1,192,655 pounds. Cars whose loads weighed 44,250, 43,700, 43,500, 36,550 pounds were shipped as having on board only 20,000 pounds. At this rate, more than 1/4 of the transportation was stolen. The stockholders of the road were paying an expensive staff of inspectors to detect attempts of shippers to put more in their cars than they paid for. But these shippers paid for 3 carloads and shipped from 4 to 6 regularly, and were never called to account. This blind billing, the commission said, was specially oppressive. It was done by the roads in violation of their own rule. It had been mutually agreed among them and given out to the public that tank cars shall be taken at actual rate. Footnote 424, Rice Cases, numbers 51 to 60, 1887, page 477, end of footnote. When Rice was trying to get the roads to allow him to use tank cars, he asked how the charge on them was calculated. Of those that answered, none answered right. None of them gave him the slightest intimation that there was any such practice as blind billing. On the contrary, they assured him he would have to pay for every pound he shipped. The Missouri Pacific replied with a statement not warranted by the facts, as the commission softly put it. They said they charged for the actual weight, while, as the commission shows, they made shipments regardless of quantity. Rice asked the Newport News and Mississippi Valley Railroad for tank car rates. A tank car is supposed to carry 20,000 pounds. If it weighs more, then we will charge for it. At the same time the agent wrote Rice this, he was hauling cars containing 35,000 pounds with no additional charge. If this statement was made in good faith, the commission says, it is difficult to account for it, and it is not accounted for. Had he, Rice, provided himself with cars for tank shipment and been charged as he was told he would be, the discrimination against him would have put success in the traffic out of the question. When they wanted to turn some new screw in freight rates against Rice, the railroad officials would whip themselves around the stump by printing a new tariff sheet on a typewriter and tacking it, perhaps, as one of the Interstate Commerce Commission said, on some back door in their offices. This they called publishing the rates, as required by the Interstate Commerce Law. To Rice, asking for tank car rates, they would send this printed sheet, showing that if he shipped by tank car, he must pay for every pound, and they held him off with this printed, official, and apparently authentic tariff, though shipping 44,000 for 20,000 pounds for the trust. This was done after the Interstate Commerce Act went into force. Footnote 425, Trust, Congress, 1888, pages 675, 679 to 87, end of footnote. One of these roads assured Rice that its rates had been fixed by the special authority of the National Railway Commissioners. The fact was, as the commission declares, the commission never investigated coal oil rates or gave special authority for the renewal. It never sanctioned any difference in the rates as between tank car and barrel shipments, and had never, up to the date of this letter, had its attention called to them in any way. Footnote 426, same, page 682, end of footnote. The representative of the combination was called as a witness before the Interstate Commerce Commission. We pay for exactly what is put in the tanks. Footnote 427, Rice Cases, numbers 51 to 60, 1887, page 47, end of footnote. He testified. In fact, this was never done, says the commission. Footnote 428, Trusts, Congress, 1888, page 675, end of footnote. Even the railroad officials, who could go any length in blind billing for him, could not go it blind on the witness stand to the extent of supporting such a statement. Our price per tank car was not based on any capacity or weight. They have been made simply per tank car. Footnote 429, Rice Cases, numbers 51 to 60, 1887, pages 108 to 9, end of footnote. What generally is the object of false billing? I suppose to beat the railroad company. Footnote 430, same, page 120, end of footnote. In defense of the discrimination against the barrel shippers, a great deal has been made of danger from fire, damage to cars from leakage, and trouble of handling in the case of barrel shipments, but the best expert opinion which the Interstate Commerce Commission could get went against all these plausible pretenses. Footnote 431, see Chapter 11, end of footnote. The manager of the tank line on the Pennsylvania roads showed that the risks were least when the transportation was in barrels. Another reason given for the lower rates on tanks was that they returned loaded with turpentine and cottonseed oil from the South. But, as the Interstate Commerce Commission shows, this traffic was taken at rates so astonishingly low that it was of little profit. Footnote 432, Trusts, Congress, 1888. Page 674, end of footnote. And the Commissioner of the Southern Railway and Steamship Association informed the Commission that the return freight business in cotton alone brought back by the boxcars, to say nothing of other freight, was worth more than these back loads of turpentine in the tank cars. Footnote 433, Rice Cases, numbers 51 to 60, 1887, page 480, end of footnote. It was consequently the boxcar in which barrel shipments were made, and not the tanks, on which the railroad men should have given a better rate, according to their own reasoning. Turpentine and cottonseed oil are worth 3 or 4 times more than kerosene, and it costs no more, no less to haul one than the other. But the railroads would carry the cottonseed oil and turpentine for 1/3 or 1/4 the rate they charged for kerosene. The commission could not understand why the rates given by the roads on these backloads of turpentine and cottonseed oil were so low. This charge, for some reason not satisfactorily explained to the commission, is made astonishingly low when compared with the charge made upon petroleum, although the cottonseed oil is much the more valuable article. Footnote 434, Trusts, Congress, 1888, page 674, end of footnote. The newspapers of the South have contained many items of news indicating that the men who have made the oil markets theirs have similarly appropriated the best of the turpentine trade, but nothing is known through adjudicated testimony. The trustees of oil have always denied that there was any connection between them and the Cottonseed Oil Trust, although the latter shipped its product in the oil trust cars. The reasons, therefore, for the extraordinarily low rates made on the turpentine and cottonseed oil shipped north in its tank cars must remain until further developments where the commission leaves it. Not satisfactorily explained. The railroads said they made the rates low for tanks because of the enticing prospects of these backloads, in which there was no profit to speak of, but they extended these special rates to points from which there was no such backloading. Footnote 435, Trusts, Congress, 1888, pages 531 to 33, end of footnote. Rice saw how the cost of sending his oil south could be reduced by bringing backloads of turpentine at these astonishingly low rates. He found there was still turpentine in the South he could buy, but the railroads would not so much as answer his application for rates. They absolutely refused. Was this refusal since the interstate commerce decision in your case? Yes, sir, since that decision. Footnote 436, same, pages 646 to 47, end of footnote. It might have been thought that this would have been enough, hauling the tank itself free, furnishing the flat cars free for many tanks, carrying free 1/4 to 1/2 or more. But there was more than this. The railroads paid the combination for putting its tank cars on their lines. For every mile these cars were hauled, loaded or empty, the roads paid it a mileage varying from 3/4 to 1.5 cents. This mileage was of itself a handsome revenue, enough to pay a profit of 6% on its investment in the cars. But when Rice asked what the railroads would charge him for hauling back his empty tank cars, he was not told that he would be paid for their use as others were. He was told that he would be charged generally 1.5 cents a mile, or we make the usual mileage charge on return of empty tanks. This last statement, the Interstate Commerce Commissioners say, was not warranted by the facts. Footnote 437, same, pages 668 to 85, end of footnote. The vessel which contains the oil of the combination receives a hire coming and going, Mr. Rice's lawyer said before the Committee of Congress on Commerce. That which contains Rice's oil pays a tax. When Rice tried to sell his oil on the Pacific coast, he found that if he shipped in tank cars, he would have to pay $95 to bring the empty car back, which others got back free. The representative of the oil combination was questioned about all this by the Interstate Commerce Commission. Are you allowed mileage on tank cars? No, sir. Neither way? Neither way. Footnote 438, Rice Cases, numbers 51 to 60, page 65, end of footnote. But the railroad officials again could not blind bill him as far as this. Asked what mileage they paid him, they replied, 3/4 cents a mile. Footnote 439, same, page 131. End of footnote. When the freight agents who did these queer things at the expense of their employers, i.e., their proper employers, the stockholders, were put on the stand before the Interstate Commerce Commission to explain, they cut a sorry figure. "It was an oversight, a mistake," said one. Another could only ring confused changes on, "I think it is an error. I cannot tell why it is so. It is simply an error. I cannot tell." Footnote 440, same, pages 128 to 29, 143 to 47, 239, end of footnote. There were never any errors, suppositions, oversights for Rice. Footnote 441, same, page 109, Trust, Congress, 1888, pages 675 to 76, end of footnote. Referring to this, the Commission says caustically, "The remarkable thing about the matter is that so many of these defendants should make the same mistake. A mistake, too, that it was antecedently so improbable any of them would make. The Louisville and Nashville, the Cincinnati, New Orleans, and Texas Pacific, the Newport News and Mississippi Valley, and the Illinois Central Companies are all found giving out the same erroneous information, and no one of them can tell how or why it happened to be done, much less how so many could contemporaneously, in dealing with the same subject, fall into so strange an error. It is to be noted, too, that it is not a subordinate agent or servant who makes the mistake in any instance, but it is the man at the head of the traffic department, and whose knowledge on the subject any inquirer would have a right to assume must be accurate. In no case is the error excused." Footnote 442, Trust, Congress, 1888, page 688, end of footnote. The cases in which Rice prosecuted the railroads before the Interstate Commerce Commission are among the most important that have been tried by the Commission. The charges made by Rice were conclusively proved, except as to some minor roads and circumstances. The Commission declared the rates that were charged him to be illegal and unjust, and a discrimination that must be stopped. It ordered the roads to discontinue using their power as common carriers to carry Rice's property into the possession of a rival. The conclusion is irresistible that the rate sheets were not considerately made with a view to relative justice. Footnote 443, Trusts, Congress, 1888, page 689, end of footnote. The facts of these discriminations, unjust, illegal, and abhorrent, are on the records as judicially and finally determined. But one of the combinations said before the Pennsylvania legislature at Harrisburg, as reported in the Harrisburg Patriot, February 19, 1891. "I say to you all, in good faith, that since the passage of the Interstate Commerce Law and the introduction of that system, we have never taken a rebate. I mean, we have taken no advantage over what any other shipper can get. I make the statement broadly, and I challenge this statement to the very utmost, and will pay the expenses of any litigation undertaken to try it." When it was found that this practice of charging the preferred shipper for only 20,000 pounds when it shipped 25,000, 30,000, 40,000, or 44,000 was going to be investigated by the Interstate Commerce Commission, there were intellects ready to meet the emergency. A pot of paint and a paintbrush furnished the shield of righteousness. Each car, being known by its number, and only by its number, all the old numbers of the 3,000 tank cars of the Oil Trust were painted out and new numbers painted on. Whether its mighty men left their luxurious palaces in New York and stole about in person after dark, each with paint pot and brush, or whether they asked employees to do such work, the evidence does not state. The device was simple, but it did. Rice was suing for his rights to use the highways before the Interstate Commerce Commission and before the Supreme Court of Ohio through the Attorney General of the state, who had found the matter of sufficient importance to use his official power to institute suits in quo warranto against two railroads. It was necessary that evidence should be forthcoming in these suits to prove what his rate was in comparison with the others. The only way this could be done was by comparing the actual size of the cars with the given size in the freight bills or manifests. The cars are known in the bills only by their numbers, and without its number, no car could be identified. The report of Congress reprints the following from the testimony of the representative of the trust before the Interstate Commerce Commission. Has there recently been any general change in the numbering of the cars? Yes, sir. There has been quite a general renumbering, repainting, and overhauling. When did that change take place? I think it was commenced sometime in July. It may have been later. The result of that renumbering made it practically impossible to identify any car as connected with any shipment made before that time. The cars were there, looking as fresh and innocent as good men who have donned robes of spotless white earned by the payment of generous pew rent. The cars showed even to the unassisted eye, as the Interstate Commerce Commission said, how much larger they were than was pretended. There was still the accounts of the railroads showing that these cars had been blind-billed as containing only 20,000 pounds. But the cars mentioned in the manifesto could no longer be identified with the cars on the tracks. The sin of blind billing was washed out in paint. Rice went to the Interstate Commerce Commission with his complaint, in this case in July. Immediately, the repainting and renumbering took place. It was commenced sometime in July. It may have been later. Footnote 444. Trust, Congress, 1888, pages 598 to 99. Testimony, Rice cases, numbers 51 to 60, 1887, page 28, and a footnote. In such cases, time is money, and more. Seest thou a man diligent in business, he shall stand before kings. He shall not stand before mean men. The members of this combination have many thousand tank cars engaged in carrying their oil, and some of them have another kind of tank car traveling about the country. Under the head of the gospel car, the Daily Statesman of Portland, Oregon, printed the following article, Sunday, December 13th, 1891. The gospel car. The mission car Evangel arrived yesterday and was sidetracked on the penitentiary switch. A song service attracted many people during the morning. There will be services at 10:30 this morning, and in the afternoon, at 3 o'clock, a Sunday school will be organized. This will be the first Sunday school ever organized from the gospel car, which has been on the road since last spring. The Evangel is 60 feet in length, 10 feet wide, and seats nearly 100 people. It is the generous gift of several New York millionaires, the most important of them belonging to the Oil Trust, to the American Baptist Publication Society. The reverend gentleman who was in charge of the Evangel, the statesman continued, will visit the smaller towns along the railway and conduct evangelistic meetings in the car. One of these cars was in Chicago early in 1893 and was admiringly described by the Chicago press. Though corporations have no souls, they are ready to help save the souls of others, for the railroads give these cars free hauling, and the messages and the packages of its occupants are franked by the telegraph and express companies. The contents of this tank car are distributed by its donors to the people without money and without price. It is conceivable that by making it so cheap, and by multiplying the Evangel into an evangelical tank line of thousands of cars, the donors might drive the churches, which have no tank cars, out of the business, as they have done the tankless refiners, and ultimately add to the monopoly of the light of the world that of the light of the other world. The effect of all this on the family cooperation at Marietta does not need to be described. Its head told Congress that if he had had no difficulty in getting the same freight as others, he could have run his refinery to its full capacity and could have increased his works largely. Are not your expenses less than theirs? Yes, sir. I am running very moderately now, 1/3 to 1/2 generally. Footnote 445, Trust, Congress, 1888, page 622, end of footnote. I am virtually ruined, he says still later in a statement of his condition in a circular to the public, urging them to petition Congress to make the imperfect interstate commerce law operative. He is virtually ruined, though he has won his cases before the Interstate Commerce Commission, and that federal tribunal has ordered the roads to give him his rights on the highways. But it has been a barren victory. His circular is entitled, My Experience Very Briefly Told. Its opening sentences give us, in a phrase, the secret of the significance of Rice's story and dignify his appeal to the public. They show how thoroughly adversity had driven home into this plain man's mind a great civic truth, which his fellow citizens have not yet learned, probably because they have not yet had adversity enough. His solitary and fruitless, although successful struggle taught him that the citizens of industry can no more maintain their rights acting singly than the citizens of government. He had learned that competition, supply and demand, eternal laws of trade were catchwords as impotent in the markets to give individuals their rights, if unassociated, as the incantations of royalty and loyalty and law and order to save people from their king until they made themselves a people. Persons fail. Only a people can get and keep freedom. This Rice had begun to learn from his failure to enforce single-handed rights which all the courts declared were his, but which no court could secure. In his card to the people, he said, "I am fighting for my rights and for my existence, which happens to be in the interest of all, single-handed and alone, at my own expense and time lost. I am here to do what I can to get the Interstate Commerce Act amended at this present session of the 50th Congress, to cure existing evils, and all I ask is that you will take hold and assist me by your signature and approval to the enclosed petition. You are subject to the same influences, and now is your time, my fellow countrymen, to come forward and assist a little to stop this nefarious work. In the interest of all." This is exactly the relation which the struggle of this common citizen bears to the general welfare. The investigation by the Ohio legislature in 1879, footnote 446, see page 205, and a footnote, the removal by the United States Court of the railroad receiver who agreed to pay the oil trust $25 out of every $35 freight collected from Rice, footnote 447, see page 206, and a footnote, the refund ordered by the Supreme Court of Ohio from a pipeline company which had charged Rice 15 cents extra on every barrel he shipped to pay it to his competitors, footnote 448, Brundred et al. Versus Rice, decided November 1st, 1892, 49 Ohio State Reports, and a footnote, the successful prosecution by the Attorney General of Ohio before the Supreme Court of the railroads discriminating against Rice, footnote 449, see page 219, and a footnote, the cases before the Interstate Commerce Commission from its beginning till now, involving hundreds of railroads, and decided so far as it did decide on almost every point in Rice's favor. Footnote 450. For the decisions in these Rice cases, see Interstate Commerce Commission Report, Volume 1, page 503. Same, page 722. Volume 2, page 389, Volume 3, page 186, Volume 4, page 228, Volume 5, page 193, and same, page 660, and a footnote. The disruption, as far as forms go, of the oil trust in Ohio by the Supreme Court of the state, ousting corporations from the right to become members of such combinations and to pool their earnings therein. Footnote 451. The State of Ohio, ex relatione. David K. Watson, Attorney General versus the Standard Oil Company. Northeast Reporter, Volume 30, page 279. 49 Ohio State Reports, page 317. And a footnote. The investigation of the oil trust by Congress in 1888 and 1889, devoted in large part to the various aspects of Rice's experience, these are some only of the public functions which had to be invoked in the ineffectual attempt to protect this one man on the high road and in his livelihood, and they show how little his was merely a private affair. When the amendment of the Interstate Commerce Law was before Congress in 1889, eminent counsel were employed by Rice to explain the defects of the law to the committees, and petitions to Congress through his instrumentality were circulated all over the country and numerously signed. Though a poor man who could ill afford it, he gave time and money and attention frequently spending weeks at Washington discussing the subject with members and presenting petitions. The act was amended in partial accordance with these petitions and recommendations. To obtain the elementary right of a stockholder, never withheld in the course of ordinary business, to vote and receive dividends on stock in the oil trust which the trustees had sold and he had bought in the open market, Rice had to sue through all the New York courts from 1888 to 1892. The Court of Appeals decided that there had been no lawful reason for the denial of his rights and ordered that they be accorded him. This was another barren victory. The trust had meanwhile ostensibly been dissolved, but the dissolution has every appearance of being like that of its progenitor, the South Improvement Company, a dissolution in name only, not in reality. In place of the old trust certificates listed on the New York Stock Exchange, new certificates have been issued, which were selling in the spring of 1894 at about the same quotation as the former ones. In this case, the trust asked the New York courts to deny Rice his rights because he had in other matters, and as to other parties, appealed to other courts. His other suits had been against the railroads, not against the oil combination. He acted on the defensive and went into court only to save himself from commercial strangulation. In all of them that went to trial, he was successful, with but one or two exceptions. He was so successful that even the judges who heard his case and decided in his favor were moved to outbursts of unaffected indignation on the bench. The only result aimed at or procured was that the courts decreed that these common carriers must in the future give this citizen his legal rights on the railways, not that he must have the same rates as his opponent, but only that the difference in their favor shall not be excessive, illegal, unjust. Because of this attempt to secure the fair use of the highways side by side with it, the trust pleaded in the Supreme Court of New York that his appeal to courts as a shipper was a reason why the courts should withhold his rights as a stockholder. In making this plea, the trustees described themselves as having been for years persecuted by the Independent of Marietta and moistened the dry pages of their legal pleadings with appeals for the sympathy of the courts and the public. He has diligently and persistently sought to become acquainted with our methods of business and private affairs. He has used efforts to injure our business. He is attempting to harass, injure, and annoy us. He has, ever since 1876, when he first engaged in business, maintained a hostile attitude and been engaged in hostile transactions and proceedings against us, for the purpose of injuring us and our business. He has been uninterruptedly prosecuting a series of litigations in the courts, as well as before the Interstate Commerce Commission and before an investigating committee of Congress, for the purpose of harassing and annoying us. Footnote 452, Rice v. Standard Oil Trust, New York Court of Appeals, Case on Appeal, 1888, end of footnote. And when in 1891 Rice was appealing to the Attorney General of New York to bring suit in the name of the state against the oil combination in New York, like that which had been successfully brought in Ohio, he was publicly stigmatized in court as a blackmailer because he had once named a price at which he was willing to sell his refinery and quit. So the citizens of Nashville were called blackmailers for competing, and the citizens of Buffalo for bringing a criminal conspiracy to justice. It is this dancing attendance upon state legislatures, courts, attorney generals, Congress, the Interstate Commerce Commission has shown in this recital, which the modern American businessman must add to thrift, industry, and sobriety as a condition of survival. End of section 21. Section 22 of Wealth Against Commonwealth by Henry Demarest Lloyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bryan Travis. Chapter 18. Ordinary Supply and Demand. Do I understand that you have not sought in any way to make the operations of refineries outside the trust so unprofitable that parties would either come into the trust or have to abandon the business? Has anything of that sort been done? They have not. No, sir, they have not, was the triple negative of the president. They, the trustees, have lived on good terms with what I may call their competitors. They have, and have today very pleasant relations with those gentlemen. So far as you know, he was asked, the product of the crude oil and the manufacture and sale of the refined oil has been absolutely left to the ordinary rules of supply and demand, has it not? It has. Footnote 453, Testimony, Trust, New York, 1888, pages 385 to 87, end of footnote. In the winter of 1873, a young farmer living among the Blue Hills of Wyoming in western New York, where he had been born and bred, was asked by a stranger from Rochester to help him in a search for oil lands. The old-fashioned quiet of the little community was agitated by the hope that the milk and honey of their valleys might be replaced by a more precious flow. The stranger and his son were prosperous oil refiners, but a little cloud, about the size of a trustee's hand, had crept into their sunshine. As they set about drilling a well on some likely-looking land they had leased, the stranger told the farmer why he was so anxious to strike oil for his own exclusive use. The reader is better prepared to understand his explanation than the then inexperienced agriculturalist to whom he gave his confidence. It had begun to be difficult for him to get a full and regular supply of the crude petroleum for his works. There were restrictions, he said, about the shipments. Footnote 454, People of the State of New York versus Everest et al., Court of Oyer and Terminer, Erie County, February 1886, Court Stenographer's Report. This item is omitted in the transcript of evidence furnished by the Oil Trust to the Committee of Congress investigating trusts in 1888. See Trust, Congress, 1888, page 801. End of footnote. What that meant the young farmer was to learn for himself. There was no oil in Wyoming, and the refiner went back to Rochester, and, as so many others have done, sold the control of his works, the vacuum, to the successful men of the combination, and stepped silently into the minority place. His Wyoming friend, Charles B. Matthews, had continued in his service, and when the vacuum was sold, he and two other of its employees made up their minds to go into the business of refining in Buffalo on their own account. They were under no obligations or contract to remain, and did not suppose themselves to have been sold along with the concern. They were capable men, and showed great business sense in their arrangements. Buffalo, by its connections by rail and the lake with the market, and its nearness to the oil supply, was a much better situation than Rochester or Cleveland. An independent refining company, the Atlas, was then constructing an independent pipeline from the oil regions to Buffalo. This made Buffalo the best point for establishing refining industries in the country, with its canal and lake transportation for the products of the factory, and with the pipeline in the hands of independents from the crude oil wells to the city, said the Buffalo Express. Matthews had, by this time, had several years' experience in the business. Of the two with him, Albert was a laborer, who had worked his way up in the vacuum refinery until he could run the stills and had learned how to make oil. He and his thrifty wife had saved a few $1,000s. He was ambitious. He had learned at school and in the Army and at 4th of July celebrations that America is a free country for all, and that there are no classes here, and that any workman may go to the top. Farmer Matthews had fed his boyhood with stories of country boys who had gone to the city and matured into business magnates. He and Albert pooled their visions and their savings, borrowed some money, and went to work. As for competition, though they knew it was close, they were not afraid, but that they could hold their own in a fair fight. And of anything but a fair fight, they never dreamed. "How are you going to get your crude oil?" Albert and Matthews were asked when they went to tell their employer what they were going to do. "From the Atlas pipeline." "You will wake up someday and find that there is no Atlas Oil Company. We have ways," he continued, "of making money you know nothing about, using, singularly enough, the phraseology employed by a greater man in the interview with another would-be competitor." Footnote 455, see page 52, end of footnote. As gentlemen, he went on to say, I respect you, but as to the Buffalo Lubricating Oil Company, I shall do all in my power to injure or destroy it. Footnote 456, Testimony, Trusts, Congress, 1888, pages 814, 882, 883. End of footnote. Afterwards, Albert alone was sent for. Don't you think it would be better for you to leave these men and have $20,000 deposited to your wife's credit than go with these parties? I went out with them in good faith, and I proposed to stay. It will be only a matter of a few days with the Buffalo institution at the furthest. We will crush them out, and you will lose what little you have got. Albert was shown an elaborate statement of the cost of making oil and its selling price, proving that there was no money in oil. Footnote 457, same, page 815, end of footnote. The record of dividends was produced in court afterwards. It showed that just before this, January 18, 1881, a dividend of 50% had been paid in 1 month. Footnote 458, Court Stenographer's Report, page 1135, end of footnote. Dividends of $300,000 had been paid in 1881 on the capital of $100,000. No wonder they did not want competition, said the New York World. These negotiations had been with the son. Albert, not yielding to this pressure and pushing ahead with the construction of the rival stills, the father, who was in California, came back. At his request, Albert again interrupted the work on the new refinery, which he alone of the partners could direct, and came from Buffalo to Rochester for an interview. You have made a grand mistake, said his old employer, by going out with these fellows. The company will not last long. The result will be, if you stay with them, you will lose all you have got in it. We are going to commence suits against them. We will not only sue them, but serve an injunction on them and stop their work. The result of it is that when these suits commence, if you are in it, you will be responsible, and you have got a little money, and you will lose it all. If you come back and work with us, everything will be all right, and we will make everything satisfactory to you. If I leave them, it will leave them in bad shape, Albert urged. That is just exactly what I want to do. Footnote 459. Testimony, Trust, Congress, 1888, page 816, end of footnote. His former employer replied. Albert began to weaken. I had, he afterwards told in court, about $6,000 altogether, or a little more. They had reason to know that I had some property there. Footnote 460, same, page 816, end of footnote. This was all he had to show for the work of a lifetime, and it began to look as if it were fading away under these reiterated threats and warnings which went on from March to June. Albert gave way. He went to his lawyer, Mr. Truesdale of Rochester. We have come, said his former employer, who accompanied him, to see what disposition can be made of Al's property. They are going to bust the company up, said Albert to his lawyer, when asked why he was going back to the vacuum company. I am an endorser on one of its notes, and if I do not come back with the vacuum, what property and money I have will be taken away from me. The lawyer was pressed to tell how Albert could get out of his arrangement with his company. They could not get along without him, and were not likely to discharge him. If they won't release him or buy him out, the only other way, said the lawyer, is to leave them and take the consequences. If he has entered into a contract and violated it, I presume there will be a liability for damages as well as for the debts. I think there is other ways for Albert to get out of it, said the representative of the vacuum method in Commerce and Morals. I see no way except to back out or sell out. No other honorable way, persisted the lawyer. Suppose he should arrange the machinery so it would bust up or smash up. What would the consequences be? If negligently, carelessly, not purposely done, he would be only civilly liable for damages caused by his negligence. But if it was willfully done, there would be a further criminal liability for malicious injury to the property of the company. You wouldn't want me, would you, said the poor man to his late employer and friend, to do anything to lay myself liable? You have been police justice, said the vacuum man to the lawyer, and have had some experience in criminal law. I would like to have you look up the law carefully on that point, and we will see you again. Footnote 461, Testimony, Trusts, Congress, 1888, pages 817, 872 to 74, end of footnote. Or in effect, see about how much crime we can commit. District Attorney Quimby paraphrased it afterwards to the jury. In a day or so, the two managers of the vacuum, father and son, came back again with Albert. "Have you looked up that matter, Mr. Truesdale?" asked they. "Yes, I have looked it up." "What do you think about it?" "My impression has not changed. Such a course would involve him in a criminal liability if he did it on purpose. Everybody who advised or counseled him in such a course would be equally liable with him. The consequences, if you follow that course, would be that you would get into state's prison. If he is an honest man, he won't think of taking any such action as that. I advise him to keep out of any such thing." "Such things will have to be found out before they can be punished," was the vacuum reply. "They will have to find him before they can do anything to him. We will take care of him." Having in mind, said District Attorney Quimby to the jury, what happened afterwards, that they should spirit him away. "The suggestion is altogether wrong," persisted the lawyer. "The action would certainly be very hazardous as well as wrong." On leaving, the elder of the two, evidently persisting in his plan, said to the lawyer, "If you want to communicate with Albert, you can do so through CM, his son." Footnote 462, Testimony, Trusts, Congress, 1888, pages 818, 873, and a footnote. These men were too careless to note that the lawyer they were talking to was not their lawyer, but Albert's. When they were brought to trial for the crime that followed, and Albert, repentant, told the truth, the lawyer was free to testify against them. "I am entirely willing," said Albert in court, "that Mr. George Truesdale shall state what took place. I withdraw any legal objections I might have." The accident which has let us see how the employees of a trust coolly debated with lawyers the policy of blowing up a competitor's works is one of the few glimpses the American public will ever get into the relations of great legal lights and law reformers with the mighty capitalists who wreck railroads and execute wholesale corruption of courts, legislatures, and trustees, and evade and transgress the laws with the sure march of those who know that indictments and bail bonds and verdicts of guilty and the penitentiary are only for men not rich enough to plan crime by advice of counsel. When such men went marauding through the treasury of a great railroad and the courts of an empire state, we saw the greatest of law reformers, with a host of legal luminaries, picketing and scouting for them. Every sound in nature is phonographed somewhere, as its waves strike, and Judgment Day will be rich with the revelations from these invisible rolls of the confidential conversations between trustees and counsel, who are not honorable lawyers, as George Truesdale was, prostituting their functions as officers of courts into those of officers of crime. All these trips from Buffalo to Rochester for these interviews made bad breaks in the construction of the works of the new company at Buffalo. The partners, who were wholly dependent upon Albert's knowledge and experience for the building of the refinery and running it when built, were mystified and alarmed. Time and again, he ran away without a word to them, and all work would stop until he came back. When he was on hand, his task did not prosper as if his heart were still in it. When one of the 3 stills of the refinery had been set up ready for use, and before any oil was run, Albert went up to Rochester again. At this rendezvous, the sinister suggestion of doing something was repeated. "You go back to Buffalo and construct the pipes and stills so that they cannot make good oil. And then, if you would give them a little scare, they not knowing anything about the business, you know how to do it." Swearing he would not consent, but already succumbing to this temptation, as he had given way to the threat of ruin, he replied as before, "I don't propose to do anything to make myself criminally liable." Footnote 463, Trusts, Congress, 1888, page 820, end of footnote. At their suggestion, he took a man they sent all through the new works, showing him how the stills had been constructed, how the oil was to be made, and all the details of the refinery. Footnote 464. See page 64. End of footnote. The day came at last, long expected, delayed by these unaccountable absences, when the members of the new company were to have the happiness of seeing their enterprise set going. The one still that was ready was filled with crude oil. The morning of the start, Albert weighted down the safety valve with heavy iron and packed it with plaster of Paris. "Fire this still," he said to his firemen, "as heavy as you possibly can." The fireman did as he was ordered. During the forenoon, Albert came to him. "Damn it," he said. "You ain't firing this still half. Fire this still. I want you to fire this still. You ain't got no fire under it." He took the shovel himself and threw some coal in, although there was, as the fireman expressed it, an inordinary fire. The firebox grew cherry red. Footnote 465, Trust, Congress, 1888, page 854. End of footnote. Albert knew well enough what the next chapter in the history of his associates was likely to be. He had carried a dark lantern into the still room one day when he was superintendent of the vacuum. "I was badly burned by the explosion," he testified before the coroner's jury investigating the explosion in Rochester in 1887. There were 4 explosions in the vacuum works while he was there. In the second, 4 men were burned. As one of them ran to get water with his clothes burning, he set fire to the gas coming out of the sewer. Flames flashed all about him. "There's hell all around," he exclaimed. The third explosion came from an overheated condensing pipe and destroyed one of the buildings. The fourth burned up 3 tanks. Remembering all this, he now took himself off to the grounds of the Atlas Company, out of harm's reach. The brickwork about the still cracked apart with the heat. But the smash-up or something had not been thoroughly arranged. Despite the heavy weight and the packing of plaster, the safety valve lifted itself under the unusual pressure and was a safety valve yet. It was blown open, and a large mass of vapor rose and spread. This was the real accident, that the safety valve broke loose instead of keeping the gases in to explode, as had been planned. The spreading vapor was not steam, as that had not been admitted to the still, but the gas of distilling petroleum, as inflammable as gunpowder. There was danger still, as great almost as that of explosion. A spark of fire, and it would have wrapped all within its reach in flames. The boiler fires were but 20 feet distant. Not far from them, the distilled oil was being gathered in the tail house. Near the tail house stood the tanks of crude oil, hundreds of barrels of the fuel that conflagration loves. The kind of fuel the cooks use who, beginning with kerosene for kindling, make the whole house into a stove and cook themselves and the family with the breakfast. The kindly wind of a June day carried the cloud of gas away from the fire until it passed out of sight. The unsuspecting, inexperienced men whose lives and property had been at the mercy of explosion knew nothing of their peril until years afterwards. The worst they knew then was that the batch of 200 barrels of petroleum was spoiled, and that Albert, the only practical man among them, was gone, leaving them crippled for a year. They waited for him, but he did not come. They looked for him, but could not find him. Matthews went to the depot night after night, sometimes at midnight or later to watch the trains, but Albert never came. What would be the consequences? Albert was asked afterwards in court when he was telling about the pretty heavy fires he had made under the still. What would be the consequences in case 2 hot fires were applied, and the gas should blow off the pipes and become ignited? The consequences would be that, if ignited, there would be a fire. Footnote 466, Trust, Congress, 1888, page 826, end of footnote. An Associated Press dispatch from Louisville, Kentucky, June 30th, 1890, describing an explosion in an oil refinery there and the 5 acres of fire that followed reproduces for us the picture which it had been planned to paint at Buffalo as part of the panorama of the ordinary rules of supply and demand. A tank car had been opened to run some oil out. As the workmen lifted the cap from the manhead of the tank, a cloud of gas poured forth. It had been generated simply by the heat of the summer sun, without the aid of an inordinary hot fire. The men jumped and ran. Before they had taken a dozen steps, the vapor, spreading over the ground and moving with the wind, had reached one of the sheds nearby in which there was a fire. There was a flash. The men were bathed in a lake of fire. They ran with the flames streaming from them. At the infirmary, their bodies were found to be charred in spots, literally roasted alive, and the flesh dropped off as their clothing was removed. 3 men died, and several were injured. Several years after the Buffalo explosion, when those convicted for their part in it were fighting for stay of proceedings, new trial, anything to escape sentence, and were trying by every means in their power to impress upon the public the altogether innocent character of the little accident at the works of their rival, something happened at their own works, the vacuum in Rochester, which gave the people an appalling sense of the terrors of the new school of supply and demand. Naphtha is one of the byproducts of petroleum distillation and is used by the gas companies in the manufacture of the greased air they furnish under the name of gas. The vacuum company were selling their naphtha to the Rochester Gas Company. It was delivered to the gas company through a pipeline. On the afternoon of December 21st, 1887, there was an explosion on Platt Street, Rochester, tearing away the pavement, shattering the basement of a building, and filling the air with missiles. In a few seconds, another explosion occurred a short distance away, making a hole in the street several feet in diameter, from which came large volumes of smoke and flame. A third and fourth bust-up rapidly followed, and then a fifth in the Clinton flouring mill, tearing away a considerable portion of the building, blowing off the roof and upper stories of the Jefferson mill adjoining, and shattering the Washington mill. The Jefferson and Clinton and Washington mills were burned to the ground. People were killed by flying debris, burned to death, smashed by falling walls, crippled by jumping from the upper stories of factories and mills on fire. There is probably no chemical product, says Professor Joy of Columbia College, which has occasioned the loss of so many lives and the destruction of so much property as naphtha. From its highly explosive and inflammable nature, it has proved little better in the hands of ignorant people than so much gunpowder. The counsel for the defense, said District Attorney Quinby, in summing up the case before the jury, laughed at the idea of Matthews and his associates coming to Buffalo with a little money to compete. I congratulate him that instead of defending for conspiracy, he is not here today pleading for the defendants' lives. If a person had been killed, and it had been under the advice and instruction of his clients, he would have been differently situated from what he is today. How well you men may be thankful that the gases from this still did not flow down and, becoming ignited, explode and kill the fireman. You ought to get down on your knees and thank your God that Providence prevented any such terrible thing as that for you. After the bust-up had been planned, and before it was done, one of the vacuum managers went to New York, where the trustees for whom he was managing the company were. After the bust-up, Albert heard by telegram from New York, as had been arranged, and went to meet his old employer. "What do you say to going down to Boston?" he was asked on his arrival. Later, a man came in and was introduced by the name of one of the 3 trustees who purchased and directed the vacuum. On leaving, this trustee said, "I will see you again if you do not go to Boston." He thus showed that he knew of the plan that Albert should be taken away and that they should go to Boston. The manager of the vacuum now gave the world a genuine illustration of the harmony of labor and capital. He couldn't let Albert out of his sight. They went to Boston on the Fall River boat. The representative of 100 millions took the laborer into his own stateroom, and at Boston carried him into the splendors of Young's Hotel, where he registered, naming himself and friend, and they shared one bedroom. They went to church together, and to Nantasket Beach, his friend introducing Albert to those whom they met under an assumed name. "You don't want to be known here," he said, "and I will introduce you by the name of Milner. That is the name I was known by while I was there." "Albert has nothing to fear," said District Attorney Quinby on his trial. He had never been in Boston before in his life. He had no acquaintance there. There was no reason why he should be registered and friend at the hotel. There was no reason, so far as he was concerned, that he should be introduced under a fictitious name, except that his employer had been schooled in the wonderful university known as the Oil Combination. In Boston, on a Monday, on the Common, within sight of the equestrian statue of the father of his country, his former employer made a contract with Albert to pay him $1,500 a year for doing nothing except staying away from Buffalo. You won't have much to do, and you can stay here in Boston and keep away from those fellows, and we will protect you. Who's going to make up if those fellows come on and sue me for damages? Who will make up this loss that I have been going to by sacrificing my property? Leave that to me. I'll fix that all right. You do just as I tell you, and you will come out all right. Go wherever you like, stop where you like, and we will pay all your expenses while you are here. Footnote 467, Trust, Congress, 1888, pages 821 to 22. End of footnote. Albert loafed about Boston several weeks, sometimes helping to roll a barrel of oil in the vacuum store. When he wanted money, he asked for it and got it. He had once been a hard drinker. Destruction was as carelessly invited upon the soul of a poor brother as upon the lives and property of competitors. He hung around Boston and Rochester nearly a year. Then his old employer, who was in California, sent for him to come there to help in a fruit cannery, his salary continuing as before. From the moment he deserted his partners, as Judge Edward Hatch, the counsel for Matthews, stated in the civil suit for damages in this conspiracy, Albert never earned enough to cover the end of your knife blade with salt at your dinner. But they pay him, in salary and bonus, over $4,000. Why? To get him away and to stifle lawful, legitimate, and honest competition, to stifle that which brings into every poor man's home an article of necessity at a cheaper rate. He stayed in California a few months and finally, sickened of the disgraceful part he was playing, turned at bay and gave notice that he was going to leave. This is kind of sudden, the agent of his employers replied, but said he would write to the principal director in New York and advise that he release him. You will give me time, won't you? You know it takes a couple of weeks or longer to do business from here to New York. Albert waited, and in time the word came from New York. I've heard from these parties, and they are willing to release you. Footnote 468, Trust, Congress, 1888, pages 824 to 25. End of footnote. Albert, who had put himself into the extraordinary position in which he was on the repeated pledges of the tempters that they would make it all right with him and protect him from loss and harm, found that he had put his trust in princes. When he came to settle, he expected that those for whom he had sacrificed his honor, his property, and his career would make him some compensation. In answer to the question how much they ought to make up to him, he named $5,000 or $10,000, which was certainly little enough in view of the fact that the business he had sacrificed to them was one in which, as the vacuum's career showed, $100 shares came to be worth $2,666 each. But the representative of the trust declared he could not think of such a thing, and in full of all obligations gave him nothing but the balance due of the wages agreed on. Then he asked Albert to hold himself still further at their service. As they parted, he said, "Now we have settled up. Now we are good friends. If anything ever comes up in this matter, I would like to have you stand by us. We will see that you are paid all right and give you $25 a day while we need your services." Albert replied that he did not feel under any obligations to the oil combination. "I do not know as my interest lays that way. I do not think I shall do anything to benefit them. They have injured me all that they can. They have switched me all around, all over the country. They have got me out of employ, not given me anything to do, which I sought to have them do. I do not think they have used me right, and I have sacrificed considerable money by this transaction, and you have always promised that it would be made good, and you have not done so." Footnote 469, Trust, Congress, 1888, pages 825 to 26. End of footnote. End of section 22. Section 23 of Wealth Against Commonwealth by Henry Demarest Lloyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bryan Travis. Chapter 19. Through the Woman's Eyes. Matthews knew nothing and suspected nothing about the worst part of the plot against him until Albert's lawyer, Mr. Truesdale, nearly 4 years later, was called upon to testify in the suit Matthews brought for damages against the vacuum people. This suit was to recover from them for having enticed Albert away and having persecuted Matthews with false and malicious suits. But Truesdale's evidence at once revealed that there had been a deeper damnation still in the conspiracy against him. Mr. Matthews, one day on the street in Buffalo, ran across Albert, who had just come back from California. "No man ever used another meaner than I have you," said the now repentant man to him, volunteering all the information he had and agreeing to testify if called on. This revelation made the farmer refiner a reformer. This was the public's business. If such things could be plotted and done with impunity by one man against another, there was an end forthwith of every liberty the Republic boasted. Especially menacing was such a conspiracy when concerted by the rich fanatic of business against the poorer citizen to prevent the latter from disputing the claim that a great market was a private preserve, and that the right to trade in it is a privilege which belongs to us. Footnote 470. See Chapter 31. End of footnote. Matthews could have used his discovery as an irresistible weapon to force his enemy to his knees, but he laid his evidence before the district attorney. This official presented it to the grand jury, which found that the facts warranted indictments. When the first indictment was quashed on technical grounds, a second grand jury, sifting the facts, agreed with the first that the accused should be held to answer in the criminal courts. This was 6 years after the crime. The 5 persons indicted were the 2 former owners of the vacuum, now the resident managers of it for the combination, and the 3 members of the oil trust, as the combination then called itself, who had bought the vacuum for it and had been elected by the trustees' directors to manage it for them, and had so managed it even to the most picayune details. The case caught the ears of the world, not because crime was charged against men who had dazzled even the gold-filmed eyes of their epoch by the meteor-like flash of their flight from poverty into a larger share of property, the property of others, than any other group of millionaires had assimilated in an equal period. Not for that, but because the charges of crime against these quickest, richest men were to be brought to trial. Members of the combination had been often accused. They had been indicted. This was the first time, as District Attorney Quinby said in a speech to the jury, that they had found a citizen honest enough and brave enough to stand up against him, the only one. "There is no man," he said, "so respected today in Buffalo as he for the method he has used to bring these men to justice." He succeeded in doing alone what the united producers of the oil regions failed to do, although their resources were infinitely greater. The people of the entire oil country failed utterly to do so much as get the members of the oil combination, when indicted for conspiracy in 1879, to come into court to be tried. All its principal men were indicted: the president, the vice president, the secretary, the cashier, and others. They could not even be got to give bail. One of them had said, when the indictments were found, that the case would never be tried, and it never has been. The governor would not move to have those of the accused who were non-residents extradited, as he would have done, does daily, in the case of poor men, and the courts so tangled up the questions of procedure that the people withdrew and left the indictments, as they remain to this day, on file in the Clarion County Court, swinging like the body of some martyr on a roadside gibbet in the pagan days, polluting the air and mocking justice. Footnote 471. History, etc. Petroleum Producers Unions, Trust, Congress, 1888. Pages 690 to 716. End of footnote. That the trust was thoroughly alarmed and saw the necessity of rallying all its resources to save itself was apparent from the formidable display with which it appeared in the courtroom. Present with the 5 defendants, as if also on trial, a solid phalanx were its president, the vice president, the manager of its pipeline system, the principal representatives of the trust in Buffalo, and many others. Their regular attorney of New York was present with 2 of the leading lawyers of Buffalo. Besides these, there was a distinguished man from Rochester, reputed the ablest lawyer in Western New York, whose voice is often heard in the Supreme Court at Washington. He had 2 important members of the Rochester bar as assistants. One of them in the summing up unmercifully scored by the district attorney for fixing witnesses, and, not least, a well-known United States district attorney who made the convention speeches by which a distinguished citizen of Buffalo was nominated, successively and successfully, for sheriff, mayor, governor, and president. "The defendants come here," said the people's attorney, "with the best legal talent the country affords, the best the profession can furnish. For the trust, they are practically the defendants in this action, with its great wealth, has the choice of legal talent." Other eminent lawyers were also consulted, but were not present. Never was a weak defense made the most of with more skill than these gentlemen exhibited upon the trial. But great as was the ability of the defense, Mr. George T. Quinby, the district attorney, and his assistant, William L. Marcy, proved a match for them. Every political and moneyed influence that could be brought to bear was used to mislead the district attorney, but all to no purpose. The jury could see that the complainant, Charles B. Matthews, did not get the indictment to sell out. Otherwise, he would have sold it out and not have insisted upon a trial. The fact that the case was on trial at a cost of many thousands of dollars to the defendants was conclusive upon that point. An emissary trying to get Matthews to call off the district attorney and to hush up this criminal prosecution said the oil trust could give him anything, even to being governor of a Western territory. Footnote 472, Testimony, Trust, Congress, 1888, page 942, end of footnote. "You will have a chance," Matthews told the district attorney, "to line the street from your house to the city hall with gold bricks." But this public prosecutor had no price. He grasped the full scope of this extraordinary case, which involved not only a crime against persons and against the people, but against that true commerce of reciprocal and equal service on which alone the new civilization of humanity can rest. The room in the Buffalo courthouse where the case was being heard was bright with the sunshine of a May day, putting out the shadows of indictments and verdicts lurking in corners and pigeonholes. Although it was a criminal case, the onlooker saw, strange as it seemed, that whatever strain there was in the situation appeared to be felt least by the accused, and most by the public and the jury. The nearer the eyes of the onlooker traveled towards the prisoners, the lighter and brighter was the scene. Close to the accused sat a bench full of notables, evidently friends lending moral support. That the bench was occupied by men of importance was evident. They were supported by platoons of eminent counsel and detectives. Only the judge betrayed no consciousness of the presence of the herd of millionaires. The whisperings and pointings and namings by one spectator to another showed that the people's curiosity was greatly excited by the sight of the richest men in the country, if not in the world, with attendant millionaire esquires in or about the dock of a criminal court. On this particular day, the notables and their suite had come in specially good humor. Nods of kindly recognition went about and smiles rippled everywhere as, settled into their seats, they listened to the recital by the witnesses. It had been as good as a play to hear the working man, Albert, tell on the stand how he had been bribed and threatened with ruin until he yielded to the suggestion that he should bust up the works of his friends, partners, and employers and run away. There had been nothing funny to Albert in those threats. "We will ruin you. We will crush you. You will lose what little you have got left. Footnote 473, Trust, Congress, 1888, pages 814 to 15, end of footnote. Then the compensation you got was $300 and the pleasure of selling out your friends? Albert was asked by one of the great lawyers. Footnote 474, same, page 834, end of footnote. Albert did not smile, but they seemed to enjoy hugely, reported the press, the idea that men could be bought so cheap. The eminent counsel of the prisoners took the cue from their clients and treated the proceedings as a farce. When the state's attorney was questioning his witnesses, they objected to his questions with laughs and sneers until he became indignant and asked, with considerable emphasis, to have the joke explained to him, a need the jury also felt, as their verdict showed. When the Boston agent of the trust told that his instructions from headquarters were that if there was to be any selling at a loss, to let the new competitor have the loss, footnote 475, same, page 847, end of footnote, they all laughed again. So, all the morning, there had been fine sport in the courtroom, and the good humor had risen higher with every fresh incident and entertainment until Albert's wife took her place in the witness box. She, too, raised a laugh, but it was not she who laughed. Serious enough she was when taking her place on the witness stand. She had to face these gentlemen, before whose hundreds of millions her husband's little venture had withered, but, as she herself afterwards said, I wasn't afraid of them, but I was nervous. But as soon as I got talking, I didn't care anything for them, although they all sat there in front, in a row, looking straight at me. The wife's story to the jury showed how such an adventure appeared when looked at and experienced from the woman's standpoint, the homemakers and the homekeepers, which, the smiling row before her, were as little able to grasp as the participants in a pigeon-shooting match to look upon that vision of flames, demons, and death-dealing thunder from the point of view of the hapless birds. A bright-faced, brown-eyed, pleasant-looking woman, as she took the stand, she looked what she was, an artisan's honest wife. My husband, she said, had been employed in the vacuum oil works at Rochester 13 or 14 years, and we had accumulated some property, mortgages and money in real estate. We moved to Buffalo, April 5th, 1881, where he was superintending the building of the Buffalo Works. Footnote 476, Trust, Congress, 1888, page 842, end of footnote. After Albert had yielded to the threats and the temptation, and had fixed the stills and the fires for an explosion, he fled without a word to his wife or his associates, hid under an assumed name in Boston, and then traveled over the continent for a year, from Buffalo to Boston to Rochester to San Francisco. When you left Buffalo, did you leave any word with Matthews where you were going? No, sir. Or your wife? No, sir. While the wife was in Buffalo wondering what had become of her husband, he was in New York with his venerable ex-employer getting lessons like the following in the secrets of building up a great commercial enterprise. The best thing you can do, Albert, said the latter, is to go and write a telegram and tell your wife to go back to Rochester. You'd better write it. I'm a poor writer, said Albert. No, he said. I do not want to appear in this case at all. Write it so, he continued, that she can move on the 4th of July and they can't attach her things. Footnote 477, Testimony, Trust, Congress, 1888, page 821, end of footnote. The first word she got from her husband was this telegram to move between 2 days, and back to Rochester the dutiful woman packed herself and her things. It was 2 or 3 weeks before I heard from him direct, or knew just where he was, she said. I asked Charles, one of the two managers, how Al was, and he said Al was all right. Would he tell you where he was? The state's attorney asked. No, sir. When I wrote to my husband, I left the direction blank and gave the letter to Charlie. I got an answer through Charlie. Footnote 478, Testimony, Trust, Congress, 1888, pages 842 to 43, end of footnote. For 3 weeks, they would not let her know where her husband was. Think of that, said the district attorney. She had to go and take her poor little letter to her husband, thinking perhaps if he was away from her tender care, he might get to drinking, because he does drink some. But when, with his wife, they lived year in and year out without his tasting a drop, afraid that he might get to drinking and that she could not watch over him. It was a cruel thing to do. C told me to go to the real estate agents, Albert's wife continued, and try to sell our property and get it into money. He made out a list of real estate agents from the city directory. I guess that is all he did about assisting me in the sale of the property. I asked C if my husband could not come home from Boston. I was sick. He said, yes. Al came home and stayed a week or two. Then he went back to Boston. C told me they did not want the Buffalo Company to know where Al was. Footnote 479. Same, pages 843 to 44. End of footnote. Albert was a man infirm under temptation. The employer knew, by 14 years' acquaintance, the weakness this man had acquired in his service in the army. He gave him idleness, money, temptation, and an assumed name to go to the devil with, if that agent of the trust was to be found in Boston. You want to take good care of Al, said the good old man to his clerk in Boston, and not let him get homesick. If he wants any money, let him have it. Albert traveled the broad way made smooth for him. Of course I never went around with him, said the clerk in a deposition. A porter that I had was the party that went around with him in the evening. I would hear what was going on, and I could judge about the size of Al's head when he came around in the morning. With all Albert's faults, he kept one dignity to the end, which makes him tower above his seducers, the dignity of the laborer. A life's discipline and daily toil had made his whole fiber too honest to enjoy idleness, even at the rate of $1,500 a year. He was free to come and go amid the gaudy joys of a great city, as irresponsible under the assumed name given him as if he wore the ring of Gyges. He had money for the asking, and boon companions, but the habit of a lifetime of honest, hard manual work was too deeply ingrained into the very substance of his nature for him to become a cheap American Faust, reveling in a pinchbeck paradise. This simple son of poverty had all his life handled only real things, and had at every point had the mind's native wantonness and riot checked by the hard surface which had calloused his hands, and the outer air which had cooled him as he worked. His were dreams of honest rest earned by honest work, and of family joys. The self-indulgence that was revealed by the size of his head in the morning was an animal exuberance that, as the result showed, did but stain the rose mesh of his flesh and went no deeper. Albert could not stand the idleness of his Boston life. He went back to Rochester. I want something to do. What brings you here? Said his employer. Go back. After hanging around the office in Boston a few weeks longer, the workman's nature reasserted itself again. He went back again to Rochester. I want something to do. We have not got anything for you to do just now, he was told. You're all right. Footnote 480. Trust, Congress, 1888, page 823. End of footnote. Months of idleness were interrupted only by odd jobs like superintending the digging of a ditch or the sinking of a salt well. Time and again, though he was drawing his pay of $125 a month, he went, as he told the story in court, to repeat the plea for something to do. Finally, the elder of the managers, who was in California, sent for him. He was to be made an independent man, the new promise ran, but really, as the sequel showed, was, if possible, to be kept out of the way of two inquisitive juries and prosecuting attorneys. The wife, treated as a mere pawn in the game, protested vehemently. I went down to the vacuum oil company's office and asked C to give Al something else to do. I didn't want him to go to California. He said that there was not anything that he knew that he could do. I don't want Al to go. I won't go. Give him something else to do. I have nothing else. Footnote 481, Trust, Congress, 1888, page 844, end of footnote. She had to yield, and her husband left her to go to California. His employer persuaded Albert to buy a piece of land in California. He seemed to be very anxious to locate me there. Footnote 482, same, page 825, end of footnote. Albert sent to his wife for the money, but the shrewd little woman sent only half. I thought I would let him pay it out of his pay. With the same good sense, the wife had not sold all the property when sent out alone among the real estate men. I did not sell the real estate, she said. I thought there was too much expense. Footnote 483, same, page 845, end of footnote. She was not with her husband when the rupture came in California. The first news the anxious wife had of a change in her husband's affairs was when Charlie came to her, as she was sitting one summer evening on the porch of a neighbor's house, and told her Al had quit them. I do not know what to make of it, he continued. I think he must be crazy or something. Footnote 484, same, page 844, end of footnote. It was not until his return that she learned the details of the painful experience he had been through. When it was heard that Albert, upon his return from California, had made restitution as far as he was able by telling what he knew to the authorities to aid them in bringing the principals in the crime to justice, there was consternation in the trust. One of its detectives had been captain of the company Albert was in during the Civil War. The captain now presented himself before Albert as he went to his work in Corry, Pennsylvania, where he had gone after his return from California and became sociable rapidly. He had great plans for Albert and came to the house to discuss them confidentially. Albert and his wife had been simple folks to start with, but they had learned a thing or two by this time. The captain's desire for confidential talk with his old comrade was so intense that it would have been rude in Albert's wife to thwart it. She packed off her daughter on an errand and announced that she had a call up the street and would leave them to themselves. But she did not add, as she might have done, that during her absence she would be represented by the chief of police, whose appetite for confidential communications was as keen as the captain's, but whose retiring disposition kept him in the dark seclusion of an adjoining room, with his ear to the crack of the door. Wouldn't Albert like to go to Russia? The captain asked his dear friend, the private, whose existence he had never personally recognized when they were so close together during the Civil War. If the court will allow me to show by this witness, said the prosecuting attorney, that the captain came there as a detective for the oil trust and made a proposition, after the indictments were found, to Albert to flee the country and go with him to Russia. One of the army of trust lawyers was instantly on his feet with, I object. The judge sustained him, and the testimony was shut out. Albert's wife kept close to his side and held him steady. No, Albert did not care to go to Russia. Advertisements of an alum mine in Corry then began to appear in newspapers where Albert's attention could be called to them. By a lucky chance, the captain happened to know the capitalist whose boundless powers of enterprise could find full outlet only by developing the hitherto unsuspected resources of Corry for supplying the nations of the earth with alum. By a joyful coincidence, these capitalists wanted for superintendent of their bottomless alum mines just such a man as the captain knew his dear Albert to be. Would Albert like to go to Italy to learn the true science of alum manufacture and to show the effete monarchies how an American could disembowel the earth of its alum? Salary, $5,000 and expenses. No. Albert had no unslaked ambition to go to Italy as superintendent of mines of alum, or green cheese, or any other lunar commodity. At least, Albert would take a drink. That poor Albert would do, and when he failed to come home at night, his wife went up and down the streets seeking him. A persistent effort had been made, by the trust, Mr. Matthews testified, to get Albert out of the country. I was afraid they would get him away, as he might not be used in this case. Men had been sent there to get him drunk, and had debauched him. Footnote 485, Court Stenographer's Report, page 2049. The last statement is omitted in the transcript furnished by the Trust for the Congress Trust Report of 1888. End of footnote. Money was potent enough to persuade lawyers to make it a part of their professional duty to help in this. One of the trust lawyers sat with Albert and its detective in the stall of a cheap saloon and plied him with liquor to get from him some letters of Matthew's they wanted. There they sat, said the keeper of the saloon. They got what they called for, probably. I couldn't tell how many drinks they got into Albert on that occasion. I think they drank there. Footnote 486. Testimony, Trust, Congress, 1888, page 911. End of footnote. While this courtship was in progress with Albert in Pennsylvania, wires were being pulled to get him indicted in New York. The grand jury of Rochester was asked to indict him for receiving stolen property in a watch trade he had made 7 years before. This would have ruined him as a witness in the forthcoming criminal case against the members of the oil trust, but the grand jury decided that there was no evidence on which to indict. When Adam Kleber, a stolid-looking German laborer who worked in the same place with Albert and Corey, took the stand for the state at the close, an eager excitement filled the courtroom. The state's attorney was known to have his darkest sensations still in reserve. What it was he would not, of course, disclose in advance, but those hardly less familiar than he with the evidence hinted that the fertile genius of the captain, having exhausted itself in the ideas of the trips to Russia and Italy, had fallen back upon the genius of his superiors and had arranged to have Albert go hunting and get a bust-up as much as possible like the one he had been induced to attempt upon his employers and partners. "Did the captain tell you what he wanted you to do to Albert?" Kleber was asked. "Yes." That was as far as Kleber got. "I object," screamed one of the lawyers. "I propose to show that the captain made a request of this witness in regard to what he should do to Albert, and what he should come and swear to about Albert, there being no truth in the matter he wanted Kleber to swear to," the state's attorney urged to the court. The judge took the matter home for consideration overnight and announced in the morning that he would not admit the evidence. It was acknowledged by one of the lawyers for the members of the trust on trial that he had employed the captain to get evidence for them, but the judge, instead of admitting Kleber's testimony and leaving the question of its value to be settled by the jury, excluded it. In his closing speech, District Attorney Quinby said, "Why, in heaven's name, my friends, didn't you place the captain on this witness stand? He would have been a feast for you and a feast for me. His ways have been curious and sinuous. His methods have been peculiar and corrupting. And they did not dare to put him on the stand because if they did, he would have left it to go to prison. That is the reason. They know it." The brave and steadfast woman told her part of this story on the witness stand. Her home had been broken up again and again. As she herself said afterwards, "I had to live with my carpets packed and moved around like a gypsy." Her husband had been tempted to commit a crime which compelled him to lead the life of a fugitive. He had been spirited away and secreted. She had not been allowed to know where he was and could communicate with him only through a third person. They had moved around, in her expressive phrase, until they had moved into 2 rooms. The savings of 15 years' hard work were all gone, and the independent business in which her husband had just got his footing swept away. He and she faced the world with no other assets than their child in the palms of their hard-working hands. "Well, it's taken all we had," she says. "We've lost it all. But I'd rather it would be so than to have the money they have and go about hiding and sneaking. I'd like money, but not so well as that. When I said to Charlie, 'I shall have to sell all my furniture,' 'Oh, that's nothing.' And when I told him it had cost us $100 to pay the expenses of selling real estate, 'That isn't much.' It wasn't much to them, but it was to us, who had made every dollar by hard work. Well, we'll have to do without the money and just live along by honest work. We can live that way. We have had all this trouble and lost our money and haven't made money enough to buy a calico dress." All the good that had come of this loss of savings and home and honor had gone to those at the bar of justice and their associates sitting in the tickled row before her. On the cross-examination, which was to crush the witness and her damaging testimony, The distinguished counsel, not content with all the suffering and loss already inflicted on this wife, tried to humiliate her still further. But the woman's wit of truth was too much for the lawyer's wit of wile. "Don't you recollect," the lawyer asked, "that you went to the house of the manager of the vacuum, and that you saw him in the parlor, and that you asked him to take your husband back?" "I never asked him to take my husband back." "Then you did not ask him at the time and place I spoke of?" "I never asked him anywhere to take him back." "Don't you recollect upon that occasion being considerably affected and asking him to take your husband back, and speaking of the way in which he had left the company, which he characterized as shameful, and that you cried, shed tears?" "I never asked him to take him back. I recollect going there. I recollect I felt bad because I was talked to so much about it. I had reason to feel bad. I am trying to tell the truth as near as I can." "Then what was the occasion of your bad feeling?" "It was because I thought we were going to lose everything and would not have nothing left. That is what I felt bad for, was shedding tears for if I did. I don't know as I did." Footnote 487, Court Stenographer's Report, page 454 to 55. End of footnote. Then came the laugh. From millionaire to lesser millionaire went the enlarging laugh. The mighty cortege of the retained ex-judges, famous constitutional and criminal lawyers, detectives, camp followers laughed. It was the laugh of hundreds of millions, and it clinked and tinkled and rang, as if every mouth were a bag full of gold, and as if every bag had burst. The golden notes of mirth filled the air and struck the ceiling and rolled over the floor, rebounded, and fell and rose in mellow chimes of sound, and the golden rain dripped everywhere. Millions on millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of the coin of the Republic, and in every coin a cackle. "Yes, they all laughed at me," the little woman told her friends. "It looked like such a great joke to them. Perhaps I did not tell it very well, but I told the truth." In closing the case, the state's attorney said to the jury, "A sorrow was placed on that woman's heart that can never be removed. One of the pathetic things in this case was that when this woman was on the stand telling her little story, how they were afraid they might lose the few $1,000s they had saved, the $6,000 or $7,000 they had been struggling for 15 years, these New York gentlemen with their millions laughed in her face at the idea of her being sorry to lose the pittance of $6,000 or $7,000. It was the only time in the case, really, I felt that these gentlemen were outraging common decency." Footnote 488, Court Stenographer's Report, page 2164. End of footnote. Sometime after the trial was over and sentence was passed and satisfied, these men sent for Albert to come to Rochester. He went with witnesses. There, in the office of a leading lawyer, he was tempted with desperate propositions to do something, or say something that would break the force with which these disclosures must act on public opinion. "They need not think," he replied, "that they can get me to make a false oath to let them out of a hole. I would not do it for all the combined wealth of the trust. When my wife was on the stand, they laughed her in the face when she told about losing all we had. Do you suppose any man with a particle of American blood could have any love for them? I think as much of my wife and daughter as any of them of theirs, and I will do nothing to disgrace them." This hard-working and hard-living laborer and his wife had, by 13 or 14 years of toil and stinting, saved $6,000. The laughers had, in the same time, saved about $300 million, and somebody else had done all the work. The poor man and his wife had been afraid that the $300 million would devour the $6,000. It said it would, and it had. Shall not they laugh who win? End of section 23. Section 24 of Wealth Against Commonwealth by Henry Demarest Lloyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bryan Travis. Chapter 20. Taken from the jury by the judge. The district attorney put the president of the Light of the World on the stand. His evidence showed that the purchase of the 3/4 interest in the vacuum company, sold because there were restrictions in the shipments, was made by the 3 New York men on trial. They are shareholders in the trust, he said. When they bought the stock, they transferred it to the oil trust. He had known of the contemplated purchase. Having thus proved that the 3 indicted directors from New York on trial were members of the oil trust and were managing the vacuum for it, the district attorney proceeded, in pursuance of a logical plan of inquiry, to bring before the jury what the trust was, and its relations to the companies it covered. "What is it, if you know?" the district attorney asked. The president, through his counsel, objected to the question. "What is the object of this?" the judge asked the district attorney. "The trust," the district attorney explained, "owns a majority of the stock of this vacuum company and others, and controls the manufacture in this country of substantially all the lubricating and illuminating oils. These defendants belonging to the trust, and one of these being chairman of a committee of the trust, it was the desire and motive of the 3 to do away with competition, to destroy and ruin the competitive works in Buffalo." The court asked the president of the trust if it was a manufacturing company. "It is not, Your Honor." The court ruled out the question, "What is it?" although in doing so he used language apparently contradicting his ruling, saying, in effect, that it was quite immaterial what the objects or purposes of the oil trust are, unless these defendants are in some way interested so as to create a motive to do what it is claimed they did do. Again, when the district attorney sought to ascertain in what other corporations engaged in the manufacture of oil in 1879, 1880, and 1881 the trustees on trial owned stock, it was objected to, and the objection sustained, although the court but a few moments before had said, "I will allow you to show everything these defendants have done upon the question of motive, to show what their business is, the companies they have stock in, whether it is an oil company or some other company. That is, any company engaged in the manufacture of oil that would come in competition with the Buffalo Company." The judge, declaring that he would admit such evidence, refused to admit it. What the district attorney would have been able to uncover as to the responsibility of the trustees for what was done by the subordinate companies, the reader, freer than the jury in this case, can find out for himself. The 9 trustees, of whom 3 were on trial, owned as their individual property more than half of this as of every establishment in the trust. They decided who were to be elected directors and officers of each company. They exercised full control over these officers when elected. They declared the dividends. The profits of all these shares are put into one purse and distributed in quarterly dividends among the trustees in proportion to their interest in the trust, the purse holder. Footnote 489. Testimony, Rice Cases, before Interstate Commerce Commission, 1887, numbers 51 to 60, page 367. Testimony, Trust, New York Senate, 1888, pages 571, 577, 578, 579, 658. Testimony, Trust, Congress, 1888, page 295. End of footnote. In the case of the vacuum company, accordingly, we find that the minutes of the stockholders' meetings record the presence of members of the oil trust, in person and by proxy, representing a majority of the stock, electing the officers and directors, and declaring the dividends. How thorough and minute is the supervision over the vassal companies, an employee who had been in the service of the combination for several years in a confidential way, and had access to every book and paper in their cipher arrangement, has told. Footnote 490. Testimony. Alleged discriminations in railroad freights. Ohio House of Representatives, 1879, pages 36 to 39. End of footnote. They control every movement of every branch of their business. The subordinate companies make a report every day of all their business. They have blanks there on which they make a report of all their shipments, where shipped, and who shipped to, and all their purchases. And they report every month the exact percentage they have made out of their crude oil, of all the different products they get out of it. They report everything in detail. This was in 1879. 10 years later, in 1888, the testimony of the president shows that the system is the same. They know the cost at every refinery. They get such reports once in 30 days. Each report shows just what it has cost for everything, made out on regular blanks. Footnote 491, Testimony, Trusts, New York Senate, 1888, page 410. End of footnote. But when put on the stand in this case in Buffalo, he had professed himself altogether ignorant of any such reports. Footnote 492, Court Stenographer's Report, end of footnote. Asked if the vacuum company had made them, he replied, "I can't recall any such reports." Asked if it was obligatory upon the vacuum oil company to make reports, he said, "I can't state." But the manager's testimony in the same case shows that the system of reports which his superior could not recall was in regular operation. There are reports of sales of the vacuum oil company made to certain parties in New York. Footnote 493, Testimony, Trust, Congress, 1888, page 871, end of footnote. The three trustees who bought the control of the vacuum stock did not keep it for themselves. They transferred it to the trust and received for it shares in the trust. They were not stockholders in the vacuum, but stockholders in the trust. It was the trust which was the real stockholder in the vacuum. The profits on this vacuum stock, therefore, went into the common fund in which the trust accumulated the profits of all its controlling ownerships in companies all over the country, all over the world. Every trustee shared in the profits of every company so controlled, whether in the United States or Europe or Asia. The president of the trust, now on the witness stand, was a large participator in the profits of the vacuum, because he was a large owner in the trust which possessed 3/4 of it. Similarly, as to the three trustees indicted and on trial, and every other trustee. Footnote 494, Trust, New York Senate, 1888, pages 456, 571, end of footnote. The case was interwoven, notwithstanding the exclusion of this by the judge, with evidence that the three members of the trust on trial were the managers of the company for the trust, and were consulted habitually about the current details by the salaried agents. After this purchase was made, did you continue to represent the purchasers in the management of the affairs of the vacuum oil company? One of the three was asked. I did. After the purchase of the vacuum by the trust, Mr. Matthews, before he left to go into business on his own account, had to go to its office in New York half a dozen times to see the New York directors when he wanted instructions. His testimony on this point covers 30 pages of the official testimony and shows repeated interviews between him and the members of the trust about every kind of detail of the business of the vacuum. When Matthews asked the manager of the vacuum to give him more pay, the latter had told him to speak to one of the trustees, one of the three now on trial. It will be as he says about it. Again, as to another matter, he said to Matthews, I cannot tell you. There is no use for me to pretend that we run our business, for we do not. Footnote 495, Court Stenographer's Report, page 892, end of footnote. This evidence must be sought in the original records of the case at Buffalo, as it is left out in the transcript furnished by the trust to the Committee of Congress, which represents the case against the two local managers only. The Rochester manager, after the explosion, and at the time of sending for Albert to come to New York, telegraphed to his son, Our views with regard to Albert confirmed. By whom? As Matthew's lawyer asked. The manager saw one of the three accused trustees in New York after he returned from the trip to Boston to hide Albert. I told him that I had hired him, he testified. The trustee denied this, as the president denied the monthly reports. But he has himself furnished the evidence that his employee told the truth. In their answer in court to the allegations of the suit against them for damages, he and the two other trustees concerned in the vacuum direction testified that they advised the Rochester managers to endeavor to retain the said Albert, and after he had left the employment of the vacuum oil company, they further advised that he should be reemployed if it could be done by reasonable increase of his wages. They were afterwards informed that he had been reemployed. This shows they knew about the negotiations before, during, and after. They knew the man was to have more wages, though the increase was only $300 a year, and their income was millions yearly. When he had been gotten away, they were informed of that too. The district attorney knew all about this answer in the civil case, but under the statutes of New York, it could not be used in a criminal prosecution against those who had made it. He put the trustee on the stand and did his best to get him to tell the same story, but in vain. The bodyguard of lawyers surrounding the great men who made the courtroom a veritable curiosity shop for the people of Buffalo did a deal of acting throughout the trial to impress on the jury that the whole proceeding was a farce. They laughed and yawned and pooh-poohed and sneered at the district attorney's questions and points, and went through all kinds of dumb shows of indignation and ennui that their client should be so needlessly called on to waste priceless time. But this could not prevent their faces from lengthening as the story was told by witness after witness, as more than one observant reporter saw and noted. When the evidence was all in, and District Attorney Quinby had closed his case, the situation was desperate. There was no doubt about that. The great men of the trust on trial had been proved to be the actual directors of the vacuum at every turn of its daily affairs. Before any evidence was introduced for the defense, one of the distinguished lawyers arose and moved the discharge of the three members of the trust, who were a majority of the board of directors of the vacuum company and managed it for the trust. The prosecution were not taken unawares by the motion. The district attorney's able assistant, William L. Marcy, had gathered all the precedents and equipped himself to resist the discharge. He and the district attorney fought hard to have the principals in the company go to the jury with their agents, but in vain. Mr. Marcy pointed out that, as shown in the case of the People versus Mather, to charge partners as conspirators, it is not necessary even to show that they were the original conspirators. It is sufficient if at a subsequent time they become party to it by accepting the benefits derived from the conspiracy. The case lays that down in exact terms. The judge: must there not be an adoption? Mr. Marcy: that is an adoption, accepting the benefits. The judge: they may accept the benefits without knowing. Mr. Marcy: then the jury may infer that knowledge from all the circumstances. The jury are the tribunal to determine whether or not the parties had the knowledge. Mr. Marcy pointed out that there was everything to lead the jury to infer that these men were parties to the plan. Where did the meetings of the board of directors take place? At Rochester, where the works are? No, at New York, where these men carried on their other business. The Rochester representatives dance in attendance wherever these New York parties desire them to go. He pointed out to the judge that the trustee whom Albert met in New York after the explosion knew of the plan to take him to Boston. He showed that the same trustee, when remonstrated with by Matthews for bringing patent suits without foundation, said that he intended to carry them on, and if he was beaten in one court, he would carry them to a higher court. Just in the same way, the Rochester representative of the trust had said, "I will bring lawsuits against you. I will get an injunction against you." When the Rochester manager, said Mr. Marcy, hired Albert, he did not pretend to be able to make a bargain until he had been to New York and consulted about it. He was in New York before he telegraphed to him to come to New York. This significant fact points home the conspiracy upon the gentlemen who reside in New York. But the judge, and not the jury, rendered the verdict as to the 3 members of the trust on trial. He failed to remember or observe the law that leaves it to the jury to render the verdict. He announced that he had decided to grant the motion for their discharge. There was silence in the courtroom for a moment. Then, "Gentlemen of the jury, hearken to your verdict as advised by the court," came in sonorous tones from the clerk. "You find the defendants," naming the 3 members of the oil trust at the bar, "not guilty of the crime as charged in the indictment, so say you all." The jury looked scared at being addressed so peremptorily, but said nothing. "The New York men looked happy," said one of the observers, but their Rochester associates and co-defendants did not smile. Upon the discharge of the trustees, one of the Buffalo dailies said that whether there was any conspiracy at all is an undecided question, but it should be remembered that the Oil Trust and the Vacuum Oil Company have been honorably acquitted of the charge of having anything to do with the matter. As the case now stands, it is simply the people against the 2 Rochester managers. Poor men! It was for this that they succumbed to the attacks of the oil trustees upon their business, sold them for $200,000 3/4 of a concern, which produced $300,000 in dividends in 1 year for the lucky conquerors, became vassals instead of masters in their own refinery. It was for $10,000 a year, divided into $6,500 for one and $3,500 for the other, that they undertook to fetch and carry for their suzerains, even to the gates of the penitentiary. And when discovery and conviction came, to bear in silence upon their own shoulders the guilt and shame from which others got only more. The trial of the 2 remaining defendants proceeded. Neither of them took the stand. In the deposition, the elder said it was Albert who had spoken about misplacing the pipes. But when asked what he said in reply to a suggestion, which no one better than he knew the significance of, he replied, "I made no reply to it, but I thought it would be a very scandalous proceeding." Footnote 496, Testimony, Trusts, Congress, 1888, page 869. End of footnote. Albert had told how, in conversation in California, his employer had described his plans with regard to Matthews. "We would have just got them fellows in a boat right in the middle of the stream, and we would have tipped them 2 over and drowned them, and you would have been all right." Footnote 497, same, page 825, end of footnote. "If I ever made such a remark," this defendant deposed, "it was in a playful humor. I am in the habit of making playful remarks." Witness after witness had to confess under cross-examination that his testimony had been written and rewritten by himself or the lawyer for the defense and carefully conned before coming on the stand. The district attorney asked one of these tutored witnesses why he had read over the written preparation of his testimony in the rotunda of the courthouse just before going on the stand. "I read it over," he replied lucidly, "for the simple reason of reading it over." "Just to practice in reading?" "Well, perhaps we might call it practice in reading." Footnote 498, Testimony, Trusts, Congress, 1888, page 902, end of footnote. "This preparation of the testimony," said the district attorney to the jury, "which I stigmatize as infamous, this going to a witness and writing him down and having him fix it and write it over again and keeping it in his mind and reading it over and so going on the stand, is not the way to try a lawsuit in my mind. I write nothing down. I coach no witnesses. I want a witness to tell me his story. I put him on the stand and he tells me his story, but no writing down, no reading over. It is not right, and it is very liable to be very wrong." Several witnesses were introduced to prove that Matthews had offered to settle the criminal prosecution. He could not have done so had he wished to. The criminal case was in the hands of the state. Of the witnesses who made this charge against Matthews, one was a stockholder in the trust. Another had been a stockholder in one of its pipelines, and both had to admit on cross-examination that the occasion of his alleged agreeing to settle the case had been that they had gone to him for their friends, unsolicited by him and unexpected, to find out at what price he would sell his works to the combination. "I was anxious to settle the criminal prosecution," said one of these ambassadors. "Anxious for whom?" asked the ever-ready district attorney. "I should say nobody," replied the witness in confusion. "Mr. Matthews told him," said Mr. Hiram Benedict, one of the best-known citizens of Lockport, who was present, "that if they bought the capital stock of the company, they could do what they chose with the civil suits. But with the criminal suit, he had nothing to do. The people had that in charge." Footnote 499, same, pages 905 to 41, end of footnote. The lawyers tried to make a jest of the whole proceeding and affected to look upon the incidents of this rivalry with their powerful client as something too trivial to be noticed. "Is it a trivial matter," asked District Attorney Quinby, "that it shall be decided once for all in a court of justice that in an alleged republic you and I shall not start a business which is a rival to someone else? That is the issue here, and yet the lawyers for the accused tell us it is trivial. It is the most important question that was ever left to a jury of 12 men in this or any country in this age of monopoly." The jury thought so too. The meaning of the policy of suppressing competition was skillfully described by Judge Edward Hatch, Mr. Matthews' counsel in the civil suit for damages, and here again the jury, representing the people, thought so too. When a man or a corporation is in a position to control the market as to a given article, then everybody is within their power, and it rests with their conscience to determine what shall be the price. Every time you farmers at home or your wives or daughters take your oil can, turn it up, fill your lamp, and then sit down to read by it, you can understand what is meant by this proposition to crush these men out. It was a matter that not only these three men were interested in, but every person that lived in the community. Competition would run along to a point where you could get the oils that you use in your families, to grease your wagons, and to burn in your houses for any other purpose at a price that should give the manufacturer a fair profit and at the lowest possible price. On the other hand, if you leave that open to these parties to regulate as they saw fit, having a monopoly of the market, then you rest upon the conscience of a corporation and put your faith in a soulless individual. It is one of the few bright lines in this picture that whenever the people got a chance to make themselves heard, their utterance was always right and true. The four juries which passed upon the facts understood them, and had the moral standard by which to judge them aright. One of the trust employees was put on the stand to break the effect of the evidence that the competition of the new works had put down the price of oil. In the early part of 1881, the winter of 1881, he said, common oil was 5.5 cents a gallon. This to prove that the reduction had preceded the appearance of the new refinery. He was confronted by the district attorney with one of his own bills of oil sold in February 1881. That would seem to be a sale of 120 degrees oil at 12 cents a gallon, he confessed, and added awkwardly, I was asked as to the winter of 1881. That is not the winter of 1881 as I understand. I meant to speak from July 1881, and so on. Footnote 500, Testimony, Trusts, Congress, 1888, page 939, end of footnote. The great lawyers held up to the ridicule of the jury the idea that the gases of distilling petroleum were dangerous. Matthews stated on the stand that he had seen this gas burn up derricks, property, and several men. The lawyers could not let anything so absurd go unchallenged. "Did it explode?" he was asked smartly. "Yes, sir." "And how did the explosion burn up the men and property?" with a knowing look to the jury. "The gases crept quietly to the boilers, unobserved," said the witness, "and all at once the whole atmosphere was ablaze." The witnesses who tried to prove that no harm could have resulted from the tampering with the still broke down. One of them was the inspector of oils at the Combinations refinery at Cleveland. He, too, had once been an independent refiner, but had passed under the yoke. He declared with every possible variation of phrase that there could not have been an explosion at the Buffalo Works. But the district attorney got out of him piecemeal admissions that the escaping petroleum gases would be inflammable, that in a damp day you would expect them to settle close to the still, that then, if they came in contact with fire, you would have a large flash and consume those vapors. If a person was in the vicinity, he would burn. I ask you if it would be a safe thing to fill a still with 175 barrels of petroleum, put under it an extremely hot fire so that the front portion of the still is a cherry red and a weighted safety valve is blown off. Would you consider that a safe thing to do? I would not. Still another of these witnesses ended, like Balaam, by saying just the opposite of what had been wanted of him. He testified that the escape of gases from the stills and even their ignition was a matter of no consequence. It may occur at any time, until he was cross-examined. It turned out, then, that his own works had been burned 3 times by the gases from distillation taking fire. These gases, he had to admit, took fire and burned the receiving house. A man got burned up with it. "Are you willing," the district attorney asked sarcastically, "to go down to the Buffalo Works and have them run some vapor on a quiet day on the ground and let you stand in the middle of it and touch it off?" I am not anxious to do that. Footnote 501, Testimony, Trusts, Congress, 1888, pages 932 to 33, 937, end of footnote. Everyone looked to see Matthews crushed by the cross-examination, in accordance with the widely advertised promises of the counsel on the other side. As he stood up to take the oath, said the New York World, and confronted the men with whom he had been at sword's point for 6 years, men of unlimited wealth and almost unlimited influence, and controlling the most gigantic monopoly of any age or any country, Charles B. Matthews looked, as a good observer said, what he proved himself to be, a fighter who will never know when he is whipped. Hard knocks and a struggle of years against an all-powerful enemy have whitened his hair and set firm, hard lines about his face. His eyes are deep set under a protruding forehead and black, bushy lashes, and are dark, firm, and searching. His jet-black beard is luxuriant but coarse. His whole head and face bespeak the dogged persistence in following a foe that is characteristic of the man. He is tall, well-built, and with those whom he knows to be friends, he is kindly and almost jovial in his manner. He told his story, and the jury believed it. One of the most damaging portions of his testimony was that given to connect the New York members of the trust with the conspiracy by showing that they had the actual, practical, continuous management of the vacuum in matters small as well as large. Matthews, when in their employ, was kept running to New York continually to see one or the other of them about some detail of the business. Seeking to break down the force of this testimony, the big gun of the legal battery opened on him. "But you did not see the name of the oil combination up over the office that you went into in New York?" "I do not think I ever saw the name over the office that I went into. I think that name is not often in view over where they do business." "What makes you think so?" "My experience and observation." What experience and observation have you had? Do you want I should tell it all? No, you need not tell it all. We will let that go now. Matthews had been in their employ. He knew about the staff of lobbyists they keep to go from capital to capital as needed. For lack of evidence, the jury was offered abuse of Matthews, spoken by the brilliant attorney on a shout which enabled the populace outside the courthouse to hear his speech, and, as the verdict proved, deafened the jury to his eloquence. The jury preferred the view given by the district attorney. When I look upon the troubled face of Matthews, said District Attorney Quinby in his closing of the case, I know what is coming upon his head. When I know the struggle he has gone through, the integrity that is in his heart, I would say to him, well done, good and faithful servant. You have withstood the powerful arm of this insatiable corporation. You stand today honored from one end of this land to the other. I am proud that in the county of Erie has been born a gentleman who has had the bravery and fortitude he has shown. Into section 24. Section 25 of Wealth Against Commonwealth by Henry Demarest Lloyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bryan Travis. Chapter 21. Crime Cheaper Than Competition. The jury was composed of 9 farmers, 1 tailor, 1 storekeeper, and 1 railroad foreman. So intelligent a jury, said the Buffalo Express, is proof perfect that the verdict it returns is the only one warranted by the law and evidence. The jury found all the defendants guilty whom the court allowed them to try. The verdict, guilty as charged in the indictment, was given May 18, 1887. Every possibility of appeal and reversal was resorted to. The judge granted a stay, and this left the defendants unsentenced. A motion for a new trial postponed the day of fate until December 24, 1887. When the judge decided against the new trial, an appeal was taken and was carried through every court except the highest. Legal procedure in New York makes the courts a hunting preserve for those who can afford the luxuries of litigation. The law was changed by the Field Code so that demurrers and counter appeals, proceedings and ancillary proceedings on technical points can be carried, one after another, from court to court, while the real point at issue has to wait untried below for the results of this interminable contest. By grace of this power to carry preliminary and technical questions from court to court, at the pleasure of quibbling and appealing lawyers and procrastinating judges, from courts of oyer and terminer to the Supreme Court ad general term to the Court of Appeals, rich corporations and individuals are able to tire out altogether all ordinary opponents. It was only by help of very able and highly paid lawyers, officers of the courts and of justice, that the law of New York was reformed, so that the technical parts of a case could be, to such an extent, disengaged from the main body, and sent forward and backward, up and down, through the whole series of appeals, consuming endless time and money, while poor men seeking justice kick their heels in the lowest courts. As the time for pronouncing sentence came on, petitions for mercy were circulated in Buffalo and Rochester. The members of the jury which had found the accused guilty were labored with separately to sign a recantation. Only 6 succumbed and signed a statement that the prisoners were found guilty, not because they had conspired to blow up their rival's refinery, but because they had enticed away Albert. This recantation was in the face of the judge's charge, which had made the plot to blow up the Buffalo Works the chief and the important inquiry in this case, and the verdict had been given under the influence of this view of the case. 6 of the jury saw the impropriety of making this statement after they had disbanded and passed from under the legal and moral restraints they felt when sitting under their oath of office, and refused to sign it. When the paper from the complacent 6 jurors was handed in, the district attorney said in court, "These jurors received money for making these affidavits. If required to do so, I will prove the statement." He was not called upon to do so. "These affidavits," he said afterwards, "were procured for the purpose of influencing the court to administer the lighter punishment, since they tended to show that the verdict was directed against the lighter offense. One of the jurors told me he had been offered money to sign one of these affidavits, and he knew of one juror who had received $10 for signing one." When the last possibility in the way of proceedings for a stay or for a new trial had been exhausted, except argument of an appeal in the Court of Appeals, which was known to be useless, sentence was pronounced. The penalty provided in the statutes was imprisonment for 1 year in the penitentiary, or a fine of $250, or both. The lawyers pleaded that the elder of the convicted men was old, that the younger had just returned from a wedding tour in Europe, that some of the wealthiest and most prominent citizens of Rochester had petitioned for mercy, and that 6 of the jury had done likewise. Each was sentenced to pay a fine of $250. Notice of appeal was given by the convicted, and a year was consumed on both sides in preparations to fight the case to a bitter finish. But the appeal was abandoned. A new trial and new sentence might have ended worse. The fine was paid, and these employees of the trust, upon whose record as reputable and inoffensive citizens for all the years of their business career no shadow had fallen till they entered its employ, took thereby the place assigned them by the jury, that of convicts guilty of crime. Crime, it seems, may in this country be cheaper than competition. They who received the larger part of the benefit of the enticement of Albert, of the harassing litigation, of the damage done by the explosion, and of the bankruptcy which was finally produced by these means, went free of all punishment, and the employees found their crime but little less than a pastime. After his conviction, and before his sentence, one of the 2 married. His wedding was attended by many of the great men of the trust, magnates and the New York world of affairs and its affiliated interests. It glittered with gold and silver and precious stones, which they sent to signify to the world that they stood sponsor for him. The case of some humble boycotters was then fresh in the public mind. Certain working men on strike handed around printed circulars in the streets of New York, requesting people not to buy beer sold by their employer. In a few weeks from the time they dropped those circulars in the streets, they were in the penitentiary at Sing Sing. It was shown on their trial that they were entirely ignorant of the fact that they were violating any of the laws of the state in what they did. It was shown on the trial of the oilmen that they did know that the course they had in view was criminal, and were warned by a lawyer it might land them in prison. It was very fortunate, said the New York World, that they were not poor men convicted of stealing a ham. One of the reasons given by the judge for his leniency was that prominent citizens of Buffalo and Rochester had begged for mercy. "With the very highest respect for the judge," said the Buffalo Express, "as the Express has often demonstrated, we must say that this is a mighty queer excuse. 3/4 of those citizens are in one way or another identified in interest with the oil trust, as the judge could readily have ascertained, and their names on that petition were entitled to no more moral weight in the consideration of this case than the names of the 2 guilty men should have had if they had seen fit to sign it." The sentence raised a whirlwind of indignation. "As ridiculous as anything that could be imagined," said the Philadelphia Ledger. "It is high time," said the New York World, "that the lines were drawn between competition and conspiracy, between business and brigandage." Referring to the golden harvest of $300,000 dividends in 1 year on a capital of $100,000, representing an original investment of only $13,500, the World said, "The monopoly of this sort of business is a very seductive thing. It is calculated to make men of more boldness than morals blow up factories or do almost anything else to control the field. "It can't afford to blow up a rival refinery every day in the year at that price," said the Erie Dispatch. "There have been conspiracies," said the Oil City, Pennsylvania Blizzard, "to injure the business of opposition concerns right here in Oil City, and the conspirators have never been punished." "It is a light sentence," was the comment of the Buffalo commercial. "Poor criminals," the Buffalo Express declared, "may well wonder why rich ones are let off so easily. It is equivalent to deciding that wealth may securely indulge in that inexpensive sort of amusement as a mere pastime." "Who's afraid?" it asked. "What conspirator in restraint of trade is afraid of a $250 fine? Certain it is that no wealthy criminals convicted of such a crime ever before received from a court such a mockery of justice," was the verdict of the Springfield, Massachusetts Republican. The facts of this case have not been carelessly examined or decided. 2 grand juries in succession passed upon the evidence and found it good enough for indictments. 2 petty juries heard the evidence, both for and against, in the civil and criminal suits, and found it good enough. One jury for $20,000 damages, another for a verdict of criminally guilty. 70 picked citizens have unanimously concurred in the decision guilty. And this scarlet letter the monopoly will always have to carry. "So surely has Matthews lives, and so long as he lives," District Attorney Quinby said in the criminal prosecution, "he will never again make another dollar upon a barrel of oil he may manufacture. The word has gone forth, right in this courtroom, that this man shall be crushed, and he can never again run his work successfully. That is going to be one of the results of this case." The fulfillment of this prediction came swiftly. The sentence of ruin upon Matthews was executed before sentence was even pronounced upon the conspirators against him. He had been left crippled by the flight and corruption of his partner, the only practical oil man in the enterprise. When he tried to obtain someone to take his place, he could not get word of anyone not connected with the oil combination. He did not dare to advertise and knew no one in Buffalo he could venture to speak to. He had made contracts before opening the works and was unable to fill them. The pipes had been laid wrong. It took him a year trying one way and another and making a great many mistakes to set them right. His third partner was frightened back into the employ of the oil combination by threatening litigation. Then came the suits to destroy, punctually as threatened. Footnote 502, Testimony, Trust, Congress, 1888, page 816, end of footnote. "If one court does not sustain the patents, we will carry them up until you get enough of it," one of the trustees said to Matthews. One of the Rochester managers, in speaking of these suits, said, "I don't know as we will gain anything really, but we will embarrass them by bringing these suits, and if it is necessary, we will bring them once a month. Yes, we will bring them once a week." 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 suits came with injunctions. Null and void was the verdict of court after court on the worthless patents and pretended trademarks on which he was sued. Matthews had to keep pushing his pursuers to trial. What they wanted was not decisions, but delays, to ruin him by the waste of time and money. Footnote 503. See chapters 22 to 26. End of footnote. "It cost me 1/3 of my time and $25,000 or more to defend these suits." These suits were used to scare away his customers. "I was instructed," said the Boston representative of the combination, "to tell the customers that the Buffalo Company were using their patents." Footnote 504, Testimony, Trusts, Congress, 1888, page 847, end of footnote. The sole legal victory the combination won was the recovery of 6 cents damages on a technical point. Matthews, on his side, took to the courts. He sued his persecutors as individuals and corporations. He pursued them civilly and criminally. He was successful in defending himself against their suits. All his suits were successful as far as he was able to carry them. One suit for damages produced a $20,000 verdict. Another was for $250,000, on the still stronger evidence procured in the criminal trial. It took Matthews 2 years, from 1883 to 1885, to get his first case for damages for conspiracy to trial. All that time was consumed by his opponents in quibbles about procedure, technical objections, and motions for delay, appealing them from court to court. The judge, in taking from the jury afterwards the 3 trustees who had been brought to trial for conspiracy, declared that he could see no reason to believe that these suits had been brought without probable cause. But the jury before which the suit for damages was tried saw plenty of such reasons and gave Matthews' company a verdict of $20,000 damages. The views of the judge and jury might have varied in the same way on the question of the guilt of the 3 members of the trust. Matthews woke up one morning to discover, as he had been told he would, that there was no Atlas Company to get his oil from. Corporations may have no souls, but they can love each other. The Erie Railroad killed the pipeline of the Atlas Company for the oil combination. Footnote 505, Testimony, Trust, Congress, 1888, page 424, end of footnote. The courts had been kept busy granting injunctions against it on the motion of the Erie. These were invariably dissolved by the courts, but an application for a new one would always follow. At one time, the lawyers had 15 injunctions already in their hands to be sued out, one after the other, as fast as needed. The pipeline was finally destroyed by force. Where it crossed under the Erie Road in the bed of a stream, grappling irons were fastened to it, and with an immense hawser, a locomotive guarded by 2 freight cars full of men pulled it to pieces. The Atlas line and refinery became the property of their enemy. Matthews' supply of crude oil was not cut off immediately. He was tapered off. One of the superintendents of the Atlas testified in the suit for damages Matthews brought against the Atlas after it passed into the hands of the combination, that by the order of the manager of the refinery, he mixed refuse oil with the crude which they sold to the Buffalo Lubricating Oil Company. Finally, the supply was shut off altogether. Matthews turned to the railroads connecting Buffalo with the oil country. They all put up their rates. At the increased rates, they would not bring him enough to keep him going. They would not give him cars enough, and told him they would not let him put his own cars on the road. Even the lake steamers raised their rates against him. The farmer refiner was taking his lesson in the course which had driven his first employer to dig oil wells because there were restrictions in the shipments. Cut off from a supply by either pipe or rail at Buffalo, Matthews made an alliance with the Keystone Refinery in the oil regions. War was now made upon the Keystone. It was finally ruined. Packs of lawyers were set upon Matthews, and they finally brought him down. An attorney appeared before a judge and made a motion that the property of Matthews' company be taken out of Matthews' hands and be placed in the charge of a receiver as officer of the court to secure a debt due a Buffalo bank. This done, the lawyer appeared before the judge, who afterwards decided that $250 fine was punishment enough for criminal conspiracy, with an offer from the monopoly to pay $17,300 for the discontinuance of the suits for damages which Matthews had instituted, and $63,700 for all the other assets. The other creditors and all the stockholders opposed the motion, but the judge granted it. There were 2 suits. One had produced a verdict of $20,000, and the other one for $250,000 was brought on the new and much stronger evidence secured in the criminal trial. As to the value of the property, Matthews had brought his enterprise to the point where it was worth $20,000 a year. It was capable of producing many times that amount of profit. Had not Albert been enticed away, the new works would have yielded a profit of over $100,000 the first year. They had a capacity of 70 to 80 barrels a day of lubricating oil, and the profit was $5 to $6 a barrel at the time Matthews and Albert went into the business. Footnote 506, Testimony, Trust, Congress, 1888, page 849, end of footnote. The judge, overruling a majority of the creditors, ordered the receiver to accept the offer. He gave as his reason for selling these damage suits that a criminal prosecution had already taken place for the same offenses, and a person could not be punished twice for the same offense. As they had not yet been punished, this meant, if it meant anything, that the suits were to be sold out for this inconsiderable sum, and the guilty men were to get their punishment in the sentence he was to pass upon them in the criminal court. 3 months later, before the same judge, these convicted agents stood up to receive their criminal sentence. The judge gave them the lightest sentence in his power, nominal punishment. He did so, he was reported by the Buffalo Press to have said, because it has come to the attention of the court that civil suits have been brought to recover damages sustained by reason of the same overt acts. Large punitive damages are demanded in those actions. It is fundamental that a person cannot be punished twice for the same offense. The judge released them from the suits for damages because they were to be punished criminally. Then he released them from any but nominal punishment because there had been suits for damages. One would infer that the civil suits for damages were in full career in the courts to end possibly in hundreds of thousands of dollars damages against the convicted. No one would infer what was the truth, and who should have remembered it so well as the judge, for it was he who had done it, that the civil suits had been ordered sold. The judge had ordered his officer, the receiver, who had the luckless Matthews affairs in his grip, not to try the cases, but to sell them. The suits had been ordered sold in February preceding, and they were as dead as justice. But as all the technical formalities and slow proceedings needed to consummate the sale had not been completed when sentence was passed in May, the damages they might produce were made a reason for inflicting none but nominal punishment. The order of the sale made it impossible that they should ever be tried. Of the money paid into court, nearly half, $30,000, went to the lawyers, and, crudest stroke of all, the attorney who had made the successful motion before the judge to take Matthews' property away and to order the forced sale got $5,000. Matthews got nothing. Even his right to sue his destroyers had been sold to them on their own motion and at their own price. The crime was plotted in March 1881. The participants were indicted in 1886. It took until May 15, 1887, to secure conviction. While sentence was still unpronounced, Matthews' property was put into the hands of a receiver of the court, January 16, 1888. The property was sold by order of the court, February 17, 1888. Sentence was pronounced May 8, 1888. The formalities of the sale were consummated July 11, 1888, and the sentence, coming last of all, the fine of $250, was executed May 1, 1889. Matthews had tried to make money in oil and had failed, but his competition had forced those in control of the markets to increase the price to the producer, and he made light cheaper to the community. In Buffalo, his enterprise had caused the price to drop to 6 cents from 12 and 18 cents. In Boston, to 8 cents from 20. Footnote 507, Testimony, Trust, Congress, 1888, page 847, end of footnote. Oil has never since been as high in Boston or Buffalo as before he challenged the monopoly, and he forced the struggle into the view of the public and succeeded in putting on record in the archives of courts and legislatures and Congress a picture of the realities of modern commerce, certain to exercise a profound influence in ripening the reform thought with which our air is charged into reform action. Nothing is so dramatic as fact when you can find the fact. The treatment his church gave the brother, who had been the victim, as judicially declared, of a criminal conspiracy, is described in the following letter from Matthews. Buffalo, January 19, 1888. My dear friend, As your father was a clergyman, and as you feel an interest in church affairs, I think you will wish to know of my recent experiences. My church here is not a rich one, but we pay as much for church music as we do a salary to our pastor. Probably the wealthiest man in our church is an agent of the oil trust. He receives a salary of $18,000 per year and keeps their retail store here and has been a witness for them in important suits. He does not belong to our church, but is a trustee and treasurer of the church, and is very kind to our pastor, whom he took last summer on quite an extended vacation trip in New England. But you know the class of men that usually become trustees in our city churches these days. My pastor surprised me a few days ago by making a visit at my office and telling me that as my term of office as member of the session expired soon, it might be best for me not to be a candidate for re-election in view of what the newspapers had said about me and the opposition there was. He said, however, that he personally felt friendly to me and regarded me highly. He seemed to be embarrassed, but I quickly relieved the situation by saying that I had told my family some months before that I should not again hold a church office. I told the doctor he knew well I did not desire office in or out of the church. True, the newspapers, under the influence of the oil trust, had ridiculed me as Farmer Matthews from the country. But why should my pastor mock me with such shallow pretenses for reasons for church opposition to me? I had engaged in the oil business without the consent of the oil monopoly, and my pastor then and there told me my friends thought me foolhardy in doing so. I could hardly suppress my feelings on hearing this said by the man who baptized my children and ministers at the church altar. What could all this mean? I had only fought for my rights as an American citizen, as a manufacturer and shipper of oil. I had been sustained in every detail by the courts. I had convicted in our courts prominent men of conspiracy, little thinking that the subtle power of these men could come to dominate the church itself. My feelings were intense, and words came thick and fast, all too tame to express my feelings. I told the doctor how I had struggled on from boyhood, and at middle age had accumulated a few $1,000s, and in all these years had never sued a man or been sued, and that my struggle with the oil monopoly was for rights that no one worthy to be called a man dared to surrender. I told the doctor how I had been hounded, and my business beset by spies, that my friends had often told me I was in danger of assassination if I continued the fight in the courts. He, having done his errand, seemed uneasy and anxious to go. I told him I had seen the rising and corrupting power of this trust in their control of our aldermen and courts, in state and national legislation. I could witness all this with comparative composure, but it made every drop of my blood hot to see them erect their altars for mammon worship in the church of the living God. I had seen the hard-won earnings of a lifetime swept away, and had hoped that at least one word of sympathy might come from the church. If I had been robbed by old-fashioned highwaymen and the church received none of the loot, church sympathy would have been hearty and abundant. But no. Sabbath after Sabbath, our Reverend Doctor rises in the pulpit and at the regular time says, "Let us worship God in the gift of money." Religion, divine worship, and money all seem to have a like meaning, as they are alternately mentioned in our pulpit. My ancestors far back were church people, but this worshiping money or worshiping God with money is all new to me. It was not the acceptable worship required by Christ and taught by his disciples. After the conversation I had with my pastor that day, I trudged home, but could not sleep that night. My heart was too full of sorrow as well as anger. I hope you will forgive me for writing you so long a letter. I have written much more than I intended to, but did not see where to stop. There are many things I wish you could see but not experience in the life of a businessman nowadays. I want you to write often, as every word from a true friend is prized highly in these dark days for me. The action of the judge in this and another celebrated case was made an issue in the elections in New York in 1889. In June 1882, the railroads in New York City, rather than pay the freight handlers the 20 cents an hour they asked for instead of 17 cents, brought the business of the city to a stop. They refused to employ their old men at that price and did not supply their places. Trucks by thousands, heavy with merchandise, stood before the railroad freight houses for days, waiting in vain to be unloaded. The trade of the metropolis was paralyzed, and the railroad officials sat serenely in their offices, letting the jam pile up until the freight handlers were starved into accepting the wages they were offered, and commercial distress had made the business community desperate enough to tolerate that injustice or any other iniquity, provided the goddess of getting on were allowed to get on again. It was so clear that the price asked by the men was fair, and that the refusal of the railroads to set them at work and keep the channels of trade open was due to a purpose to manufacture such widespread loss and trouble that the public should be goaded into forgetfulness of the rights of the men, that public opinion forced the Attorney General of the state to act. Reinforced by able counsel, he applied for a peremptory writ of mandamus to compel the roads to resume operations. This motion came before this Buffalo judge, then sitting by assignment in New York. He kept the people waiting 10 days, and then quashed and dismissed the petition. The decision of the Supreme Court, composed of judges of both parties reversing his action, was unanimous, but the mischief he had done was, by that time, January 17, 1883, long past mending. When he was nominated to be judge again, after his indecision and decision had swelled the dividends of the great railways of New York, the presiding officer of the convention which was to choose him to be their candidate was, by a coincidence, also the president of one of the great railway corporations which had been involved in the judicial proceeding of 1882. The judge's record was made one of the issues in the state election which followed the defeat of justice in Buffalo. He was nominated by the Republicans in 1889 for judge of the Court of Appeals, the highest court in the state of New York, and the nomination was asserted by the New York Times in a leading editorial to have been procured by the Oil Trust. Its influence was active, said the Times, in securing the nomination of this judge. An attorney who has labored in its interest at Albany during the last 2 sessions of the legislature was conspicuous among the men who did the work. The New York Times, the Buffalo Courier, the New York Star, the New York World, and other leading journals of the state retold the story of the trial and declared that the judge's action in taking the case of the members of the trust from the jury and the sentence he gave the convicted agents made it clear that he was unfit to be a judge. The oil combination, the World said editorially, have had agents busy this year trying to secure his elevation to the highest court in the state. We say confidently that the history of the case establishes his conspicuous unfitness for a place on the bench of the Court of Appeals. He should be defeated, and with him the oppressive monopoly which is actively seeking his election. He was defeated with the rest of the ticket. District Attorney Quinby was re-elected several terms in succession. After their victory, the people went to sleep, but not the sower of tares. At the election of 1890, the nomination of this judge to a seat on the bench was secured from both parties. For 14 years, therefore, from 1890, a seat of the Supreme Court, one of the most important tribunals of justice in New York State, will be occupied by this judge, before whom must come many questions affecting oil transportation, electric lighting, natural gas and illuminating, street railways, banking, and other interests of the oil trust. Monopoly cannot be content with controlling its own business. It is the creature of the same law which has always driven the tyrant to control everything: government, art, literature, even private conversation. Any freedom, though seemingly the most remote from any possible bearing upon the tyrant, will grow from a little leak of liberty into a mighty flood, sweeping his palaces and dungeons away. The Tsar knows that if he lets his people have so much freedom as free talk in their sitting rooms, their talk will gather into a tornado. In all ages, wealth, like all power, has found that it must rule all or nothing. Its destiny is rule or ruin, and rule is but a slower ruin. Here, we find it in America creeping higher every year up into the seats of control. Its lobbyists force the nomination of judges who will construe the laws as power desires, and of senators who will get passed such laws as it wants for its judges to construe. The press, too, must be controlled by power. During the criminal trial at Buffalo, one of the oil combination's detectives was put on the stand. He was compelled to produce his written instructions from the Council of the Trust. Footnote 508, Testimony, Trust, Congress, 1888, pages 429, 894, end of footnote. These had been given him at the office of the Oil Trust in New York. He forwarded his reports to its office in New York and received his pay from the same place. Footnote 509, same, page 894, end of footnote. He sent his subordinates to get employment in Matthew's works, and through them obtained information from the inside. The monopoly paid one of these detectives $2.50 a day for spying, while he could earn only $1.50 a day for working. I see here further, said the district attorney, why the Express published the last complaint in Matthew's suit for $250,000 damages. Did he ask you to find out about that? He did. That is, he wanted you to find out what arrangements were made with the Buffalo Express to have the complaint published? Yes, the whole complaint. It covered the whole of the newspaper. And do you know how many copies were taken by Matthews? Did he tell you to find that out too? Yes, sir. Footnote 510, Testimony, Stenographic Report, page 895. This passage also is omitted in the transcript furnished the Committee of Congress by the Council of the Trust. End of footnote. End of section 25. Section 26 of Wealth Against Commonwealth by Henry Demarest Lloyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bryan Travis. Chapter 22. Another Tale of Two Cities. The South is the most American part of America. Close observers note, as its especial characteristic, the preservation of the original Anglo-Saxon types, which gave this country its first and deepest impress. The South is not yet so steeped as the North in the commercialism to which it is all of life to buy and sell, and its population, less affected by trade and immigration, remains more nearly American, as the fathers were American, than the parts of the country flooded by the full force of the modern tide. Only in the South is there record all through this history of a man too prejudiced to buy from those who claim the sole right to sell. The merchants of Columbus, Mississippi, were buying their oil of the southern branch of the combination when they were offered a supply at cheaper prices by an independent refiner. They asked the combination to meet this competition of the market. This was refused. There were 11 firms there which sold oil in connection with other things. The combination coolly informed us, wrote one of the firms to a journal of the trade, that we were in their power and could not buy oil from anyone else, and that we should either pay such prices as they demanded or not sell oil. We immediately formed an association among ourselves and ordered from other parties. On receipt of our first car, they immediately put the retail price below the cost per car lots, and for some time tried to whip us in that way, as we still declined to handle their oil. They then wrote offering to rebate to several of the larger firms if they would withdraw and leave the smaller ones to fight the battle alone. This proposition we declined, and they again tried the low-price dodge, their agent telling us that they would spend $10,000 to crush us out. This game they have now been trying for 3 years, and in that time we have not handled 1 gallon of their oil. As these devices, irresistible in more commercial civilizations, did not fool the Brotherhood of Columbus, a special agent was sent to Columbus to carry on the war. You can tell the Columbus merchants if this does not succeed, we will have it out on other lines, the agent was instructed, in the strain of the letter to the merchant of Nashville. Footnote 511, see page 214, and a footnote. The battle has not fairly opened yet. Sharpen up your sword. We mean war to the knife. And again, we want Columbus squelched, was the word sent the agent from the headquarters at Louisville. He was ordered to start a grocery store in Columbus to compete in their entire business with the blackmailers. While the fight was on, and it was still hoped to conquer Columbus, the following was kept prominently before the people in the daily papers. We desire to state that we did not establish an agency in Columbus to force the wholesale grocers to handle our oil. But 7 years later, the general in command of this department told Congress it was his practice to fight in that way. Almost invariably, I did that always. Footnote 512, Testimony, Trusts, Congress, 1888, page 533. See also page 734. End of footnote. To threaten the people elsewhere with Columbus, the agent at Columbus was told, will make them scat, as it were, and take our oil at any price. But the people of Columbus did not scat. The new store had a complete stock of groceries. Prices on everything, including oil, were put down to the bone. But one essential feature of the enterprise all the ingenuity and power of the invader could not furnish: customers. Goods were advertised at cost. Alluring signs were hung out with daily variations, but the people would not buy. A few citizens who bought at the beginning, without understanding the plan of campaign, came out in the newspapers with cards of apology and pledges that they would not repeat the mistake. Local bankers refused to honor the drafts of the enemy, threw out its accounts, and gave notice that they would advance no money to persons who bought at its store. The public opinion of Columbus so bitterly resented the attack upon the livelihood of its merchants because they had dared to buy where they thought best, and so clearly saw that the subjugation of the merchants would be but the preliminary of a conquest of themselves, that anyone seen within the doors of the odious store fell into instant and deep disgrace. Their store is regarded as a pest house, wrote one of the leading businessmen, and few respectable people ever darken their doors, their trade being confined mostly to Negroes. Their oil trade has dwindled down to almost nothing, and we are selling now to merchants in other towns who heretofore bought exclusively from them. At the first sign of aggression, the merchants had given up competition, which they saw meant only mutual ruin, and had tied themselves together in an association. Now, as the struggle widened, the people did the same, and found a greater benefit and pleasure in cooperation than in keeping up the delusion of the higgling of the market, where there was no market. The Index of Columbus printed an agreement signed by hundreds of those who will sustain our home merchants in the struggle they are making. It will receive many more signatures among our citizens. The people have only to understand to properly decide in this matter between right and wrong. You ask if the feeling is bitter against them in our community, one of the merchants wrote. I can only liken it to the spirit which prevailed when the people of Boston emptied King George's taxed tea into Boston Harbor. Attempt was made to intimidate the press. Advertisements were discontinued because the papers supported the cause of the people. If the agent, said the Index of Columbus, thought the cash that might be obtained for such advertisements could purchase the silence of this journal when it should speak, or its support in a wrong cause, he reckoned without his host. The pledge was signed by practically every man in the place. The country people about Columbus, when they came to town to sell produce and buy supplies, took back with them blanks of the agreement not to buy the obnoxious oil, and circulated them among their neighbors for signature. Agents were sent among these country people to win back their trade, but they could not be moved. The competition was made war to the knife, and the knife to the bone. It was a singular sight, this concentration of millions to kill these little men in this remote country town in far-off Mississippi. Nothing was too small to do. When one of the Columbus rebels bought oats for his trade, a competitive stock of the same kind of oats was hurried into Columbus, and these instructions sent with it. Put your sign out, rust-proof oats to arrive at 98 cents to $1 a bushel. This will kill him. The same sign should be posted about meats, sugar, coffee, etc. The plan of action of the Merchants Association was simple. They declined to handle the enemy's oil at any price. Then to have a stock of our own always on hand, ready to sell whenever we could at a profit, and hold in reserve whenever they cut prices below cost. And in this way, we have made it a losing business to them for over 3 years, and will continue to do so as long as they remain in our town. When our association buys a car of oil, each member pays for and takes charge of an equal share, but the oil remains the property of the association. And should any member sell out before the others, he has the right to buy from them at cost, and the next car is not ordered until all are nearly sold out. It is our pleasure to make oil cheap, but a written proposition was made to the merchants that if they would repent and return, the price would be 20 cents a gallon, with a rebate to the loyal dealers. As this oil could be, and was being, laid down in Columbus at 12 cents a gallon, the proposition amounted to a request that the merchants join in imposing a tax on the people of 8 cents a gallon, which must be added to the retail price and go to swell the profits of the sympathetical cooperation. Can anyone, said the index, after knowing these facts, doubt that in a pecuniary point our merchants could have done better by surrendering the principal and joining the ring? But at the same time, could any reasoning man, even viewing it in the light of policy alone, advise such a course? One which, if adopted, would only open the door for other monopolies to enter and demand high prices on meat, flour, and the other necessaries of life, until our city becomes the highest market in the land. Let all good citizens, then, unite in a steady effort to resist the yoke which this monopoly is now trying to force upon us, and let us teach them and all others that our people are too loyal to each other and too intelligent to allow themselves to be made the instruments of their own destruction. Remember that should our merchants be forced to yield, the day of low prices will be a short one. And then these strangers, having accomplished their purpose and forced their yoke upon you and us, will return to their homes, and while rioting in the taxes wrung from you, with your own assistance, will laugh at you for allowing yourselves to be so easily duped, and, emboldened by their success in forcing upon you high-priced oil, will soon return to demand high prices on sugar, coffee, and every other article of trade. The nose for news of the American press scented out the novelty of a whole community acting as one man in successful resistance to those who had till then found nowhere any cohesive brotherliness to make a stand against them. The newspapers of the county took the matter up. It was absolutely the first time any method had been found that could prevail against the tactics of divide and conquer, which had been elsewhere irresistible. Public attention was fascinated by the revelation that a brotherhood to ravage the people turned impotent when the people were roused to meet it with their brotherhood of the Commonwealth. There was in the spectacle a moral illumination, the light that never fails. Instead of becoming, as had been planned, a warning to all the people of the dire destruction to be visited upon any who dared to disobey, the encounter between the one-man power of United Columbus and the one-man power of hundreds of millions of dollars became every day more brilliantly a sign in the sky, showing all the people how the invasion of their industrial liberties could be changed into a ruin more complete than the retreat from Moscow. Scores of such assaults on the people had been won before. "What was being done at Columbus," said one of the papers, "is but what they have done before at Aberdeen and at hundreds of other places north and south." But as despoilers always have to fear, one defeat may undo a lifetime of conquest. The success of the people of Columbus was teaching the people of the whole country, and of all markets, that the real enemy was not the oil trust, but the lack of trust in each other. The people were learning there was a magic in association more potent than the trick of combinations. The index proposed to the people of the South to join the citizens of Columbus and make the fight general. There is this about it. If there was concentrated action among the smaller cities and towns throughout even this section of the state, we would have no fear of the result. The oil trust may be too strong for a single small locality, but if a combination of a certain number of localities handling oil were effected, they would soon be forced to retire. Such a combination can be and should be brought about at once. The struggle at Columbus lasted 3 years. It had seemed unequal enough, a few thousands of dollars against hundreds of millions. But 3 years of this commercial warfare failed to break the spirit or resources of the brave, and wise because brave, people. The community never broke rank. They laughed when they were tempted with cheap coffee, flour, sugar to join in the attempt to bankrupt their home merchants. They could see that the gift of forced cheapness, used to destroy natural cheapness, was a Trojan horse bearing within itself the deadliest form of dearness. Defeated, the oil lords gave up the contest, closed their store in Columbus, and left the people of that place free. England, says Emerson, reaches to the Alleghenies. America begins in Ohio. In the Western Reserve of Ohio, hive of abolitionists and Union soldiers, was the same spirit of America which, at Columbus, Mississippi, had defended its market rights as outpost of all other rights. It was only a few years ago discovered that the flames of the burning springs of the Caspian Sea, China, and America, whose torches kindled the lamp of history, were beacon fires uncomprehended by a procession of civilizations, and waiting to light man to the knowledge that the earth beneath him was a city of domes, huge receivers storing up the products of vaster gas retorts below. Man found that he need not wait for the Spirit to come to him out of the caverns measureless to man. He could go to it, as in oil, and, tapping the great tanks, could lead their flighty contents to homes and mills, to emerge there as light and warmth and power. Experience in oil had made ready skill and capital to use the new treasure. In a very few years, thousands of miles of pipe were laid, and millions of capital invested in the natural gas business, mainly in Ohio and Pennsylvania. The gas was found in the same general localities as oil, and the methods of procuring and distributing it were similar, and the similarity easily extended to the methods of administering this bounty of nature as property. Toledo began to be supplied in 1887 with the new fuel through pipelines by 2 companies. They obtained their franchises as competitors, but were soon found to be one in ownership, prices, and all details of management. The discovery that the 2 companies at Toledo were really one, and that one, the evil one of the oil trust, aroused the apprehensions of the people, and these were increased by a number of circumstances. The Toledo companies got from the city as a free gift a franchise worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, on condition that they would supply Toledo before a certain date. But in the midst of the work of laying pipes, they suspended operations and declared that they would do nothing more unless the city council fixed, at rates dictated by them, the prices the people were to pay. These rates were enough to pay not only a fair dividend, but to return in a few years every dollar of capital invested in lands, pipes, etc. Later, they demanded another increase which, according to the sworn statement by their superintendent of the amount of gas supplied daily, would have amounted to $351,362.50 a year. They made the charges regardless of the ordinance and used delay in furnishing gas as a means to make people willing to pay these illegal rates. Consumers seeking to renew their contracts were informed that the price would be doubled. The companies had assured the people that they should get their heat at half the price of coal. But when the bills were footed up, the gas in many cases cost more than coal. The companies refused to supply fuel to an oil refinery, which had been built in Toledo in opposition to the trust refineries. The companies discriminated against some customers and in favor of others. The power to say which manufacturer should have cheaper fuel than his competitor was a power to enact prosperity or ruin. Footnote 513, see Chapter 25, end of footnote. It was a power to force themselves into control of any business they desired to enter. Those who controlled these gas companies appeared in the circuit court of the city in a proceeding which alone contained warning enough to put any self-governing community on guard. The court was asked to deny the right of farmers in Wood County to give away over their lands to the Toledo, Findlay, and Springfield Railway, being built to give the independent oil refiners and producers of the Ohio oil field a route to market. The farmers in question had made leases to an oil corporation of the trust, giving only the specific right to bore for and pipe and store oil and gas. The farmers supposed that they had parted only with what they had signed away in the leases. They supposed they still owned their farms. When the new railroads sought the privilege of a right-of-way, the farmers granted it. Suit was at once brought for an injunction to prevent this use of the land. According to the logic of the claim in these cases, a farmer who has made such a lease could not build a road across his own farm without permission. Most certainly not, was the reply made by one of the lawyers to the judge, who asked if the farmer could do so. By occurrences like these, an increasing number of influential citizens were convinced that the gas companies would hold a power over the comfort and daily life of the people not wise to surrender entire to any corporation. An agitation was begun for the supply of gas to the people by themselves, acting through the municipality. 6,000 citizens sent a petition in the session of 1887 to 88 to the legislature to pass the necessary enabling act. There was a discussion of the project for 2 years. Public opinion grew more favorable every day. The citizens chartered a special train to carry a delegation to Columbus the day the pipeline law came before the Senate. The legislature in 1889 passed the law. It authorized the people of Toledo to issue bonds to the extent of $750,000 to buy gas land and build pipelines. This legislation was, of course, bitterly opposed by the existing gas companies, and they demanded of the legislature that before the law became operative, it should be ratified by a 3/5 vote of the people. The friends of the scheme of municipal self-help and independence accepted the challenge. In the ensuing campaign, the opposition to the people was officered by the president of one of the natural gas companies, twice governor of Ohio, afterwards United States Secretary of the Treasury. The natural gas trustees of the city of Toledo in an official communication said, "There is reason to believe the money of the natural gas companies was freely spent to defeat it." The act was ratified April 1889 by a vote of 7,002 for to 4,199 against. A vote, say the trustees, in which the heavy taxpayers were largely acting with the majority. Footnote 514, Report of Citizens Committee on City of Toledo and its Natural Gas Bonds, page 5, end of footnote. Organized labor took an enthusiastic part in the work of this election. The Central Labor Union held a special meeting which filled the largest public hall. Men paraded the streets with banners favoring the policy of independence. The Knights of Labor held meetings to discuss the project, and the Central Council, representing all the assemblies in the city, passed unanimously resolutions appealing to all members of the order and all working men to support no candidate who would not pledge himself to the city pipeline. At a meeting of the glassworkers, it was resolved to be the duty of every working man to vote yes for the pipeline next Monday. Many of us glassworkers, said the resolutions adopted, have been employed in factories in the Ohio Valley, receiving their natural gas fuel from a gigantic corporation similar to that which now supplies Toledo. We have seen our employers unfairly dealt with and arbitrarily treated in the matter of making rates. Some of them were forced to go into the courts to prevent the extortion of the piratical company who were bent on assessing each citizen and industry at the highest rate possible, irrespective of its effects on the industries or the wages of the employees. Many manufacturers were compelled to move their plants to the cheap gas fields of Ohio and Indiana. The employees were compelled to break up their homes and immigrate in order to follow their trade for a livelihood. The question came before the people again the next spring, when both the Republican and Democratic parties by acclamation renominated a natural gas trustee, whose term was expiring, to succeed himself. At the election, the vote was 8,958 for and only 58 against, a practically unanimous endorsement of the project by the people. Toledo now began to make history. It is entirely safe to say, a well-known citizen declared in the Toledo Blade, that in the history of this country, no other people have been called to the experience which Toledo has been undergoing for the past year. Communities often are agitated and divided on questions of local policy, but no second case will be found in which a people, after settling such questions among themselves according to recognized rules, were confronted with warfare, bitter and persistent, such as this city is now called to meet, and at the hands of a combination wholly of non-residents, without the slightest proper voice in their domestic concerns. In every direct encounter with the Commons, the Lords had been defeated, in the 2 years' debate which preceded the first appeal to the legislature. In the legislature, where the bill passed the House almost unanimously, and the Senate more than 2-1. In the appeal to the voters, before the governor, who had been approached to cripple the enterprise of the municipality by naming unfriendly trustees. The gas companies had tried at each city election, after the legislature acted in 1889, to seat in the city council a majority in their interest. But the people, making the city pipeline the issue of the election, gave an overwhelming preponderance of their votes to the men pledged to see it through. Strong and subtle opposition. Footnote 515, City of Toledo and its natural gas bonds. Page 5, into footnote. Was then brought to bear on the Common Council to prevent it from passing the necessary ordinances. But, in spite of it, both branches of the Council voted them unanimously. A clearer case of the will of the people and of law and order there could not be. A free and intelligent community, in a matter of vital concern to its industrial freedom and business prosperity, after thorough discussion in which all sides had been freely heard, had by constitutional proceedings decided by an overwhelming majority upon a policy altogether within its legal, moral, and contract rights. The ablest lawyers, writers, and financiers that money could hire had had it under the microscope to find some breach for attack, but had not been able to find a flaw. All was constitutional, legal, proper, and expedient. A glance at the contestants brings out in clear outlines some conditions of our modern development which have come upon us almost unawares. The city of Toledo was a vigorous community of 90,000 people. Its opponent was a little group of men, but they controlled in one aggregation not less than $160 million, besides large affairs outside of this. The assessed valuations of the property of the people on which Toledo could levy taxation was, in 1889, but $33,200,000. The total income of the municipality was $961,101. That of a single member of the little group opposing them had been acknowledged to be $9 million a year and was believed by the best informed to be several times as much. This individual income was greater than the product of all the manufactories of the city, and 3 times greater than the combined wages of the workmen in these establishments. There were several members of the natural gas syndicate who collected and dispersed every year more than the community. Toledo had about the same population as Kansas in 1856. The slave power of the South that assailed the liberties of the 90,000 in Kansas numbered millions. But the new power in the North, which in a short generation had grown so strong that it did not fear to attack the 90,000 freemen of Toledo, counted only 9 names. The people could act only after public deliberation and through the slow stages of municipal and state procedure. Their antagonists met in secret council and devised plans executed by a single hand, armed with the aggregated power of hundreds of millions of dollars, and liable, if found illegal or criminal, to only nominal punishment, or only 6 cents damages. Footnote 516, chapters 14 and 21. End of footnote. At Columbus, the struggle was with something very simple, but extraordinarily difficult to overcome, as simple things often are: an obstinate, immovable, thoroughly angry public opinion, acting only through private voluntary means, its set will to exchange the fruits of its labor with whom and on what terms it pleased. There was absolutely no leverage to be got to bear upon the people of Columbus except by changing their feelings. Compulsion was out of the question. But at Toledo, compulsion was possible. There, the people had acted not through unofficial combinations as at Columbus, but through the official machinery of the town and state. If the law could be turned against them by able counsel or compliant judges, if any smallest fault, however technical, could be found in the legislation of the state or the city, or the practical administration of the official machinery provided for the natural gas business of the city, if this could be done, the people of Toledo could be compelled, however little their will had changed, to see their enterprise of independence balked. This compulsion could be carried to the use of force if they resisted, and the militia of the state and the regular army could be brought into the conflict. Such is the prize of power which tempts, more than tempts, drives as by fate, our overgrown wealth to fortify itself by control of judges, governors, presidents, commanders-in-chief, all the agents of the supreme authority and force. Columbus was so local that its people were sufficient unto themselves. All they had to do was to keep on saying, "We will not buy." But Toledo was a citizen of the great world of affairs and finance. It was part of London, New York, Chicago. Much of it was owned as an investment elsewhere. Sensitive nerves connected it with all the markets, especially the greatest of all, the money market. It sold and bought and borrowed and lent far beyond its own border. What Wall Street gossips said about the people of Columbus would not make a dollar's difference to the whole town in a year, but a whisper started through the offices of the great capitalists in New York and abroad would flash back by wire to Toledo and go like a quick poison through its industries and credit, private and public. Private enterprise could not afford to let the people of Toledo go forward with their public enterprise. Many millions had been invested in getting control of a business representing $200 million. Many towns and cities, as Fostoria, Sandusky, Fremont, Clyde, Bellevue, Norwalk, Perrysburg, Tiffin, and Detroit, were being supplied with gas at a handsome profit. If Toledo should set a successful example of self-supply, it would find imitators on every side. The essence of private enterprise was that the people should get their gas from captains of industry, and pay them for their captaincy 2 or 3 times the real cost as profit, just as monarchical countries pay kings for kindly supplying the people with a government which really comes from the people. The essence of municipal supply was that the people should supply themselves at cost, without profit, and without captains of industry, except as the people provided them. Toledo, in fine, proposed to keep step with the modern expansion of self-government, which finds that it can apply principles and methods of democracy to industry. It proposed to add another to many demonstrations already made, noticeably in this very department of gas supply to municipalities, of the truth that the ability to carry on the business of supplying the various wants of mankind is not a sort of divine right vouchsafed from on high to a few specially inspired and gifted priests of commerce, by whose intermediation alone can the mysteries of trade be operated, but, like the ability to govern and be governed, is one of the faculties common to mankind, capable of being administered of, by, and for the people, and not needing to be differentiated as the prerogative of one set of men. The Toledo experiment was another step forward in the worldwide movement for the abolition of millionaires, a movement upon which the millionaires look with unconcealed apprehension for the welfare of their fellow beings. Mankind views with equanimity the expulsion of the profit hunter from the business of carrying letters, minting coins, administering justice, maintaining highways, collecting taxes, in which millionairism has been universally put an end to. It views with hopes of larger results the newer manifestations of the same tendency which in England have abolished millionairism in telegraphs and parcel express. In Germany and France, Australia and India have gone a long way towards the abolition of the millionaire in railroads. And in various cities and towns in Europe, America, and Australia have put up local signs, "No millionaires allowed here," by the municipalization of trade in water, gas, electricity, street railways, baths, laundries, libraries, etc. The trust of millionaires was therefore fighting for a principle, and what will good men not sacrifice to principle? End of section 26. Section 27 of Wealth Against Commonwealth by Henry Demarest Lloyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bryan Travis. Chapter 23. Freedom of the City. Towns, like men, stamp themselves with marked traits. Toledo had an individuality which showed itself from the start. Its leading men clubbed together and borrowed money as early as 1832 to build one of the first railroads constructed west of the Alleghenies, the Erie and Kalamazoo, to connect Toledo and Adrian. When, in 1845, the steamboats on the lakes formed a combination and discriminated against Toledo, the city, through its council, refused to submit and appropriated $10,000 to get an independent boat to Buffalo. The city appropriated its credit and revenues to other important and costly enterprises, including 4 railroads, to keep it clear of the cruel mercies of private ownership of the highways. In 1889, it expended $200,000 to secure direct railway connections with the Pennsylvania and the Baltimore and Ohio railways for competition in rates with the Lakeshore Railroad. As it had been authorized to do so by the state, the City Council of Toledo, April 29, 1889, ordered gas bonds to the amount of $75,000 sold, that work on the city pipeline might begin. Before proceeding with the enterprise confided to them, the natural gas trustees gave the private companies an opportunity to save themselves from the competition of the city. They asked them in writing if they would agree to furnish gas cheaply for a term of years, or if they would sell their entire plant to the city. They did this, as they expressed it, as an honorable effort to obtain cheaper gas without unnecessary expenditure and without injury to established rights. After a delay of nearly a month, a reply was received, refusing to enter into negotiations either for a reduction of charges or for the sale of the private plants to the city. The trustees then asked for a personal interview, but this was refused. Then, when the city began preparations to sell its bonds, a cannonade was opened on it in the courts, the money market, the gas fields, the city government, the press, among the citizens, and everywhere. Injunctions were applied for in 3 courts, unsuccessfully in all instances. No injunction was ever granted in these or any other of the many suits brought for the purpose of enjoining the sale of the bonds. Courts will usually grant temporary injunctions awaiting a hearing on the merits when complainants will enter into ample bonds and indemnify defendants. But the parties instigating this litigation would not put up the necessary bonds. They thus could smirch the bonds without incurring any personal liability in so doing. An expensive array of lawyers was sent before the United States courts to prevent the issue of the bonds on the ground that they were illegal, and the law under which they were issued unconstitutional. The principle involved had been frequently discussed and always upheld both by the Supreme Court of Ohio and the Supreme Court of the United States. Footnote 517, State, Ex Relatione versus City of Toledo, 48th Ohio State Reports, page 112. End of footnote. Does not your argument appear to be in conflict with the views of the Supreme Court of Ohio and the Supreme Court of the United States? The judge asked. The counsel for the gas companies responded in substance. If so, then so much the worse for the views of those courts. As it was through the suffrage that the people of Toledo were able to do this, the attack was widened from an attack on the enterprise to one upon the sovereignty of the citizens which made it possible. Everybody votes in Ohio, in fact, too many people, said the lawyer who applied for an injunction against Toledo. If he had his way, he declared, there would be fewer voters, and he stigmatized the arguments of Toledo as those of John Most, the communist. Unquestionably, decided Judge Jackson, the legislature may authorize a city to furnish light or facilities for transportation or water to its citizens with or without cost, as the legislature or city may determine. Since the decision in Sharpless versus Philadelphia, it is no longer an open question whether municipalities may engage in enterprises such as the one contemplated by the act in question in this case. The act of January 22, 1889, authorizing the city of Toledo to issue bonds for natural gas purposes, is clearly within the general scope of legislative power, is for a public use and purpose, and is not in contravention of any of the provisions of the Constitution. The court, being of the opinion that the legislation is valid, it follows, of course, that the injunction applied for must be refused. Footnote 518, Federal Court Reporter, Volume 39, pages 651 to 54. End of footnote. When the news of Judge Jackson's decision was telegraphed to Toledo, nothing less than the booming of cannon could express the joy of the citizens. They sent this message to the just judge. 100 guns were fired tonight by the citizens of Toledo in honor of your righteous decision today. Judge Jackson again upheld the bonds at Toledo, January 14, 1890, when he again dismissed the case against the city for want of equity at cost of complainants. The favorable decision by Judge Jackson, although an appeal was taken, made it possible for the city to sell the $75,000 bonds which had been issued by order of the council. The bonds brought par interest and over $2,000 premium. With the money thus procured, the city's Board of Natural Gas Trustees began operations. Their opponents had spread far and loud among the voters before the election. Among those who would be likely to buy the bonds, everywhere it would hurt. The assertion that all the territory that was good had been bought up by them, and the city's trustees would not be able to get any. One of the companies had no less than 140,000 acres of gas lands in its possession or under contract, at a cost in rentals and royalties of $100,000 a year. Footnote 519, Report of the Northwestern Ohio Natural Gas Company, January 7, 1889. End of footnote. But the city trustees, even with the small sum at their command, were able to secure at the very beginning wells with a capacity more than 4 times as great as the private companies had had when the latter began the investment of $1 million or more to lay their pipelines to Toledo. Footnote 520, Toledo and its natural gas bonds, pages 36 to 37, end of footnote. Together with this supply, the city trustees got 650 acres, about 35 miles from Toledo, of as choice gas territory as there was in Ohio, almost all of it undrilled, and they had offers amounting to 5,000 acres more within piping distance from the city. The city's trustees made their purchases with success and received the laudations of their constituents for having got lands and wells at better prices than the private companies. August 26, 1889, after a decision in the United States courts that there was no ground on which to object to the issue of the bonds, the city council voted the issue of the remaining $675,000. Defeated in the public debate which preceded the decision of Toledo to supply itself, defeated at the state capitol, defeated at the polls of Toledo time and again, every time, defeated in the common council, defeated in the gas fields, defeated in the courts of their own choosing, the opponents of the city, thorough as only the very good or the very bad can be, refused to submit. When the two corporations in 1886 were seeking the franchise indispensable for doing business in Toledo, they said to the Board of Aldermen, "We ask no exclusive privilege. We cannot have too many gas companies." They also said, "If the city desires to furnish its own gas, there is nothing in this ordinance to hinder it. We are ready and willing at any time to enter into competition with the city or any other company." They said on the same occasion, in answer to apprehensions which had been expressed about the danger of putting the fuel supply of the city into the hands of a monopoly, "You can go before the legislature and obtain the right to issue bonds for furnishing yourselves with gas." It was by these assurances the companies induced the Common Council to grant them gratuitously the very valuable franchises they were seeking. The right of the people to compete was not left to these assurances. It was specifically and formally asserted in the ordinance of July 5, 1887, fixing rates. This was the ordinance to procure which the gas company suspended its operations in mid-course and declared it would not continue unless the prices which it wanted were made. The ordinance was, in fact, prepared by the company. It said, "Provided that nothing herein contained shall be construed as granting to existing companies any exclusive rights or privileges, or prevent any other company from furnishing natural gas to the citizens of said city." But the same learned counsel who, in behalf of the companies, had assured the city that there was nothing in this ordinance to hinder it, went before the United States court and pleaded that ordinance as good reason for the intervention of the federal government to prevent the city from going on with its enterprise. The only morning paper, an able advocate of the city pipeline, suddenly changed owners and opinions. Among its new directors were 2 of the lawyers of the trust opposing the city, a director in one of its companies, and besides them, the manager, a contract editor from Pennsylvania. His sole conspicuity there had been won in turning against the people of the oil regions a paper which had been their staunchest defender. This Toledo daily, in its espousal of the cause of the city, had been firing hotshot like this against the oil combination. "It wants a monopoly of the natural gas business. This is what it is driving at." Under its new management, it roared like a sucking dove, thus: "It is fashionable with demagogues and men who are not capable of appreciating the worth of brains in business to howl against it. the oil combination, as a grasping, grinding monopoly. Just after the people had decided in favor of the pipeline, and only a few days before it changed owners, it had said, all manner of influences were brought to bear to defeat this proposition. All the plausible falsehoods that could be invented and all the money that could be used were industriously employed, but the people saw the situation in its true light, and the majority voted right. It now made the defeat of the city's pipeline the chief aim of its endeavors. In this work, no rule or principle recognized in decent journalism was respected. In all the history of Toledo, no interest on its bonds had ever been defaulted or delayed, no principal ever unpaid at maturity. The city was prosperous, its growth steady, its debt growing less year by year in proportion to its population and wealth. Its bonds ranked among the choicest investments and commanded a premium in the money market. Footnote 521, City of Toledo and its natural gas bonds, page 3, end of footnote. But the credit and fair fame of the city were now overwhelmed with wholesale vituperation by this paper and others elsewhere under similar control. Articles were carefully prepared for this purpose by skilled writers. These were then copied from one newspaper to another. By some arrangement, insertion was obtained for them in financial journals in New York and in London and in other foreign capitals. The Toledo organ declared that Toledo was an unsafe place for the investment of capital in any form. Its public affairs were said to be run by a set of demagogues and speculators, whose administration was piratical mob rule. The city pipeline was a monstrous job, and the men who favored it were a gang of throttlers and ravenous wolves. They were blatant demagogues who made great pretense of advancing the city's interest, but whose real aim is to enrich themselves at public expense. The bonds, which had been issued in due form by special authority of the legislature, ratified by a vote of more than 3/5 of the citizens, and declared to be valid by the United States Court, were described as chromos, worthless rags, bad medicine, disfigured securities, like rotten eggs, highly odorous goods, but few persons at most can be found ignorant enough to buy them. The mayor, city auditor, board of natural gas trustees, united with the Citizens Committee of the Board of Trade in a plan to promote the sale of the bonds direct to the people of Toledo through a financial institution of the highest standing. This action the paper described as a scheme for gulling simples, a blind pool, an unpatented financial deadfall, compared it with gambling, pool playing, and lottery selling. These grave charges were widely circulated throughout the country. Bankers and capitalists in other cities who received them had no means of knowing that they were not what they pretended to be, the honest, if uncouth utterances of an independent press chastising the follies of its own constituency. Newspapers which supported the city's project were assailed as ruthlessly as the community and citizens. The Blade was constantly referred to as the Bladder. Another journal was given a nickname too vulgar to be printed here. One of the most prominent journals of Ohio was punished by the following paragraph, which is a fair sample of the literary style of monopoly. That aged, acidulous addlepate, the monkey-eyed, monkey-browed monogram of sarcasm and spider-shanked, pigeon-witted public scold, Major Bilgewater Bickham and his backbiting, blackmailing patent medicine directory, the Journal. An old journalist and honorable citizen who wrote over his initials, C.W., a series of able and dignified letters in the Blade, which had a great influence in the formation of public opinion in favor of the pipeline, was assailed with brutal falsifier, hoary old reprobate, senile old liar. Caricatures were published depicting the buyers of the bonds as simple greens. When the county court of Lucas County followed the United States court, sustained the bonds on their merits, and did so on every point in question because, as the judge stated, The equities of the case are with the defendants. The organ falsely stated that judgment for the city was given because the merits of the case are involved in a higher court. When a capitalist of New York, who had been an investor in the bonds of Toledo and a taxpayer there for 25 years, one of the streets of the city was named for him, bought $10,000 of the city pipeline bonds, the paper attacked him by name in an article headed Bunco Game, charging him with being a party to a bunco game in connection with public till tappers for roping Toledo citizens into buying doubtful securities. When the sinking fund commissioners of Toledo very properly invested some of the city's money in the gas bonds, they were held up by name as public till tappers, menials of a hungry horde of brutal politicians, accomplices of plunderers of the public treasury, unable to withstand the brutal threats and snaky entreaties of the corrupt gas ring. For one of the associate editors, the position of Deputy State Inspector of Oil was obtained, an appointment which cost the governor, who made it, many votes in the next election and did much to defeat him. Such an appointment might give a versatile employee the chance to do double duty, as editor to brand as bad good men who could not be bought, and as inspector to brand as good bad oil for sale. Footnote 522. See Chapter 29. End of footnote. One of the means taken to defeat the pipeline was the publication of very discouraging accounts of the failure at Indianapolis, where the citizens had refused to give a natural gas company belonging to the oil trust the franchise it demanded, and, forming an anti-monopoly trust, had undertaken to supply themselves. Some influence prevented the Common Council of Toledo from sending a committee to Indianapolis to investigate. A public-spirited citizen, prominent and successful in business, came forward and, at his own expense, secured a full and accurate account of the experience of Indianapolis for the city. This proved that the people were getting their fuel gas at less than one-half what Toledo was paying. The contest against giving the Indianapolis franchise to a corporation of the trust had been a sharp one. Its success was due to the middle classes and the working men who stood together for freedom, incorruptible by all the powerful influences employed. "We will burn soft coal all our lives," one of their leaders told the Toledo Committee, "rather than put ourselves in the power of such men." In Indiana, the legislature meets only once in 2 years, and when this issue arose, had adjourned and would not meet again for a year. The people, not being able to get authority for a municipal gas pipeline, went to work by voluntary cooperation. Every voting precinct in the city was organized and canvassed for the capital needed. The shares were $25 each, and they were bought up so rapidly that the entire amount, $550,000, was subscribed in 16 days by 4,700 persons without a cent of cost to the city. When subscriptions to the amount of $550,000 had been raised, $600,000 more was borrowed on certificates of indebtedness. Gas lands were bought and 200 miles of pipelines laid, all at a cost of about $1,200,000. The income in 1 year, during a part of which the system was still under construction, was $349,347. In the first year of complete operations, the Indianapolis People's Trust paid off $90,000 of the principal. The income for the year ending October 31st, 1892, was $483,258.21, and the bonded debt has been paid. The stock, since January 1st, 1893, has been paying dividends at the rate of 8% a year. A prominent citizen of Indianapolis, one of the state judges, told the Toledo papers in an interview, the private companies had their gas laid to the city and along the streets several months in advance of the Citizens' Trust, but it did them little good. Everybody said, "I will wait for the Consumers' Trust." "Yes, but we will furnish you gas just as cheap," said the Indianapolis company. "Why not take it of us?" To this, the citizens replied, "To take gas of you means cheap gas today, but high gas tomorrow." And wait for the gas, they all did. The charge to manufacturers was 2.5 cents a 1,000 feet, as against 8 cents at that time charged at Toledo. There were 12,000 private consumers. Cooking stoves in Indianapolis were about $12 a year, against $19.50 in Toledo. One of the representatives of the private company declared at a public meeting at Indianapolis that its charges were made such as to give a full return of all the invested capital in 3 years, as that was the probable life of the supply. A year after the inauguration of the Indianapolis movement, a committee of the citizens at Dayton, who had risen against the extortionate prices charged them, investigated the condition of affairs at Indianapolis. They reported that Indianapolis had paid $200,000 on its bonded debt and was getting ready to pay as much more. The Consumers' Trust supplied between 10,000 and 11,000 consumers and spent $1 million less than the Dayton private company spent to supply 3,000 fewer consumers. The annual charge at Dayton was $54.80. At Indianapolis, only $26.80, less than half. When facts like these were brought out, to the demolition of the fictions circulated in Toledo, the answer was characteristic. The organ could not deny the statements, but it fell upon the citizen through whose generosity the information had been got for the people, and assailed his private character in articles which, one of the daily papers declared editorially, would almost, if not quite, justify him in shooting their author on sight. This newspaper charged the city natural gas trustees with being rotten to the core, and with every variation of phrase possible to its exuberant rhetoric sounded the changes upon their official career as a big steal, fostered by deception, falsehood, and skullduggery. It sought to intimidate the legislature and the courts when they failed to enact or construe laws against the people. It said, "Lawmakers, judges, and others may feel the force of this element when the proper time comes and political preferment is sought." It was money in pocket that facts like those of the experience of Indianapolis, Detroit, and other places should not be made known. Even ideas must not be allowed to reach the public mind. Professor Henry C. Adams, the well-known political economist, lectured in Toledo during this contest in a university extension course on public commissions considered as the conservative solution of the monopoly problem. The organ gave a synopsis of the lecturer's views, which is printed herewith in parallel columns with the synopsis of what Mr. Adams really said, as revised by himself. Column 1. What the organ of monopoly reported. The lecturer made reference to Toledo as an unfavorable place to discuss the matter of municipal control of quasi-public business and competition of municipalities with private corporations. But he deprecated anything in that line. He did not mention particular instances, but broadly condemned the policy pursued by this city in matters of this kind, and his remarks had a visible effect on his audience. He considered municipal control of business enterprises the worst form of monopoly, as they began by having the unfair advantage of the law-making power, and the tendency to corruption was greater than when individual enterprises were asking privileges. The audience was much pleased with the lecturer. End of column 1. Column 2. What the lecturer really said. Professor Adams thought the solution of the monopoly problem must be found either in public control or in public ownership. He advocated public control and held that the state and federal railroad commissions should have a fair trial, that their hands should be strengthened by further inadequate legislation. He entertained the hope that this control and regulation would ultimately protect the interests of the public in a satisfactory manner. He was willing to admit, however, if this effort to secure the needed public control by the aid of commissions and legislations should fail, then public ownership was the only remaining solution. He held that in local monopolies, it may still be wise to try the experiment of public control by aid of commissions. He said, however, that if anything should be owned and controlled by and for the people, it would be the street railroads, gas, and waterworks. He admonished his audience not to be misled by the argument that municipal ownership would be dangerous because of undue political influence, for the local monopolies under private ownership were already in politics, and in a most dangerous manner. He observed facetiously that he hesitated to discuss the question of municipal control or ownership before a Toledo audience. End of column 2. From the control of the markets to the control of the minds of a people, this is the line of march. So direct, persistent, and bold were the charges of corruptions wrung day after day by this journal against all the officials concerned in the city gas enterprise that some people began to believe there must be truth in them. But when the community at last turned upon its maligners and the grand jury brought indictments against the active manager of the paper and his chief assistant for criminal libel upon the city's natural gas trustees, the whole structure of their falsehood went down at a breath. They had no defense whatever. They made no attempt to justify their libels or even explain them. Their only defense was a series of motions to get the indicted editor cleared as not being responsible for what had appeared in the paper. Counsel labored over the contention that the accused was none of the things which the language of the law holds for libel. He was neither the proprietor, publisher, editor, printer, author, nor a person who uttered, gave, sold, or lent a copy of the newspaper, but only the manager. The employees gave testimony, which would have been ludicrous but for the contempt it showed for court and community. The journalist, who was the managing editor of the paper under the indicted chief editor, was asked, "Who was the head of the paper when you entered upon your duties as managing editor?" "I do not know." "Who hired you as managing editor?" "I really can't say that I was hired at all." "Who employed you to come to Toledo?" The witness had been an employee in Pennsylvania of the editor on trial, and had followed the latter to Toledo to take the place of managing editor. "Nobody employed me." The son of the indicted editor had also followed his father to Toledo, and was employed on his paper. Asked for what purpose he came, he said, "I had no purpose in coming." The gentleman who had charge of the counting room was asked who fixed his salary. "I regulate my own." The advertising manager declared, "I have no knowledge who is my superior." The accused had to let the case go to the jury without a spark of proof of the accusations which had filled the paper every day for months. He had no evidence to offer either that the charges were true or that he believed them to be true. He stood self-confessed as having for years printed daily gross libels on citizens, officials, and community as part of the tactics of a few outside men to prevent a free city from doing with its own means and its own affairs that which an overwhelming public opinion and the legislative, executive, and judicial authorities and its present antagonists themselves had all sustained its right to do. The agent of this wrong was found guilty and sentenced to imprisonment in the county jail, with heavy costs and fine, like the unhappy agents at Buffalo, made cheap for others. Footnote 523, see Chapter 20, end of footnote. But sentence was suspended pending hearing of the motion for a new trial. This did not come up for a year. The court could find no error in the proceedings of the trial court and could not sustain any of the objections made. But it found a point which even the lawyers had not hit on, and strained this far enough to grant the new trial. Then the convicted editor went before another judge, not the one who had tried him, pleaded guilty, and was fined, and so saved from jail. One of the last scenes in this Waterloo was the abandonment of the newspaper with which the corruption and intimidation of public opinion had been attempted. Failure was confessed by the sale of the paper, and it was bought by a journalist who had been especially prominent in the defense of the city, and against whom, on that account, a bitter warfare had been waged by the Daily, which now passed into his possession. The Sunday Journal of Toledo, in commenting on the surrender, declared that the course of the organ had been one of the strongest factors of the success of the people. In every possible way, it slandered and outraged the city, where of necessity it looked for support. There could be but one result. Scores who had opposed the pipeline became its most ardent advocates, purely in the general defense. End of section 27. Section 28 of Wealth Against Commonwealth by Henry Demarest Lloyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bryan Travis. Chapter 24. High Finance. When Judge Jackson refused to enjoin the city from issuing its bonds, an appeal was taken. The court and the lawyers of the city were promised that it would be carried up without delay. Months passed, and no use was made of the privilege of filing new pleadings and taking new testimony. That is, no use but to make the suits the basis for libels on Toledo and its bonds. Time ran on until the day was at hand for opening bids for the bonds. That was to be Wednesday. Then the counsel for the opposition notified the city that on Monday they would begin the taking of depositions. This was not then or afterwards done, but on the strength of the notification, news dispatches were sent over the country that the proceedings against the legality of the Toledo bonds were being pressed. In consequence of this and other maneuvers, when Wednesday came, there were no bids. The hasty rally of some public-spirited capitalists at home, learning of the emergency, made up a subscription of $300,000. The names of the citizens who made this patriotic subscription were printed in the daily paper under the heading of the Honor Roll. Only by extraordinary maneuvers could the market for such securities offered by such a community have been thus killed in a time of great general and local prosperity, and extraordinary they were. What they were was formally and authoritatively ascertained by an investigation made by a committee appointed at a mass meeting. Footnote 524, October 19, 1889, in the footnote, of the citizens of Toledo called by the mayor, the Honorable J.K. Hamilton. The call ran, "For the first time in the history of Toledo, its general bonds, secured by the faith and property of the city and bearing a fair rate of interest, have been offered, and only such of them sold as were taken at home by popular subscription. It is deemed desirable that under such circumstances the citizens of Toledo should meet together and determine what further steps should be taken to carry out the will of the people as expressed by 62% of the voters of the city. It is believed that with proper effort a large additional popular subscription may be obtained, and thus notice given to the world that notwithstanding all opposition, the citizens of Toledo have confidence in and will maintain the credit of this fair city, and that a great enterprise undertaken by its people will not be defeated by the machinations of private opposing interest, no matter how powerful and unscrupulous." The meeting appointed a committee of three: David Robinson, Jr., Frank J. Scott, and Albert E. Macomber, to prepare and circulate throughout the financial circles of the country a pamphlet which shall set forth the case of the city of Toledo in its struggle against those who, by anonymous circulars and other dishonorable ways, have attempted to prevent the sale of the Toledo natural gas bonds. This committee put the facts before the public in a very able pamphlet, The City of Toledo and its Natural Gas Bonds. In an official statement asked for by this committee, the city natural gas trustees say, "Skilled writers were employed to furnish articles for Eastern financial journals to cast discredit on the bonds on the very grounds that had been set aside by Judge Jackson's decision." Not content with this open warfare, anonymous circulars were sent to leading investment agencies in the United States, warning them to beware of these bonds, as they were under the cloud of doubtful constitutionality and an impending lawsuit. When the day arrived for bidding for the bonds, no bids were made. Agents of investors were present who came to bid, but by some unknown and powerful influence, they were induced not to put in their bids. The writers are not aware that any similar mode of striking at the credit of a whole community was ever before resorted to in this country. It is an insult and a wrong not only to this city against which it is aimed, but to people of independence everywhere in the United States who have a common interest in the maintenance of the rights of all. Footnote 525, City of Toledo and its natural gas bonds, pages 6 to 7. End of footnote. Press dispatches impugning the validity of the bonds and misrepresenting the facts were sent all over the country. The anonymous circulars referred to were mailed to all the leading banks, investment agencies, capitalists, and newspapers. The New York Mail and Express said, "It would be decidedly interesting to know who is responsible for the methods by which it was thought to prevent the city from undertaking the enterprise." A number of volunteer attorneys and correspondents deluged bankers and newspapers with letters warning them against the bonds which the city proposes to issue, on the ground that it had no right to issue them. The Mail and Express received several communications of this kind. Not only the financial centers of this country, say the city's natural gas trustees in their official report for 1890, but those of Europe were invaded with these circulars. Footnote 526, Annual Report of the Natural Gas Trustees, 1890, page 9, end of footnote. The circular was headed Caveat Emptor. It contained 24 questions, and every one of the answers, except those which referred to matters of record and routine, like the date, amount, name, etc., of the bonds, was incorrect. What hurt the people of Toledo most, as it was most base and baseless, was its attack on their hitherto unquestioned credit and financial honor. Asking the question, "How does the credit of the city stand?" the circular answered, "Refunding has been going on ever since 1883. The bonded debt was greater at the beginning of 1889 than of 1888. Bonds bearing interest at 8% will become due in 3 or 4 years. The mayor, in his last annual message, admits the inability of the city to pay much of these except the refunding. Willing to wound, and yet afraid to strike, the authors of this attempt to pull down an entire city managed, by the interweaving of such phrases as ever since 1883, bonded debt greater, inability of the city to pay, to create by insinuation the feeling of financial distrust for which their greatest industry and ingenuity had been able to find not a particle of foundation. No modern municipality is asked or expected or desired to pay much except the refunding. Capitalists would greatly prefer that even the refunding should not be carried on, but that the debt should run along at the original high rates of interest, which they regretfully see dwindling away. The circular failed to state that the city was borrowing money at 4% to pay off debts bearing 8%. The insinuations of the circular could have been used of the credit of the United States, New York, Paris, London, Chicago with the same appropriateness, with this exception, that Toledo's municipal financial credit was relatively to its resources on a sounder and more conservative basis than these much more highly financed cities. The circular did not state that the proportions of debt to population had been decreasing for many years past. Footnote 527, City of Toledo and its natural gas bonds, page 3, end of footnote. Toledo has not 2 years' supply of gas, the circular said, and all the territory acquired. The state geologist, in his annual report for 1890, said that Toledo would have no gas to supply its pipelines or citizens in 1891. In 1892, the city pipeline supplied gas to the value of $168,954.46. 3 years have passed. Toledo wells still flow, and new ones are being found continually. Whatever may have been his object, say the city gas trustees, in volunteering such a statement, we know that so far in 1891 it is untrue, and that such positive declarations based upon hypothetical conditions are utterly unworthy of scientific pretensions. Footnote 528, Toledo Natural Gas Trustees Report, 1890, page 7, and a footnote. The state geologist also took part in his annual report in the debate between municipal control and private enterprise, siding altogether with the latter. The quantity of gas land owned by the city was put by the circular at 300 to 500 acres. The city had 650 acres. The circular declared the life of an ordinary well to be 1 to 3 years. There is no such limit. Referring to the quantity of gas land the city had, the circular asked and answered, "Can not other territory be acquired? Not in northwestern Ohio, and not nearer than the gas fields of Indiana." This was untrue, for the gas trustees had already been offered, as stated, several thousands of acres of the best gas lands in addition to those they had bought. But the authors of the circular did their best to make it true. The city's natural gas trustees say in their report for 1890, as soon as the trustees were prepared to negotiate for gas wells and gas territory, the field swarmed with emissaries and agents of the Northwestern Ohio Natural Gas Company to compete with the trustees. In order to prove what had been previously stated, that Toledo could procure no gas territory, no means were left untried. Agents of that company even fraudulently represented themselves to the owners of gas property that they were connected with the gas trustees and working in their interest, and in some instances introducing themselves as the president of this board. Prices went up 1,000% in some instances, rather than let it fall into the hands of the trustees. A conspicuous officer of that company, as an excuse for paying an enormous sum of money for a gas well, is reported as saying, "We did not want the gas well, but we had to buy it in order to keep Toledo from getting hold of it." Footnote 529, Annual Report of the Natural Gas Trustees, 1890, page 8, end of footnote. Referring to the private companies, are the people of the city already supplied with natural gas for public and private use? The circular asked. They are, it answered, and goes on. Why does the city want to go into the natural gas business then? To boom the lands of real estate speculators. This is a charge affecting the legislature and executive and state courts of Ohio, the courts of the United States, the people of Toledo, and all the members of their city government. Burke confessed that he did not know how to draw up an indictment against a whole people. That art has been acquired since his day. Are these bonds of unquestionable validity, this catechism of libel upon a community queries? By no means. Prominent taxpayers have suits pending attacking the constitutionality of the act under which they are issued. Have these cases, the last question ran, ever been tried on their merits? They have not. They had been tried so far that the United States and state courts had refused on every ground urged to interfere with their issue and sale, declaring the legislation authorizing them to be valid. They had never been tried any further in the United States courts for a very good or bad reason. The prominent taxpayers, after their defeat before Judge Jackson, took every possible means to prevent the case from reaching a final adjudication. The invariable rule of the United States Supreme Court has been to treat as final and conclusive the decisions of state courts as to such domestic issues. During the 100 years of its existence, not a case can be found in which that court has overruled the fixed and received construction given to a state law by the courts of that state. Footnote 530, Constitutional History is seen in the development of American law. Lecture by D.H. Chamberlain, G.P. Putnam's Sons, New York. End of footnote. The only hope for the suit of the prominent taxpayers was, therefore, that the Supreme Court of the United States would, for their special profit, reverse the practice to which it had consistently adhered since the establishment of the government. What they really thought of their prospect of success in that effort, they confessed when their case, no longer delayable, was upon the point of being reached. They, who had been so anxious to get to the case as soon as possible, refrained from printing the record, a condition precedent to putting the case on the docket of the United States Supreme Court. The city wanted the decision, and in order that the case might not be dismissed for this failure to print the record, and a decision upon the merits be thus prevented, the city's gas trustees advanced the money, $1,100, to the court printer for printing the record. Pushed, thus against their will, to trial, when the day came on which they must rise to state their case, the opponents of Toledo folded their tents and stole silently away. On the motion of their attorney, the case was dismissed, against the protest of the city. They paid all the cost, including the money advanced by the city for printing the record. To their defeat all along the line, they did not want to add a formal decision against them from the Supreme Court, which was inevitable, and they ran away to fight another day. Another purpose of these suits was confessed only a few weeks after this circular was issued. The existence of the suits was used to try to frighten the city's natural gas trustees into accepting a compromise. The compromise was that they should abandon the enterprise, sell out pipes and lands for a fraction of their worth, get their gas from the private company at higher rates, and put the city in its power for all time to come. It will be 3 or 4 years before your case is through the Supreme Court, its representative told the natural gas trustees in urging them to accept. You can't sell your bonds, he continued. You have no money. The compromise was refused, but the city's pipeline had been delayed so long that the profits of the company for another 12 months were secure. The demonstration against the bonds in the United States Circuit Court had been followed by similar suits in the state courts. Here again, the city was successful. It was upheld on every controverted ground, in the Enabling Act, in the vote of the people, in the appointment of the trustees by the governor, and in the issue of the city bonds. Appeal was taken here, as in the United States courts, and as there for delay, not for decision. To checkmate further use of this lawsuit to smother the law and cripple the city, the Friends of the Pipeline began a suit against the authorities to force an immediate decision from the Ohio Supreme Court as to the legality of the bonds. It was certainly, as was said in the press, a curious state of things when the defendant is compelled to bring suit against himself because the plaintiff refuses to allow trial in his own case. These litigations, the circulars, the press, were only part of the campaign. One of the committees of the Common Council was brought under control and induced to throw technical difficulties in the way of the sale of the bonds, which caused months of delay. Footnote 531, Report of the Toledo Natural Gas Trustees, 1890, pages 8 to 9. End of footnote. Effort was made to get the governor to appoint natural gas trustees hostile to the city, but failed. It was attempted, also without success, to get the legislature to prevent the sale of the bonds at private sale. During all this controversy, the city was most fortunate in receiving the needful authority from the state legislature. This was due mainly to a faithful and able representative of Toledo in that body, the Honorable C.P. Griffin. He was offered every promise of political preferment and other allurements to betray his constituents, but he always remained faithful. Without his support, the efforts of the city would have failed. His services amid great temptations deserve the great remembrance of the public. Some of the devices of private enterprise were childish enough. A businessman's protest was published, which proved, under the microscope, to have been largely signed by men whose names could not be found in the directory. A similarly formidable-looking remonstrance against the pipeline bill was sent to the legislature. It had 1,426 names. Of these, 464 could not be found in the directory, and over 300 of the 962 remaining names signed the petition for the city's bill. Many of them avowed that when they had signed the remonstrance, it had a heading in favor of the pipeline, which must have been changed afterwards. As part of the tactics of misinformation, a report was published in January 1890, claiming to give the business of both the private companies. But the members of the Council Committee on Gas, when afterwards examining the books for the gas company, found that it gave the receipts of only one company. A paper was prepared by a citizens' meeting for circulation among the manufacturers to ascertain how much they would contribute towards the city pipeline. But when reported back to the meeting, it had become, in some mysterious way, a paper asking the manufacturers how much they would advance to quite a different scheme, the effect of which would be to sell out the city pipeline or convert it into a manufacturer's line. These were the infantile methods of men who could not see the ludicrousness of the position they put themselves in by such efforts to keep a business which they were constantly declaring to be hazardous and unprofitable. Detectives appear in almost every scene of our story, and are as common in its plot as in any extravagant melodrama of the Bowery 30 years ago. To counteract the anonymous circulars, the city council sent a committee headed by Mayor Hamilton, the war mayor, one of the ablest lawyers of the city, upright and loyal at all times to Toledo, to visit the eastern money markets. The committee, in their official reports, state that they were assured by responsible dealers in municipal securities in New York and Boston that they would bid for the entire amount to be sold. We regret, however, to have to report that the powerful and influential parties who have, on all occasions and in every way, sought to obstruct and defeat the enterprise for which the proceeds of these bonds were to be used, in some way succeeded in inducing those who intended to purchase to withhold their bids. In fact, no matter how guarded our movements, we believe that every person or firm with whom we had interviews was reported to the agents of the Standard Oil Company, for in every instance where from our interviews we had encouragement that the bonds would be bid for, within a short time more or less influential agents of opponents interviewed these parties and succeeded in changing their minds. What a picture of high finance, of the beneficent interplay of the forces of supply and demand, of the marvelous perfection with which capital moves under natural laws to carry its fertilizing influences where they are most needed. The officials of this free city compelled to sneak around in the open money market undercover with guarded movements, seeking buyers for its bonds as if they were stolen goods. About them, a cloud of spies and detectives reporting every movement as if it were a crime to the little handful of trust millionaires in their grand building on Broadway. They have entered the blank bank. They have just left blank's office. After each report, the leash is slipped of a waiting sleuth who flies away to run down the quarry. The gas trustees made public a letter and telegram they received from a prominent New York bank. New York, November 27th, 1889. Dear Sir, a gentleman naming a man who signs the certificates of the Standard Oil Trust as treasurer, footnote 532, Trusts, New York Senate, 1888, page 659, end of footnote, introduced by the card of Mr. Blank, one of the richest men in New York, not otherwise known as connected with the trust, called on us today and stated that, understanding that our firm was on the point of bidding on the Toledo bonds, etc., he would caution against the purchase, as they were not legal. Mr. Blank represented himself as coming from Blank, one of the companies of the oil combination, and referred us to the lawyer for further information. Now, as this may hurt the sale of the bonds, we want to be cautious, and on Friday we'll make further inquiries, and will wire you accordingly. We may not care to hand in our bids on this account. The telegram sent on Friday is as follows. New York, November 30th. Fearing sale of bonds has been injured. Will not bid at present. That tells the story, said one of the trustees, in a nutshell. A local bank bid for $500,000 of the bonds, but did not sustain its bid. A reputable citizen, an ex-mayor, wrote for publication in one of the leading journals that he had been informed by a well-known banker there was reason to believe a banking firm which, in 1892, defaulted on its bid for bonds had been indemnified by the opposition for the $5,000 it thereby forfeited to the city and for the profits it would have made from the sale of the bonds. With the city line crippled, the gas company would pocket the profits on the sale of $1 million worth of gas a year. $5,000, or several times that, was a small insurance to pay for such a gain. This was the game of hide-and-seek played in Wall Street by detectives and financial stilettos against simple greens who thought supply and demand still rule values. This was the reality which the officials of Toledo found behind the outward aspect of its magnificent buildings, the benevolent millionaires who look out through their plate glass the grandiloquent generalizations of professors about the money market. The city was brought to the humiliation of seeing its officials meet in public session at an appointed hour to open bids it had invited from all the money centers for its bonds, only to have the news flashed all over the country that not a bid from abroad had been made. This opposition cost the city in one way and another not less than $1 million, according to the estimate of the city's natural gas trustees. The feeling of the people was expressed in the following language in a circular sent out with the pamphlet report of the committee appointing in mass meeting to make a statement of Toledo's case to the public. We have seen the modern aggregation of corporations, trusts, suppress other corporations in the same line of business, but this Toledo contest is believed to be the first instance where private corporations, creatures of the state, have assumed to exercise monarchical powers over a portion of the state, one of its leading municipalities, to dictate the policy of its people, to seek to control the legislation as to the laws that should be enacted for such portion of the state, to bribe and intimidate the votes of such city at the polls, to attempt to subsidize the press by the most liberal expenditure of money, to at last purchase, out and out, a heretofore leading paper of the city, place its own managers and attorneys as directors, import one of its long-trained men as editors, and turn this paper into an engine of attack upon the city, an attack upon the city's honor and credit, characterized by the most unscrupulous misrepresentation and a perfect abandonment of all the amenities of civilized warfare. The Toledo public felt no doubt as to who were attacking it under the convenient anonymity of the two gas corporations. At a public conference, January 16, 1889, between the presidents of the private natural gas companies and the people assembled in mass meeting, the representative of the former said the only condition on which the members of the oil trust had been induced to interest themselves in natural gas in northwestern Ohio was that of absolute and unqualified control of the entire business through a majority of the stock of all the gas companies to be organized. The trust is interested in companies engaged in supplying natural gas? The president of the oil trust was asked by the New York legislature about this time. To a limited extent, yes. Have they a majority interest in any of these companies? I think they have. Footnote 533, Testimony Trust, New York Senate, 1888, page 428, end of footnote. This was identically the arrangement by which the 9 trustees owned, as their private property, the control of the oil business. At several later conferences with the city's trustees and the Common Council, the gas companies were represented by one of the principal members of the oil combination, the ingenious gentleman who had managed the negotiations with the railroads by which, under the alias of the American Transfer Company, the trust claimed and got a rebate of 20 to 35 cents a barrel. Footnote 534, see page 99, end of footnote. Not only on all oil it shipped, but on all shipped by its competitors. He was also its representative in the similar arrangement by which the Cleveland and Marietta Railroad agreed to carry its oil for 10 cents a barrel, to charge rice 35 cents, and to pay it 25 out of every 35 cents rice paid. Footnote 535, see page 206, end of footnote. He had acted in the same interest throughout the gas field, as well as in oil, and his pathway could be traced through one independent company after another, whose wrecks, like those in oil, are milestones. July 27, 1889, in an item originating in New York in the Tribune, a friendly paper, and given an extensive circulation by news dispatches sent to the leading papers in other cities, it was said that the representatives of the oil trust in this city say emphatically that they will attack in the courts the right of the city to issue them, the bonds. At the great meeting of the citizens, October 19, 1889, to organize a popular subscription to take the bonds killed in the money market, the resolutions named the oil combination as the power responsible for the attacks on the city and appealed to the people to observe that it no longer content with destroying individuals and associations which stand in the way of its moneyed interest, now rises to grapple with and destroy the rights of cities and states. We therefore ask all liberty-loving men to make common cause with us in the defense of the community against the aggression of colossal power. The aldermen and the Common Council of Toledo unanimously adopted resolutions September 15, 1890, requesting the state and federal courts to give decisions as promptly as possible in the suits pending against the validity of the natural gas bonds. These bodies, in their official utterance, declared that the oil combination, through its officers and agents in the city of Toledo and at many other points in the United States, had circulated false and malicious statements about the bonds of the city of Toledo issued for natural gas purposes. The natural gas trustees of the city say in their report for 1890, these injunctions and circulars, although fathered in the first instance by non-resident taxpayers and in the second by irresponsible or anonymous parties, were traced directly to the oil trust, a trust having a large number of corporations within its control, among which is the Northwestern Ohio Natural Gas Company, and to whom the city of Toledo may reasonably attribute a loss of more than $1 million already. What further financial embarrassment it may suffer in the future cannot be measured by the depravity and moral turpitude which its seeds have sown in our midst. Footnote 536, Annual Report of Natural Gas Trustees, 1890, page 9, end of footnote. When the warfare against Toledo became a scandal ringing throughout the country and beyond, the organ of the trust in Toledo attempted to make it appear that the oil trust was not the party in interest. But there was open confession on the record. Its connection and its control were admitted by two representatives in conference with a committee appointed by the mayor at their request to discuss the situation. Footnote 537, Toledo Blade, February 7th and 27th, 1889, end of footnote. They described the circumstances under which the members of the oil trust had gone into the project of the Toledo line and the project of the natural gas business. One of the two stated that he came into it as its more direct representative. The pipeline of the private gas company was built, he went on to say, by one of the principal corporations in the oil trust. At the same interview, it was admitted that the oil trust owned 60% of the natural gas company's stock. The people of Toledo did not surrender to this success of their enemies in the money market. The bonds which calumny and espionage prevented them from selling at wholesale to the great capitalists of New York and Boston, they took themselves at retail. The legislature, having given authority for such sales, a committee of 100 had been appointed by the citizens' meeting, October 19, 1889, to canvass all the wards of the city for subscriptions to the gas bonds. Gas bond pledges were circulated, to which people subscribed according to their ability, in amounts ranging from $2 to $5,000. The employees at the Wabash Railroad's car shops sent in a list signed by 50 names for a total of $1,102, an average of $22 each. The labor of 200 men for a week without pay was offered the gas trustees as an earnest of the goodwill of the people. Piece by piece, the city's pipeline was pushed through. At a critical moment, a shrewd and patriotic contractor saved the enterprise by building a large part of the line and taking for his pay the bonds the banks would not take. In June 1890, the public were gratified by the announcement that their trustees had secured the means for the construction of 3 miles more, making 8 miles in all, or nearly 1/4 of the entire line. In August, a contract was made for 5 miles more, and so the work went on, step after step. Into Section 28. Section 29 of Wealth Against Commonwealth by Henry Demarest Lloyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bryan Travis. Chapter 25. A Sunday in June. In the midst of the anxious discussion by the citizens of Toledo as to the character of the power which ruled them both by night and by day, the same question arose in the metropolitan religious press, but in its broader ethical aspects. After the petition of Toledo to be allowed to take the control of its light, heat, and power into its own hands had been laid before the legislature, the National Baptist of Philadelphia, in an article on the trusts, criticized them as the prophet Nathan would have done. It gave to that in oil, of course, the bad preeminence in all this matter. This corporation has, by ability, by boldness, by utter unscrupulousness, by the use of vast capital, managed to control every producer, every carrier, to say nothing of the legislatures and courts. The Examiner, the leading religious weekly of the Baptist denomination in New York, rose against this. We can readily understand how there should be differences of opinion in the matter of these trusts, and their influence is a proper subject of discussion. But to make it the occasion of so unjust and intemperate an attack on Christian men of the highest excellence of character is something that was not expected from a paper bearing such a name. The four most prominent men in the Oil Trust are eminent Baptists, who honor their religious obligations and contribute without stint to the noblest Christian and philanthropic objects. All of them illustrate in their daily lives their reverence for living Christianity. The National Baptist did not submit to this attempt to cite men's creeds to prevent judgment on their deeds. It quoted the reply Macaulay makes Milton give to the similar pleas urged for King Charles. For his private virtues, they are beside the question. If he oppresses and extort all day, shall he be held blameless because he prayeth at night and morning? It held to its ground and cited against the trust the recorded evidence, but it declared it was a marked breach of propriety for the Examiner to bring the private character into the discussion. The National Baptist, going on to speak in praise of a series of lively cartoons in Harper's Weekly on the 40 thieves of the trust and similar subjects, said, with some sadness, "It will be a sorry spectacle if the secular papers shall be ranged on the side of justice and the human race, while the defense of monopoly shall be left to the so-called representatives of the religious press." Later, March 20th, 1890, the Examiner returned again to its discussion of the religious performances of the chiefs of the Oil Trust as a matter of public importance. Of one of them it said, "The prayer meetings of the Fifth Avenue Church are on Wednesday evening, and no businessman in the church is less likely to be absent from one of them than he. His wife and children, when they are in the city, come with him, and it is by no means an unusual thing for the whole family to take part, each of them occupying 1 or 2 minutes of time. He and they are at church every Sunday when in the city, and no husband and wife keep up the good old Baptist habit more faithfully of exchanging a kind word with the brethren and sisters after the regular services are over. He dresses plainly, and so do his family, and every one of them has a kind heart and a pleasant word for all. They are among the last to leave the church and the prayer meeting. Now the question is, how is it, as things go, that a man possessing the great wealth imputed to him should have so warm a fraternity of feeling for the lowly in their temporal conditions? And is there not an example here that might well be imitated in all the churches of our Lord? In an address on corporations, the Reverend Secretary of the Church Edifice Department of the Home Missionary Department of the Baptist Church followed the example of the leading church journal. "The Oil Trust was," he said, "begun and carried on by Christian men." Footnote 538, New York Sun of March 31st, 1891. End of footnote. They were Baptist, and so far as the speaker knew, both the objects and the methods of the Oil Trust were praiseworthy. A clergyman of another denomination once called upon one of the great men of the trust to seek a subscription. "But," said the rich man, "I am not of your church." "That does not matter," said the minister. Your money is orthodox. The secular press followed the example of the religious press in treating their public faithfulness to church ceremonies as news of the day and part of the record of their social functions. The New York correspondent of the Philadelphia Daily Record wrote for the people of Philadelphia, "It is not often that a millionaire stands up to lead in prayer, but I heard the president of the oil combination make an excellent prayer the other evening. He is said to be worth $25 million, but he neither drinks nor uses tobacco, and he is a deacon in Dr. Armitage's church. He likes a fast horse and has 11 horses in his stable here. Few men, however, lead plainer lives than he, and few put on less style. He gives liberally to unsectarian charities, but, he says, when it comes to church work, I always give to the Baptist, my own denomination, and to no other church." A New York daily described the same trustee as one of the few millionaires who devote much of their time to the improvement of the condition of others. When not called away by social or business engagements, you are pretty sure to find him at home evenings. Here, in his costly and well-equipped library, he receives his visitors, many of whom represent the various benevolent and religious undertakings in which he is interested. He has for years been a hearty supporter, financially and personally, of foreign missionary work, and no layman, perhaps, is so well informed concerning the details of it. He has a personal acquaintance with many of the leading missionaries of the world, and his residence is frequently the scene of a gathering of these workers among the heathen. He is now devoting considerable attention to home missionary work, a field which, he is convinced, presents splendid opportunities for Christian endeavor. Many descriptions have been given by the press, metropolitan and interior, of the success with which one of the trustees built up the largest Sunday school in his city, at the same time that he was building up the monopoly, leading the children of his competitors and customers to salvation with his left hand, while with his right he led their fathers in the opposite direction financially. The church where these men appear has had columns of admiring description in the leading daily papers of New York and other cities. There are few wealthier congregations than this one, says a reporter of the New York World, though he adds, the wealth is elsewhere more evenly divided. The trustee of the light of the world is the magnate of the church, the center around which all lesser millionaire lights revolve. Everybody stops to speak and shake hands with them. Everybody smiles upon him, this modest man of nearly $200 million. It is amusing, says the Brooklyn Eagle, to note the manner in which his neighbors watch him during this service. Quite a number of people loiter near the door to see him as he walks out of church. They are worth a bit of careful study, says another paper of the trustees, and no place is quite so convenient as when they are at church. Their interest in religion is as sincere as their belief in oil. From the moment they enter the church until they leave, they are examples that Christians of high and low degree might follow with profit. They have made the most of both worlds, writes another journalist. The oil trust was criticized by the Reverend Washington Gladden at Chautauqua in 1889. One of its prominent officials, as reported in a friendly journal, defended it as a sound Christian institution, and all these communistic attacks are due entirely to the jealousy of those who cannot stand other people's prosperity. Footnote 539, New York Tribune, April 23, 1889. End of footnote. In Anniversary Week, in Boston, in May 1889, at the meeting of the American Baptist Education Society, the secretary said he had an announcement to make. It had been whispered about, says the New York Examiner of May 23, 1889, from whose friendly account we are quoting, that something important was to occur at this meeting, and a breathless silence awaited the announcement. Holding up a letter, the secretary said he had here a pledge from a princely giver to our educational causes, naming him, here he was interrupted by a tremendous cheer, of $600,000 for the proposed Chicago College. This statement was followed by a perfect bedlam of applause, shouts, and waving of handkerchiefs. One brother on the platform was so excited that he flung his hat up into the air and lost it among the audience. Eloquent speeches at once overflowed the lips of the leading men of the meeting, which was a delegate assembly. They sprang to their feet, one after the other, and mutually surpassed each other in praising God and the giver of this gift, which was equal to his income for a fortnight. "I scarcely dare trust myself to speak," said a doctor of divinity. "The coming to the front of such a princely giver, the man to lead, it is the Lord's doing. As an American, a Baptist, and a Christian, I rejoice in this consummation. God has kept Chicago for us. I wonder at his patience." Another reverend doctor said, "The Lord hath done great things for us. The man who is given this money is a godly man, who does God's will as far as he can find out what God's will is." The audience rose spontaneously and sang the doxology. On motion, the following telegram was sent, signed by the president of the society. Boston, May 18, 1889. The Baptist denomination, assembled at the first anniversary of the Education Society, have received with unparalleled enthusiasm and gratitude the announcement of your princely gift, and pledge their heartiest cooperation in the accomplishment of this magnificent enterprise. The name signed to this telegram happened to be the same as that of the divine with whom, when president of Brown University in 1841, one of the most devoted of the laborers for the freedom of the Negro had a discussion which is perhaps the most pungent in the literature of the anti-slavery movement. On August 30, 1841, Henry C. Wright wrote to Edmund Quincy, "I once met the president of Brown University in the presence of several friends to converse on the subject of slavery. The conversation turned on the question, can a slaveholder be a Christian? To bring it to a point, addressing myself to the doctor, I asked him, can a man be a Christian and claim a right to sunder husbands and wives, parents and children, to compel men to work without wages, to forbid them to read the Bible and buy and sell them, and who habitually does these things?" "Yes," answered the Reverend Doctor and President, "provided he has the Spirit of Christ." "Is it possible for a man to be governed by the Spirit of Christ and claim a right to commit these atrocious deeds and habitually commit them?" After some turning, he answered, "Yes, I believe he can." "Is there then one crime in all the catalogue of crimes which of itself would be evidence to you that a man had not the Spirit of Christ?" I asked. "Yes, thousands," said the doctor. "What?" I asked. "Stealing," said he. "Stealing what? A sheep or a man?" I asked. The doctor took his hat and left the room and appeared no more. Footnote 540, from Life of William Lloyd Garrison, told by his children, Volume 3, Chapter 1, page 12, end of footnote. The Sunday following, a special service was held in the churches throughout the country in behalf of further help in the new educational crisis. Many eulogistic sermons were preached that day by the leading clergymen of the denomination. "And so," one of them is reported to have said, "when a crisis came, God had a man ready to meet it. An institution was bound to come, and unless a God-fearing man established it, it was likely to be materialistic, agnostic. In this emergency and in God's providence, society raised up a man with a colossal fortune and a heart as large as his fortune. God," said the Chicago Standard, a religious weekly, "has guided us and provided us a leader and a giver, and so brought us out into a large place." Another of the trustees has poured into a southern state hundreds of thousands of dollars for churches of various denominations and millions for hotels of a more than oriental magnificence. "There is no philanthropist," says an editor of that state, commenting on these expenditures, "who renders the world greater service than the man of enterprise. But Western Pennsylvania," said the Pittsburgh Post, "looks more with awe than pride at the liberal diffusion of its wealth in Florida improvements and Baptist universities." a daily paper of Richmond, Virginia, in an editorial commenting on a report that the hostelry glories of St. Augustine were to be repeated in Richmond, said, "We have not to remark on the tyrant monopoly if some of its profits are to come in such a direction. We could forgive much that monopoly visits on the downtrodden, horny-handed son of toil if it would come with open pockets, proclaiming the era of luxuriant accommodations for all those other millionaires whose money we want to see invested in Richmond." The next year, after the Boston meeting, the church celebrated its anniversary week in the city which was to be the seat of the new college. And the anniversary closed with a Jubilee meeting, which filled the largest assembly room in America. All the church-going people of Chicago must have attended, one of the daily papers said. It was addressed by the principal clergymen of the denomination from all parts of the country. Again, as at Boston, the center of interest was the gift of a fortnight's income to the university. A telegram making the gift conclusive, since the conditions on which it was promised had been complied with, was read. Cheer after cheer rose from the assembly, and oratory and music expressed the emotion of the audience. The divine who made the closing speech declared that he needed ice on his head on account of the joyful excitement of the occasion. The cheers and the hand-clapping closed again, as at Boston, with the spirited singing of the doxology. Not only in the religious press of all denominations, but in the worldly press, the topic was the best of copy. The great dailies gave columns and even pages to the incident and to the subsequent gift from the same source of larger sums. Conspicuously providential, princely, grand, munificent contribution, man of God, were the phrases of praise. A writer in the New York Independent said, "Your correspondent speaks from opportunities of personal observation in saying that pecuniary benefaction to a public cause seldom, if ever, in his belief, flowed from a pure Christian source." The only recorded note of dissent came from a humbler source. Under the text, "I hate robbery as a burnt offering," a weekly business journal said, "The endowment of an educational institution where the studies shall be limited to a single course, and that a primary course in commercial integrity would be a still more advantageous outlet for superabundant capital. Such an institution would fill a crying want." It was the last Thursday in May 1890 when this great representative convention of the church from all parts of the United States celebrated the acceptance of this endowment. Even while the roll of the doxology was still rising to the roof of the auditorium, the plans were preparing for a performance at Fostoria the next Sunday, 3 days later, which had a profound effect upon Toledo, though just the opposite of what was expected. Fostoria, Ohio, is the home of the president of the principal natural gas company in Ohio, controlled by the Oil Trust and leader in the vendetta against Toledo. A wealthy miller erected in Fostoria in 1886 a flouring mill with a capacity of 1,000 barrels a day. One of the inducements was a contract made with this manufacturer by the gas company, by which it bound itself to supply him with natural gas at a price which would be 1/5 what coal would cost him, and to continue to supply him as long as it supplied anyone. The manufacturer carried out his agreement by the expenditure of $150,000 for the erection of the mill, and by running it continually to its full capacity. His bills for gas he paid promptly every month. Relying upon the contract with the gas company, the mill was built for natural gas and could use no other fuel. In February 1890, the gas company, dissatisfied with the bargain it had made, demanded better terms. The milling company refused. On a Sunday morning in June, when, if ever, come perfect days, a gang of men appeared, led by an officer of the gas company, and dug up and tore out the pipes supplying the mill with gas. Church bells of different denominations were scattering their sweet jangle of invitations to the sanctuary as the tramp of these banded men, issuing on their errand of force, mixed with the patter on the sidewalks of devout feet. Private grounds were unlawfully entered. Property was destroyed, the peace broken. A day of love changed to one of hate. All the bonds of community cut asunder, and the people turned from the contemplation of divine goodness to gaze at shapes of greed and rage. Sunday is chosen for such deeds, since the help with which the pagan law, gift of heathen Rome, would interpose, cannot be invoked by the victims on Sunday, and because on Sunday Christian people go to church and leave their property undefended. The peace officers were summoned to arrest the invaders for violating the Sunday law, but before they could get on the ground, the mischief was done. The pipes had all been excavated, the connections wrenched off, and the trench nearly filled up. The milling company began suit for $100,000 damages against the gas company. Footnote 541, Petition of the Isaac Harder Company versus the Northwestern Ohio Natural Gas Company. Court of Common Pleas, Seneca County, Ohio, June 16, 1890. End of footnote. But a private settlement was made, and the case has never been pressed to trial. The laborers who did the work of the captains of industry in this matter were tried and convicted at the county court in July, but by no process did the law, which is no respecter of persons, reach out towards the principals. This Fostoria incident occurred during the heat of the Toledo contest, June 1890, while the city was pushing the sale of bonds for its emancipating pipeline by popular subscription and in odd lots. Notice had been already served on the people of Toledo at public conference that despite contracts, charters, franchises, the private companies would not take any less price from Toledo than they demanded. In pursuance of this, after the council had fixed the price in accordance with its admitted right, a circular was sent out containing this significant threat. If it, the legally declared price, is approved by our customers, we will know what course to pursue. Even before the occurrence at Fostoria, it had been definitely suggested to the people of Toledo that in case the council failed to accept the demand as to rates in making the new ordinance, July 1890, the pipes would be so far removed as to cut off the supply on some Sunday when no legal help could be invoked. The possibility of the Sunday cutoff of the fuel supply of 15,000 consumers became a living topic of discussion, public and private, and was considered in all its bearings by the Toledo press. Calculations were made and published of the number of men it would require to take up the 100 miles or so of pipe in the streets of Toledo between dark and dark some holy Sabbath day. It was confessed hopelessly that they would be more than the police could handle. Of course, as was said in the Toledo Blade by a leading citizen, such enterprise would involve a very remarkable degree of both lawlessness and desperation on the part of the managers. It would be a mode of withdrawal from trade quite unknown among sound businessmen, but then their processes have been peculiar from the start. It was nothing less than startling to Toledo, almost before the print on the types of these words was dry, to hear the news from Fostoria of the Sunday raid there. There were those who declared that the Sunday violence at Fostoria was deliberately done as a warning to Toledo. If it were a warning to them not to insist on the legal and equitable and contract right of their common council to fix the rates of gas, it was a failure. The council went forward and did its duty. If it were a warning to the people to redouble their labors to free themselves forever from the possibility of such thraldom as that in which Fostoria and other cities were enchained, it was a success. The people heard and heeded, and in 10 months thereafter, gas began to flow into the city through its own pipes. End of section 29. Section 30 of Wealth Against Commonwealth by Henry Demarest Lloyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bryan Travis. Chapter 26, Part 1, Toledo Victor. It was remarkable to see the revival of the passion of freedom of 1776 in 1861 in the editorials, speeches, resolutions of public meetings, and the talk of the common people in Toledo as in Columbus. The example of the heroic, liberty-loving people of Boston was held up in every aspect to fire the heart of Toledo not to be frightened into subjection to the foreign power that threatened them. To resist the domination of an economic monarchy was the appeal made in posters with which the town was placarded. During all the time George III's soldiers were quartered in Boston, that monarch did not spend as much money to bring the city to terms as has been spent in this effort to subjugate the city of Toledo, said Alderman Macomber. A people like those of Toledo, said one of them in the press, when once united and determined as they now are, cannot be subjugated by any combination of mercenaries yet known. It is evident, the Toledo Sunday Gazette said, that the people of Toledo have come to a full realization of the truth that the money saved by the independent pipeline, though great, is a matter of little importance compared with the social and political issues involved. It would be 1,000 times better, it continued, to utterly bankrupt the city than permit the oil combination to win. The fight was not for the present alone, but it was for the present and future, and for all time to come. It was not for the people of Toledo alone, but it was for the whole Union, though God had chosen the people of Toledo for the struggle. The Cincinnati Commercial Gazette said in its editorial columns, "In itself, the Toledo enterprise is not a big one, but it will prove an object lesson for the whole country. It will show the open door through which people may pass from under the yoke of a most gigantic, unscrupulous, and odious monopoly, and it will be surprising if this does not extend beyond gas and ultimately cover oil. We are only on the verge of a revolution that is as sure to come as that which followed the throwing overboard of a lot of tea in Boston Harbor. Neither the power nor the vulgarity of capital can long rule the people." Numerous letters of sympathy, congratulation, and indignation were received by the Toledo Committee appointed by the citizens' mass meeting to make a statement of their case to the people of the United States. There were letters from chairs of political economy and the universities, from scholars and students in history and politics, and from men in affairs and finance. The completion of the line to the city was not the completion of the enterprise. Mains had still to be laid in the streets and house connections made. At every step, now as before, unrelenting opposition did all that could be conceived of in the courts, the legislature, the city government, the money market, to block municipal self-help. Great numbers of the citizens desired to change from the private companies to the city. Over 7,500 consumers were, at one time in 1891, calling upon the city to supply them. Footnote 542. Annual Report of the Toledo Natural Gas Trustees, 1891, page 6, end of footnote. The litigation which was kept up, and the defeat of the attempt of the city to sell its natural gas bonds in the open market, had exhausted the funds at the disposal of the city trustees. But they showed a readiness of resource equal, with the help of the people, to all these emergencies, and proving that public enterprise can more than hold its own in the competition with private enterprise. Contractors were got to pipe the streets by sections and take for pay the pledge of the income earned by the pipes so laid. In other cases, people wanting the gas were willing to advance a part of the cost. The same contractor who had faith enough in the city to build the main line from the gas fields and take the bonds while they were under fire volunteered in the same way to build the submerged lines across the Maumee River and 10 miles of mains within the city. This was done at a moment when otherwise the enterprise must have come to a stop, and the name of this patriotic contractor is given to the public by the trustees in their annual report with words of gratitude. The amount of bonds originally authorized was $750,000. The trustees, in consequence of the delays and enhanced costs caused by lawsuits and other tactics of opposition, had to incur a floating debt of $300,000. The council, by ordinance, directed the issue of bonds by the city to the amount of $120,000 to pay off part of this floating debt. The state circuit court refused to sustain this action of the council, but pointed out that all the city lacked was the authorization of the legislature. This was the only decision against the city in all the litigations, and in this, the state court was afterwards overruled by the United States Circuit Court. A bill was accordingly introduced giving the city the right to issue $300,000 in bonds for the floating debt and $100,000 for the extension of the gas plant. Wells, pipes, pumps, whatever was needed. A strong lobby immediately appeared in the state capitol to defeat the bill. As part of its ammunition, a pamphlet was circulated among the legislators, giving facts and reasons why the legislature should not authorize the new issue of bonds. This pamphlet illustrates the easy virtue with which some lawyers dispose of themselves to those who have the money to pay them. Two of its strongest points were that the contracts for which the floating debt had been incurred were let without proper competition, and that the trustees had no power to make the contracts. This pamphlet was signed by two lawyers, one of whom, before these contracts were let, had given the trustees his written opinion supporting such contracts unqualifiedly. The representatives of the people were able to exhibit to the legislature his written opinion stating that the trustees had the power to make the contracts and had let them in compliance with the requirements of the statute as to bids. The pamphlet declared that the court, in granting the injunction against the issue of the $120,000 of bonds by the Common Council, had declared the claims which were to be paid by the proceeds of the bonds to be illegal and invalid. This was untrue. The court had held only that the city had not the power to issue the bonds and pointed out that the remedy was in new legislation by the state to remedy the want of power. Pursuing the tactics of defamation of the city and its authorities which had been used throughout this contest, the pamphlet said, "We are prepared to prove that the contractors put in their bids substantially as gambling transactions and at such excessive price that they thought they could take the risk of the illegality of the natural gas proceedings, trusting that these illegal transactions would be permitted to pass without question, or that subsequent legislation would ratify these illegal acts. All or nearly all of the contracts were taken at prices more than double the fair cash value for all the work and material provided for. And all the work and materials, the claims for which now aggregate about $350,000, could have been obtained in the open market under valid laws upon proper terms of payment for less than $250,000. We have the evidence within our control to establish that the work under some of these contracts was actually done for less than 40% of the amount named in the contract. In addition to these facts, we can establish, if permitted to offer evidence, that the certificates issued by the natural gas trustees were, immediately after the conclusion of the contracts and before any litigation was had upon them, hawked about the streets of Toledo at from 60 to 75 cents on the dollar, and that the great majority of these certificates are now in the hands of speculators, who bought them at not to exceed 65% of their face value. The authors of these statements were at once challenged by the city's gas trustees to prove them. "We assert," the gas trustees said in a formal challenge, "that you cannot establish the truth of those statements. We deny that the facts are as you state them to be, either in substance or in detail." This was signed by John E. Parsons, W. W. Jones, Reynold Voigt, J. W. Green, gas trustees, and Clarence Brown and Thomas H. Tracy, ex-gas trustees. The city's trustees proposed that they and their accusers deposit $1,000 on each side as a forfeit to abide the result of an inquiry by the three judges of the Court of Common Pleas, or any other disinterested arbitrators. They placed at the service of the accusers and the arbiters all the books, records, and employees of the city's gas department. The challenge was not accepted, and the authors of these attacks made no attempt to prove them. The legislature disregarded them, and granted the city and the gas trustees all the additional power to issue bonds asked for. In a subsequent proceeding in the federal courts, the issue involving the validity of these certificates, it was admitted, contrary to these allegations, that the prices were fair and that the contracts were entered into in good faith, and the court held the certificates valid. The most serious crisis in the contest was still to come. In 1892, the gas wells of the city began to do what the people of the city will never do: surrender to the enemy. When the oil trust found, after years of opposition in the legislature, the courts, and the gas fields, that it had been helpless to prevent Toledo from getting ample tracts of excellent gas territory with some of the largest gas wells in the field, and equal to the supply of the entire consumption, domestic and manufacturing, it turned to other tactics. All about this territory, secured by Toledo and found so productive, the private companies of the trust proceeded to buy or lease and to sink wells. The trust shut off all its own wells, except those adjacent to the city territory, and for 2 years drew exclusively from the wells nearest those of the city. When the city's line was completed to the wells, the volume of gas was found to be largely reduced. It had been drawn off into the wells of the opposition. In the spring of 1892, the private companies resolved to put in pumps to strengthen the diminished natural pressure, but to prevent the city from doing the same thing. Then, with their pumps alone at work, the pressure could be so much further reduced as to render the Toledo pipeline valueless. To this end, all efforts were directed. The newspapers were kept full of matter showing how impossible it was to pump gas, that all the money expended in pumps would be just so much wasted, and that the companies had canvassed the matter fully, but abandoned the idea. Column after column of inspired interviews filled the papers, all admonishing the city of Toledo not to commit such an act of folly as to put in gas pumps. Then, application was made to enjoin the sale of the bonds authorized by the council and the legislature for pumps. So month after month dragged along. The bonds remained unsold, and the pumps unobtainable. The injunction was refused both by the Court of Common Pleas and by the Circuit Court. But there was a right of appeal to the Ohio Supreme Court until the beginning of 1892. Boston bankers had subscribed for a large block of the bonds, but withdrew upon learning these facts. It is possible for the contestants, the lawyers advised them, to carry the matter to the Supreme Court. This, we understand, they proposed to do. The simple assertion of a purpose to continue the litigation was enough to defeat the sale of the bonds. The payment of costs and lawyers' fees would be a very moderate price to pay for compelling the city's gas plant to go past midwinter without the pumps indispensable for its operation. One of the employees of the private pipeline, according to an account in one of the Toledo papers, declared to a reporter that if we could not prevent the city from putting in a pumping plant any other way, we would blow it up with dynamite. Footnote 543. See page 250 in Chapter 31. End of footnote. Any faithful employee familiar with the blowing up of derricks in the shutdown of 1887, footnote 544, see page 154, end of footnote, the explosion in the independent refinery at Buffalo, footnote 545, see page 250, end of footnote, and the chemical war waged by the Whiskey Trust against the outsiders in Chicago, footnote 546, see page 21, end of footnote, might almost be pardoned for thinking this was only good, reasonable talk. The oil monopoly is evangelical at one end and explosive at the other, and it has made both ends meet. The people of Toledo were thus prevented from getting the pumping facilities ready during the summer of 1892 for the work of the winter. Meanwhile, its rival had been secretly pushing pumps for itself to completion in the hope that it alone would be ready when cold weather came. This would mean a gain to it, at the city's expense, of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Late in August 1892, the representatives of the city found that 2 powerful duplex gas pumps had been shipped to the gas field and were being put in place by the very opponents who had declared pumps impracticable. Public sentiment became aroused to the need for the immediate purchase of pumps to protect their wells. The city attempted to use its income from the sales of gas to buy pumps. An injunction was applied for and granted. This emergency was finally met by having the gas trustees hand over to the city authorities the accumulated earnings they were forbidden by the court to spend themselves. The city, thereupon, turned around and invested this money in the gas bonds. In this way, the identical money the gas trustees could not use while it remained in their hands was made available to them by passing through the hands of the sinking fund trustees and coming back to them. Thus, the natural gas trustees were enabled to make a contract in September 1892 for pumps to assist the flow of gas to the city. The gas pumps are a patented device. The private companies, wanting all the profit of everything, had their pumps made at their own factory. The city made its contract directly with the owner of the patents. The result was that the city got its pumps in place in time to save the city pipeline, while its opponents were delayed by the inexperience of their own pump makers. This was the most critical period in our history. Greed had again defeated itself. Had the opposition gone to the owner of the patents, he would have been made unable afterwards to take the city's contract and complete it in time, and the effort to make the city line valueless would have succeeded, for the time being at least. The bonds in question were afterwards held valid by the Supreme Court. Toledo knew it was building wisely, and every day brought new proof that it had builded better than it knew. Its saving was great, but that was the least of its gains. It escaped tyranny and extortion and other wrongs which fell upon communities in plain sight, which had not the wit and virtue to establish their independence. When the city pipeline was opened in 1891, the city began supplying gas to its citizens at 8 cents a thousand for houses. The private companies were charging 12 cents a thousand, or 50% more. Profits were such at this charge of 12 cents a thousand feet that in some tracts, single wells would repay the cost of the land every 4 days and 2 hours, or 89 times a year. Since then, the private corporations have raised their rate to 25 cents. The city continued the rates at 8 cents until December 1892, when the rate was advanced to 15 cents. This advance would have been unnecessary but for the losses arising from the obstructions placed in the way of the city plant. The people of Toledo got their gas lands, pipeline, and street mains for an outlay of $1,181,743 up to the end of 1891. Footnote 547, Annual Report of the Natural Gas Trustees of Toledo, 1891, page 4, end of footnote, and $1,294,467 up to the end of 1892. In the canvass before the election in 1889, their opponents declared that $4 million would be required. Private enterprise cannot find rhetoric strong enough to express its contempt for the inefficiency, costliness, and despotisms of public enterprise. Private enterprise put at $6 million, 12 times the amount of the property they reported for taxation, the capital stock invested by the two natural gas companies. The city pipeline was capitalized, bonded, at just what it cost, a little more than $1 million. The city trustees built a better pipeline than private enterprise had laid. The private line was of cheap iron, of 14 feet lengths, while Toledo's was in 24 feet pieces. One of the private lines was laid with rubber joints and in shallow trenches, in many places of not more than plow depth. It leaked at almost every joint. Its course could be traced across the fields by the smell of gas and the blighted line of vegetation. There were frequent explosions from the escaping gas. Lives and property were much endangered. The city line was laid with lead joints and had every device that engineering experience could suggest for its success, and was so constructed that it could be cleaned or repaired and freed from liquids interfering with the flow of gas without shutting off the supply, features the other pipe had not. The action of the city trustees had to endure the microscopic scrutiny of friend and foe. No one was able to show as to a single acre that the title was defective, or that it could have been bought for less, or to find any taint of a job in the construction of the pipe. A committee of the city council sat and probed for 6 weeks, but failed to find any evidence whatever to confirm the reported irregularities. End of section 30.